Hello, hello. Let's go ahead and turn the music down. Can I get a mic check? Mic check, mic check. 1, 2. Hello, hello. Good evening. Welcome in, everyone. It's your girl, Rogue C. Lover girl, Rogue C. Welcome in. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to share. If you are new here and you have not already, please hit that subscribe because we are going to have a very in my opinion, right? In my opinion, it is a very repetitive conversation, but it does seem to come around every season, every once in a while. So we are going to have an amazing conversation. We will drop the link. We are going to be reviewing a amazing conversation that kind of came to a nice little understanding at the end of it all for me. But welcome in, Lover Gang. I'm so happy to go ahead and see you today on this amazing Wednesday evening. Welcome in. Is it Kraut Mick? I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I hope you're enjoying your day. And again, as Lover Gang comes in, can I get a mic check? Mic check. If you are catching the replay, I hope you are liking. I hope you are subscribed. And I hope that you come back for dope discussions while we're live. But yeah, welcome in, y'all. While we wait for people to come on in, tonight we are going to be discussing, like I said, it's kind of repetitive. Does body count really matter? Shout out to, Trey the Truth Teller and his amazing panel. All the gentlemen on there were A1. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. If you guys are joining tonight, I hope to see you all. Thank you so much for a great conversation. Shout out to Lover Gang Rue. Thank you so much for joining. The mic is good. Thank you so much, sir. All right. So, before we get into it, before I get any tomatoes thrown at me, and, people start typing dissertations. People keep trying to argue with Rogue C about how they feel about the whole body count conversation. This is not about shame. I'm going to go ahead and put that disclaimer out here because I don't believe that it's a shaming situation. This is not about being in contest for who is more pure. And, this is not me telling anybody what they should or should not do with their body. I don't believe anyone has the right to take away anyone's choices. And that's just how I stand on it. But it was a very intriguing conversation nonetheless, because it does seem to make people very emotional. It makes men emotional. It does seem to make women emotional. And, I'm one of them. I didn't come out of body with it, but I definitely wanted to jump up and have a conversation about it. Because if body count truly doesn't matter, why do we talk about it so much? Why do people feel the need to ask? Why do people feel the need to lie about it? Why do people seem to get offended with it? And why do people need to investigate it? I mean, it even comes down to the point where it feels like some people even break up over it, right? So clearly something is there. Something is there for the conversation to be had. Welcome in, Roy Chess. Haven't seen you in a minute. Welcome in. I hope you're having an amazing day. Thank you so much for joining us. So tonight, I want to talk about standards. I want to talk about the whole insecurity thing about it. The whole idea of soul ties, the hypocrisy behind it, reputation, even the public embarrassment that comes with it, and even the uncomfortable truth that people are going to judge no matter what. So I don't know. If you're a wine drinker, go ahead and grab your wine. We might pour up some wine a little bit later. If we're about to just get into this. We're going to go ahead and be accountable and, we're going to go ahead and get into it. Oh, your name is a German slur. So, okay, I will not be saying your name again, but thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Good evening, Chaco. So I'm going to go ahead and before I get into my first segment, let me go ahead and pull up the video. Shout out to Trey the Truth Teller. Let me see if I can get to the part where I was just kind of taken aback and it kind of just brought the Rogue C out of me. And I was like, okay, let's go ahead and have a conversation. So hold on for me, y'all. Trey, don't you strike me. You better not strike me. We already had this conversation that I'm going to be reviewing you. So fair use, but hold on. Let's do this. Let's see if it was here.
What can you give her that they didn't give her?
Hold on.
That's what I always say. The average bitch run laps on the average man, bro. I'm sorry, my nigga. That is the truth.
If the average woman was good at manipulation, they'd be able to manipulate a man to stand with him and choosing them, and that's just categorically not happening.
And they can manipulate niggas to take over.
But the thing is, Willie, that's when it comes down to the whole pair bonding thing that you literally just say about 2 minutes ago. The bitch you can stay. The problem is that.
All right, if someone can also tag Poppy Blanco, he needs to know that Roxy doesn't like that B word too much. Y'all in this space let that B word fly, and it is crazy to me. You're saying actress Jennifer Lewis, shout out to Auntie Jennifer Lewis, says she slept with over 63 men. All right, fellas, so how do we feel about that? And I want the honest answer, even from the lady. How do you feel about that when it comes down to these larger numbers that people are saying? Because I am a free spirit to a certain extent. I do believe in free love. You know, even your girl, I am also a nudist at heart. I believe that the human body is beautiful. I believe that people should have their choices, but I do understand with choices does come consequences. So at the end of the day, how do we feel about, the idea of larger numbers, larger body count numbers? Are we going, or do you automatically feel like that person needs to be shamed? Not the toxic. No, I'm already being toxic. I'm not trying to. Welcome in, Sin. Thank you so much for joining. Lover Gang Sin is in the building. Let's see. Young Riaz. Hello, brother. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining. Roy Chess says body counts more for men. I think that should be agreeable for the most part. And we'll get into it, Roy Chess, because I do believe that there is a double standard. And we'll talk about the double standard of everything. Chaco says, I think people present themselves differently depending on who you're dealing with and who they're dealing with. I agree with that. And that's why I think we do have to have this conversation, because depending on the person that you are dealing with, you do see the answer kind of change when it comes to how people feel about this. And at the end of the day, body count doesn't seem to matter to men. And I'll get into this a little deeper when it comes down to being added to a woman's body count, when you are just wanting to have sex with her already, right? So let me go back to Trey's video. Let's go ahead and get into it and see how this kind of played out.
She start getting the urge. So she need to jump to the next dick. And that's where they accumulate all that. You see what I'm saying? Because who usually live? The bro, right? Exactly. So by default, she get the urge, she got to go. Because she need a new thing.
So look, Brother Numsy, he's a member, right? He said, well, wouldn't you feel special if you won out of 300 people? No.
Oh my God. No, he's not for real.
Watch. It's easy. So would you feel special if you found out that you just got your first day on the job? You found out you were the 300 person to try to do this job because the other 300 people quit? Would you feel special?
You should ask Dory.
Like, there's no.
I don't know that.
Okay. So we're going to start there, right? Because my first segment is about how everybody judges everybody, point blank, period. So people love saying that I don't judge. That's a lie. We all judge. We all are guilty of judging people, telling people how we feel, telling people what we would have done if we were in their situation, right? Women judge income, ambition, a man's height, confidence, social status, leadership. Men will judge a woman's attitude, cooperation, her appearance, her femininity, and her sexual history, right? So the real question isn't whether we judge. The question is, why are some preferences acceptable while others are called toxic? Because at the end of the day, I do have an issue with the fact of how these men would love to say, not necessarily this example about the 300 men working at the job or 300 people working at the job. My favorite one was always about if every key can go inside of a lock, it's a bad lock. That was always my favorite comparison, right? And it's kind of very oversimplified and lacking nuance, because that's not necessarily how a woman's body opens up to a man. And men love to say when it comes down to sex, women are so submissive and women are so willing to be with other men, but not able to commit to men. And that was also my issue with this conversation. Because if men, and we've heard this on my panel before, right? If men control the trajectory and the access to the relationship, and women can only control the access to sex, a lot of times we do confuse trying to make ourselves accessible to men. And, shout out to the Voice of Venus, because the Voice of Venus even said this. where we are getting two different ideas of what we're supposed to be doing and how this is supposed to be happening. We have one idea saying that your value is lessened when you're with men. And then another one is saying that we have to open ourselves with men because men are wanting women to engage with them in that way. So it is very conflicting and just bad conversation skills overall. So, like I was saying, if a lot of women were to say, I don't date broke men, a lot of people would say, you know what? You know your worth. If a man says, I don't care about body count, suddenly everybody's, or if a man says he does care about body count, excuse me, you know, people are going to turn into a therapist and try to dissect this man. You're insecure, you're immature, you're intimidated. And, you know, to me, that is interesting because we do have, I'm sorry, y'all. 1 second. Caleb, sweetie, what are you doing? Okay, can you please stop? Okay. Do you need to take a break from the video game and go read a book? I think you should go read a book. Okay? Thank you. Sorry about that, y'all. So, again, it is very interesting how we love to see when people are saying that they don't want to judge, but yet here we are in these situations where I do want to preference this, right? I do understand that men do believe that this is a standard or a boundary or even just a preference that they have, right? And I don't feel like we as women can take that away from men, but it is interesting of how this conversation goes. And it is very interesting of how disrespectful it does get. So let me go ahead and press play. Welcome in, Mo Love. Welcome in, Uncle Rick. Let's see, who else? Did I miss anybody? I said hello to Chaco. I said hello to Sin. All right, so hold on, because let's see what Roy Chess is saying. Oh, let's start with Choco Kitty. My thing is, if these men had some type of value in their opinions, if these men had some type of value, then their opinions would be worth considering. They can't judge me because I judge their first. And that's fair, right? Because again, at the end of the day, we all judge. And I do think it is about the people that we actually want to accept the judgment from. So I will most definitely give you that, right? I don't think it's an issue when it's like, we really shouldn't care about people that we're not trying to be interested in, respectfully. If it's a man that I'm not interested in and he wants to talk about Rogue C, guess what? He's not really going to get much attention from Rogue C because you're not on my radar. Thank you so much. I hope y'all are liking the styles. I hope y'all are liking that. Your girl is a cosmetologist by trade, so I do like to have fun with my looks. So I hope you guys are enjoying the looks as much as I enjoy giving them for y'all. So thank you, Momo. And please do as Mo Love says, welcome in. Please hit the like and share the live. Please do that. And if you are also able to, we do have a goal. I will say the goal today is $50. So if you are able in the position to support your girl with the Cash App, it is scrolling below, Rogue C19. And of course, we will pin the link later. But let me go ahead and let's see. Hi there, Mama Bear. What's good, chat? Hit the like button. Y'all do as Uncle Rick says. Thank you, Uncle Rick. I hope you're having an amazing day. Y'all was supposed to protect your cooch. That's it. That's interesting, Uncle Rick, to hear the less. Let's see. Roy Chester was replying to Rue. Many men will disagree. For casual relations, her bodies do not count. I'm guessing the body count doesn't matter. Long term, it will matter because of responsibilities. That's interesting. So, and you know, we're going to get into all the reasons. Welcome in, A-Dub. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome in, Nightish. Nightish, I hope you can stick around. I would love to hear your opinion on this. Y'all, let me know. We're going to have fun tonight, so we can drop the link whenever. Thank you so much, Mo Love. Please support the show. Support the show. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, while I'm on the message of support, if Black Lexicon is listening in or if he joins tonight, Black Lexicon, thank you so much for supporting Sunday's show. I'm so sorry that I missed it at the last minute, but thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I do not want any of y'all to ever think that your support goes unnoticed, so please charge it to my head, not to my heart. We were trying to get on out of there. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you for even just liking, joining the chat, and just talking to us. I appreciate y'all. Fair use.
That's different. You know what I'm saying? You ain't putting your winky at the job. You know what I'm saying? When the winky's involved.
Listen,
Why the fuck
it's
say
not
quick?
about putting your winky in it, nigga. The logic is what's being prepared is feeling special or feeling like you won something. Because in that job, 300 other people had that same job you got and left and quit.
300. That's
now you got it.
Man.
Like, would you feel special? The answer is no.
I got this job, nigga. What?
That would be
get this motherfucker, man.
Hold on. I'm trying to find
it called
the part that really just had
with their own body count as well.
Hold on.
You know,
because it was a little bit
you seeking for marriage, and I'm going more experience you got and body count.
1 second,
y'all. You get what I'm saying? And
hold on.
Yeah. Oh, TikTok?
Yeah.
Where is it? The mics were not miking.
You did. I'm proud of it, man. That's kind of dope.
It's around the goddamn world. Now we talking about how talking about how many women.
More into I put him more into bodies. I think a bitch once she get piped down for more than 10 niggas, that's ain't shit bitch at that point.
So that we was talking about how
once a woman gets piped down by more than 10 guys, she is an ain't-ish woman. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And, you know, I can understand where the men do have this argument when it comes on to body count. Trust me, I do. Because I do want to make the argument about why we lie about it, right? Or why do people feel the need to lie about it? And that's what's fascinating, because people will claim that it doesn't matter. But we know we don't always get the truth. And it's a rare situation where they even ask me, I don't feel everyone should know everything. But when it comes down to a man I'm with, if he is someone that I'm committing to, and if he does ask, I will tell him the truth. And what he does with that information is for him, right? So if the number is irrelevant, why do we hide it? Why round down? Why avoid the question? Why get defensive about it? And that is something that we have to ask ourselves, because what is it internally in us that we know, or that we think we know, that would either turn these men off or turn people away? So the reality is that people do know that sexual history does carry social consequences, not necessarily because the number itself does matter, but because people attach a meaning to it. And that meaning does vary from person to person. So even with here, what Papi Blanco is saying a woman isn't ish is crazy just because she might have had bodies before you. So I do want to know, do people really have an issue when you are aware that your woman does have a past?
A nigga quantified, I think that was you. I'm almost certain. The nigga quantified how much schlong that a woman would take, you know what I'm saying? And we started adding how many men she freaked, right? The average penal size, you get what I'm saying? And then in her mouth.
Man, how we get here?
Hey, bro, listen, I didn't do this shit.
Just came up and started talking.
Yeah.
Bro, y'all on some old stuff.
Nah, bro, this is real shit. This is I didn't do this. The mans did this. I didn't make this shit
but who
up.
sit up here and talking about, man, that's crazy.
Bro, listen, I didn't. Hey, Trey.
It's an equation.
Yeah, it was and no one's ever done no shit like that. There was an equation. I'm old nigga, so I ain't never heard nobody be like, when you start thinking like that, it's like, damn, do you really want to?
From what I hear, the nigga really got like a whole equation down, like how many mileage you really. What's the equation? I really want to know that.
It wasn't an equation. I just used a statistic though. If a woman is slept with more than 4 men and starts to have an issue pair bonding after that, her chances of pair bonding with her mate drop significantly by 80%. Also, women that have high body counts are also more likely to be promiscuous during a committed relationship and or commit adultery during a marriage. So what I said was that so we were talking about a woman that had said she'd been with 300 niggas. So what I did was I did the math, right? Like I just did the basic math.
The average, yeah.
Yeah. I said, okay, so if the average penis size in America is 5.5 inches, 300 times 5.5 is what? Anybody want to do the math?
That should be about 1,600.
It's 1,650. So that girl has had 1,650 feet of dick. Inches of dick in her life.
My bad, I was muted still. All right, so that is the part that I came in and I started listening, and I'm like, what the heck are that equation was so raunchy for one to me, but it was so crazy because the fact that I can see a group of men online sitting and doing this math, it was mind-blowing to me at first, because I'm like, what the heck are y'all doing? Why are y'all even having this conversation to even come out with this math? Because that was just insane. The fact that you guys want to talk about how much mileage like a woman really is a car. And I do have to ask a question, and when we get into this video, I will, I'll show the part where I was asking. But whenever I also hear this question or these conversations about body count, to me, it always just seems like men believe that other men are dirty. Because the only thing that makes a woman's value go down is when she sleeps with another man. So I have to ask, brothers, fellas, do you guys believe that the moment a woman touches a man, if a man touches her, if a man is inside her, she now becomes dirty? And do you also have to admit that you believe that you yourselves are dirty? You guys are the thing that makes something pure perverse. And I do have to really ask that question, because it is confusing to me. Because if you guys are supposed to be these kings, if you guys are supposed to be these outstanding men, these great men, why is it the moment that a woman sleeps with you, she's dirty? She's no longer pure. She's no longer clean. But I'm sorry, that got me hot, because it was crazy to hear that in real time. So I'm gonna let y'all hear a little bit more.
So again, that's why I said, like, no disrespect. There's five.
Yeah, now, hey Trey,
There's
that's crazy, ain't it?
There's 5,280 feet in a mile. So the bitch is halfway to a half a mile.
Hey,
Of
bro.
like
Back you all the way up, son.
why would a why would a nigga accept a woman that's been with 300 niggas? Like, that is crazy.
Hey, yo, you gotta put this shit on the short, nigga. That shit was
Hey,
fire, bro.
That's what I said, man. I ain't. Hey, a motherfucker. Hey, so listen. I guess apparently how many men?
Let me say this. The logic behind it, I get it. Just actually saying it and articulating is genius. But as a man, I just can't, bro.
Hey, man.
But I ain't lie, Willie a different type of nigga. So
Your bitch done been with a half a mile.
One thing about Willie, that means Willie gonna tell the hard truth what you want to hear tonight. That's one thing I know about him.
Nigga, a block. Hey, a block a dick. I ain't gotta be 1,600 miles. A block. You hear me?
Yo, if you put in a doctor outfit, my nigga, in the board, and you write this shit down.
Okay. I have to see what y'all are saying when it comes down, because he just said a block of D. That is insane to me. So this seems like some red pill Kevin. Pretty much, yes. Because again, so for those who have not been in this space for a while, or for those who have, you already know that this conversation has been a thing forever. And it's so repetitive, and that's what was frustrating me. Let me just admit that's what was frustrating me. Because respectfully, I'm like, y'all are a bunch of grown men on a panel online, and y'all are still worried about a woman's body count. That seemed disgusting, like I said earlier. But it also just seems so unproductive, because again, y'all are still smashing these women. Respectfully, you're still going to come up to any woman with a body count that you deem too high, and you're just going to add to it. So where are your standards and where are your morals at that point, fellas? I do have to understand that. But these men's body count, ooh, child, don't get it started. And that's why, Mo, we are going to talk about the double standard. Like I said earlier, it is a double standard. Let's be honest, because the men even try to run it to me. High body count looks better on men. All right. Rue, time yourself out. I'm going to ask you to respectfully time yourself out, because you're already cutting up. Let's see. Some of these ninjas do entirely too much. There's a difference between a freak and a gardening tool. Grown folks do grown folk things they can't afford to do when you're not putting your business out there. And see, Coffee, that's what I definitely agree with. Now, when it comes down to the narration of it all, I do believe what happens in the bedroom should stay in the bedroom. And I think we do have too many issues of people running their mouths, men and women. And it's almost like it's a gotcha to try to tell somebody that you slept with somebody. Oh, but he was in this blah 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 though. Because again, I'm trying to keep my content a certain level of PG-13, but it is an issue when it comes down to the idea of what grown folks do, because not everyone who's doing the do in a grown way is grown enough to handle it. And that is also something we should probably talk about, because we do have a lot of immature people doing the grown, and that's why these conversations are happening. Body count ain't nothing. STD results matter most. I can agree with that. Because a lot of people don't understand that your health is the most important thing, no matter what. Oh, y'all are talking in the chat. I'm trying to. A mile a D was crazy. A block. They said a block. They said a half a mile to a block. Yes, your D is dirty. I don't like you. I don't like y'all at all. Y'all are horrible. I agree, Simpson. 300 people, no matter the gender, is wild. And again, I think we do kind of lessen the value, not of ourselves, but of something as sacred as sex, because sex is supposed to be, I'm not trying to get preachy about it, but sex is such a sacred thing. You are joining somebody, you are getting, into not only the physical tie of somebody, but you are soul tying with that person. And because of how sacred sex is, I do think that we are lessening how valuable it is, because people are just having babies that they don't even want to have. People are just having situationships that don't really mean anything, and we are not really even enjoying the sex anymore. A lot of these issues of body count comes because you didn't enjoy the sex. Respectfully, that's why a lot of people will say, oh, well, such and such doesn't count, or that didn't matter, because you didn't enjoy the sex with them, because it really didn't mean anything to you, because either you weren't emotionally invested in that person, y'all had no goals outside of giving your bodies to each other, y'all were bored with each other in the first place, or a lot of times you're just wanting to feel something. Can we also be real about that? A lot of times people are just having sex because they want to feel something. But let me go ahead and fast forward just a little bit. Again, shout out to Trey, because, everybody was very respectful. I do appreciate that when I do come to panels. It is really enjoyable where you're not just feeling like, you're being attacked. So I do appreciate that.
So physically, we've seen now that there are trial tests or medical prognosis or diagnosis that shows when a woman have intercourse with men that they're knitting their DNA.
Welcome,
to
Matthew.
them. We've always said it spiritually when we say there's those connections. So you have to deal with that as a man going forward, because there's certain characteristics that's gonna come out and play. So I ain't gonna go too long on it. I just want to put that out there, and then I land. Go ahead, Waso.
Well, I thought it's like it's 2.5 reasons for me. The first reason is, like, I don't want to deal with a woman that's been alpha widowed. I don't want to deal with a woman that done been with a nigga, and I gotta get compared to this nigga like I'm not busting my ass. And then, not to mention, I don't think women don't know how to compartmentalize men. So if a woman has been with a lot of men, she's taking on a lot of that man. Women are receivers, men are givers. And in the aspect of, I'm not finna deal with a heart I didn't break, baby girl.
And I'm not mad at what Why So Serious was saying, podcast. I'm not mad at that. Not dealing with a heart that you didn't break. I'm not mad at men who are saying that they don't want those type of issues. They don't want what comes with the soul ties of another person. I'll give y'all that. Now, what he was saying as far as being compared to someone else, that was wild to me, because, I really feel like that's an insecurity thing. I do feel like a lot of men, if you are feeling like you're worried about being compared, if you're stroking it right, if you're bigger or as big as the last one, I think that's really an insecurity. I don't think that's any of your business, for one, especially if she's not making it your business. But for two, why is that on your mind? Why are you comparing yourself to another man? I feel like a lot of times, y'all know how I feel about, all right, I'm about to get toxic. Y'all know how I feel about when men show weakness. I don't think that y'all should be doing that. I don't think you should be showing that you are concerned or worried about another man. Welcome in, Real Black Lexicon. I hope you heard earlier. I'm so sorry for not shouting you out at the last show, but I did get your Cash App. Thank you so much for the support. I know that I have a poem for you today, so hopefully you stick around for that. But thank you. If you could be like Black Lexicon and support the channel, we do have a $50 goal, and I would greatly appreciate that if you have it and you could be so generous. But like I said, I want to stir the pot a little bit, because when it comes down to body count, and we as women do respond that it is an insecurity thing, I can give you it's a preference. But when when a man is being a protector, provider, a tall man, a man with ambition, a man with experience, we as women, we don't call y'all, or we're not called insecure for wanting these things. But again, it is kind of an issue for me where we do have some insecure men who really are insecure, because again, if you're worried about another man's D, that's insecurity showing up. Why are you comparing yourself to that? Because there's no need. I think every man, when you're dealing with a woman, you should show why you are the man that she should be dealing with no matter what. That you are the hard stop for her, that you are the it dog, like you are the it. You are him. You are everything that this woman is supposed to be wanting and needing, to the point where she forgets about every other man, to the point where she's like, did I date someone else or was it always him? When you start comparing yourself and doing, well, was he doing this to you, or was he like this for you, or was he doing it? You're weak, baby. And that's going to turn her off even more, where you don't even get to be counted as a body because you're weak. And I'm sorry if that hurts any feelings, but I do need men to understand that it's not your concern to compare yourself to another man in a woman's life, because what are you doing that for? Just leave her alone. If it comes down so bad that you can't be with this woman because you keep thinking about another man, that's a problem. Let me see what y'all are saying. And y'all let me know, if y'all want to open up the panel, if we can get $20 to $30, we can go ahead and open up the panel, because I definitely want to hear from y'all. I definitely want to make sure that you guys are always heard as well. I enjoy having the conversation with y'all. So, we got the Cash App scrolling. It is $RogueC19. If you want to join the panel, please let me know, and we'll go ahead and start opening up the panel once we hit $20. Comparing. Y'all are childish. Let's see. One can worry about another man because one is being treated way better than the other. Comparing to another man does not mean how the other man performs at all. It is a discriminating treatment. So, Roy Ches, my question to that would be, if you are the man that she's with right then and now, how do you know that she's treating one man better than the other? That's not making sense to me, because if you are the man that's there now, you wouldn't really know. When does it really come up to show, well, you treated such and such better than you treated me? That still comes off as really insecure, because how do you know that? Why do you care about that? Why do you care about how she treated another man? So if you can explain that to me, and y'all forgive me, y'all are going in on this this chat. So you're asking for money when you literally have nothing but 24 people watching? I mean, if people want to support, I'm grateful for the fact that 24 people are watching, but thank you so much. I love when men love to talk about women's business. Thank you so much for joining. If you would also like to have a conversation, feel free to let me know, because I love wearing both my natural hair. I love wearing both wigs. I love just experimenting with my styles, because my beauty is everlasting. And I don't usually try to brag on my beauty like that, but it is funny to me when I feel like men are trying to compete with women by talking about their looks, where you're still here and you're enjoying the look as well. But thank you so much for supporting. I definitely appreciate you. I would. I'm Tommy Sotomayor. Well, thank you, Tommy. Tommy, I definitely appreciate you for coming through. But yeah. No, Tay, I'm not trying to skip over your comments. Hold on. Where are your comments? I'm telling you, y'all going in on this in this chat. Taylor, I don't even see your comments. Hold on. But if y'all feel like how Tommy said it, if you guys don't want to support, I appreciate you for just hitting the like button. But again, I definitely do appreciate any donations to the channel. So thank you so much. He will pump all the desperation and anxiety into you. And see, Tay, that is something that we're going to get into when it comes down to the soul ties of things, because I do agree with these men where they were talking about the issues that come with the body counts and the soul ties with it, because I do believe, yes, we do receive, especially as women, a lot of the good, but also a lot of the bad of the people that we sleep in or sleep with. And unfortunately, a lot of people that we end up bringing into our bodies do have a lot more bad than good. And I think that does project itself as women, because we are more spiritual beings. So I do agree with you on that. Coffee said facts. But as long as I have been around the black manosphere, I have heard men who have slept, he says in quotes, I've heard men who have slept with more than 50 or more women, sometimes 100 says, or sometimes 100 says they don't want a gardening tool or high body count. And again, Coffee, that's why I liked what Mo Love brought up, the fact that men can have high body counts. And, Rue being Rue said that that is the case as well. But it is an interesting concept, because I do wonder, do men not realize that every woman you sleep with as well, even though you guys aren't the receivers, you do still get her energy as well? And maybe, here's a theory, that's why we have so many feminized men, effeminate men. So maybe that is something to consider, that the fact that you guys are sleeping with a lot of women, a lot of the ain't-ish women that you like to claim, and you're getting a lot of her tendencies too. But I digress. Let's go ahead and continue. One moment.
It's a lot of to that. And then on top of it, when you're dealing with a woman, people are creatures of habits. So in times of dire need and stress, bro, people tend to go back to what makes them less stressful. Women who are very promiscuous, that's what's gonna happen when y'all fall off. That's what's gonna happen when y'all get into an argument. That's what's gonna. I don't want to deal with that, and I don't want to deal with the fact that I can have.
Also, Nightish, if you are still in the chat, I need you to comment real quick for me so I can also get you a wrench. If Nightish is still in the chat, can you say something for me, please? Because I don't think I can find your comment from earlier. 1 second, fair use.
Have a conversation with a nigga. My homeboy can tell me how you arch your back.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll ruin a lot of plans. Like, I had a future with you. I can't brag to this woman, to my friends. My friends can brag to me about the same shit I brag about.
Okay. Sorry. I don't want to interrupt. Why so serious?
I'm done.
Okay. So I can actually give it to men, because I appreciate you fellas for at least having the real conversation with me, because I really wasn't in the mood for any trolling. So I really appreciate y'all. I can give it to y'all on the side of soul ties. I can even give it to y'all in the sense of your friend group or anything like that. I think that's foul. I think that's really messed up. What I can't give, and I'm not saying any of you gentlemen, I didn't really hear too many of you say this, when I hear men act like it is just the end all be all. Because at the end of the day, I'm still trying to figure out, how that conversation even comes up. Because what I do notice about men, a woman with a high body count, it's not going to stop y'all from sleeping with her. But y'all do make it seem like it's going to stop y'all from having any other plans with her. So if you all were coming, and if men in this space are genuinely coming from the idea of, it's not a heart that I broke, so I'm not trying to mend nothing that I didn't break, which, I have my own arguments with, because I do believe that men are builders. But I'll give that to y'all. I'll give y'all the public embarrassment argument, and I'll give y'all the soul tie argument, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, do you all have the same values and morals when it comes down to y'all? Because whenever these conversations come up, and I know men or women are equal, I believe in double standards and all that, but to me, it does seem off-putting when I hear a bunch of men talking about women's body counts, but they're not going to stand on the same principles, and they're not going to keep themselves valuable morally with their own body count as well.
And welcome in, Frida Green. Thank you so much for joining us. 50. Okay, so 50 is a lot, y'all. I was being a little facetious, but apparently not. If y'all are telling me that there are people who are saying that 100 or 300, that apparently 50 is only a fraction compared to those numbers. All right, so shout out to Ola. So Ola, since you went ahead and asked what's the soul tie, we'll go ahead and get into that segment real quick. So this is on the spiritual side. I know Chaco Kitty, shout out to you, boo. You just said that is pseudoscience, but we do dibble and dabble a little bit in the pseudoscience. Listen, it's fun. And it is a good way to explain some things that we just can't explain with science just yet, right? But some people do believe, myself included, that every time you are intimate, connection creates a spiritual cord or a spiritual bond, right? So others do think that's nonsense. But we can remove the whole religious language, and we can just talk about how intimacy does leave fingerprints, right? So I do need people to ask themselves, can someone leave your life but still occupy space in your mind? Can they still influence your trust, your fears, your expectations, your future relationships? Because a lot of people say they're over someone, yet everything they do says otherwise, right? Maybe soul ties aren't always about the supernatural, and I'll give that to y'all. Maybe they are just emotional residue, though. Maybe they're unresolved attachment. Maybe they're wounds that followed you into the next relationship. And I feel like we can all relate to that. I feel like there have been times, even with the idea of a rebound, right? Where you get into a relationship, a situation with somebody, and you were never really over the first one or the one that was before that. And that is emotional residue. That is what we would deem a soul tie. Because it does become an unresolved attachment, especially with people that do have attachment style issues. Maybe the wounds that followed you into the next relationship weren't just how someone really treated you, but what you did carry from that whole situation. And if, again, you don't want to believe in the spiritual woo side of things, how many people are still sitting at the table while you're still in your current relationship? So, Ola, pretty much to explain the whole soul tie theory, it is when you sleep with somebody, you are connecting to that person. And even after you are no longer with them, you are still connected to them. That is the easiest way to kind of explain what a soul tie is. Let's see. I appreciate you for saying this. Yes, sex is very spiritual. I don't know why we would love to try to call these things pseudoscience when sex is spiritual. I mean, if y'all are interested, Tommy, if you want to have a conversation, we can go ahead and have a conversation. So I'll just drop the link for Tommy right now. Hold on. Let me stop my screen share real quick. Hold on for me. Oh, okay, Rogue C. Or okay, Rogue. I didn't know it had a term. I believe that. So yeah, that is the more so spiritual side of it. Ola, while we wait for Tommy to come on up, Tommy, that link is for you if you're still in the building. And y'all, unless people are really trolling, if people want to talk about your girl's wigs, if people want to talk about the look and all that, I'm not tripping about it. Y'all can go ahead and let them rock out. Unless they're saying inappropriate things or being violent, they're being nasty. Y'all kind of know the vibes over here. So a little ish talk, just because I'm a lady, I don't ish talk back. But if they're just talking, let them pop their gums. I appreciate it. All right, Tommy, take your time. Welcome in, Zyrex. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you so much for dropping the link to my Cash App. Y'all, if y'all are interested, please support the show if you can, if you have it. Again, it is not a big deal. We just have a $50 goal, so I do appreciate y'all. Let's see, while we're waiting on Tommy. You think kissing is deep? I think, yes, intimacy in general can be very deep. I think that's why you can even have emotional intimacy. We hear about the emotional cheating of things. I think the moment that you open yourself up to a person, it becomes deep. And I think because we are in a generation where people like to pretend that things don't matter, or people are too cool for school, or people are too player for stuff, I think that is why we are so caught up, because everyone is trying to mask how deep things really are. They're trying to mask how emotional they can really be, right? So I appreciate you for saying that, Ola. Let's see. All right. So, okay, Choco, I did want to see what you had to say about it. So hold on. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it has to be someone you slept with, though. The connecting is mental, emotional connection. No. And I agree. And I'm happy you said that, Choco, because I totally agree with you. I just think when we do lay in that bedroom with each other, we are opening a lot of portals and a lot of doors to ourselves that, I don't think everyone should have access to. So I do agree that there is something about reserving yourself. What did Uncle Rick say earlier? To protect the cooch. I might put that on a t-shirt. That might actually be kind of a cute t-shirt. Protect the cooch. But I think it is a matter of, we do have to understand that when we lay with people, there's a connection. It kind of just comes down to that simply. So while we wait on Tommy, I'm gonna play a little more of the video.
See, the thing,
they have nothing else to offer to women but giving them sex.
I was finna say the same thing you about to say, Willie.
No. So to be fair, right, a woman's body count matters because it's an evaluation of her sexual values, judgment, discipline, her attachment patterns, relationship history, and then if she's compatible with my standard.
Yeah,
that's why. So when a man asks about a woman's body count, he's not judging her value, her worth as a person. He's just trying to figure out if her history and all that aligns with the type of woman that he wants to commit himself to in marriage. But to say that a man and a woman are different, you understand that, and then can see the other common sense points you conceded. But then to also say that it's still off-putting when men are able to sleep with lots of women and then not keep themselves in that to that same moral standard, it's because it's a different moral standard. The moral standard for women is for the chastity and to preserve their value, their sexual value. A man, that's not a man's moral standard.
You know what, Frida Green? So if sex is spiritual, the 304 must be a nun. I guess in its own reversal world order, yes, technically, right? I would say, yeah, if you were a sexpert or in like a sexual religion, yes, the 304 would be the nun. She would be the most educated in the situation. But listen, I don't think there's anything wrong. I think that there is a time and place for everyone, right? So I do believe that the quote unquote 304, because, y'all throw so many terms out here so loosely where they kind of don't even really have meaning. If a woman loves sex, a woman loves sex. Is that really a bad thing? Or are we going to lie and say that we really do want the most pious and the most stuck up and the most prudish type of woman? Do you guys want prudes? Do you want women that are just going to be so closed off and she doesn't even want to have sex with you? Because I really now have to ask that question when it comes down to this whole 304 culture and all that. Do men have an issue with the fact that if y'all really wanted to overcorrect this whole situation, if women become prudish, if women are now like, nah, the coochie is closed? What do y'all want? I want to know, what do the men actually want? Let's see. But hey, Free, I'm playing with you. But hey, Free. But yeah, I think the 304 would be the sexual revolution nun of things. Y'all gotta hold on, because I'm trying to keep up with y'all. Hold on. Somebody needs to tell me where I should just start. Okay. If it is just sex, hookup, situationship, don't get too deep, but most folks say you cannot be serious on dating device or when it's just sex. Then feelings end up together. Okay. So this is an issue with hookup culture and sexual situationships, right? We are wired to want compatibility. We are wired to want chemistry. We are wired to actually want somebody to be ours. That is how we're wired. So when it comes down to it, a lot of people truly just can't have sex just to have sex. And that is the issue. So emotional bonds are always going to happen. All right, y'all, let's welcome Tommy.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. You do have
I have an echo.
Well, I can hear myself.
How about now?
Yep, we're good. Hi, hello. Nice to see you again. Nice to meet you again.
You said again. We know each other?
Yes, sir. We had a little fallout moment on shout out to Melanin Legacy. I had not cammed up, but yes, that was me.
You were not on that show with us. What was your name there?
Roxy.
I don't remember it. But you were saying some things in that and talking about that video. And what I find is that it appears to me that black women will make statements like you said, a man's not supposed to care about a woman's hair. In the same breath, y'all will swear up and down y'all do your hair to please men. But y'all like being just rude to black men. In my opinion, black women, y'all love trying to make a dude sound gay by no matter what he says, you will say he's sassy, sweet. You will use words that are inflammatory on purpose, which makes no sense. Because if you're doing hair and I got eyes, why is it I couldn't look and see what I like and don't? That doesn't seem to make any sense. Imagine a man saying, because you're a woman, you ain't supposed to know what I do with my head, whether it's bald or I got a box. That wouldn't make any sense.
I'm finna say, though, I bet you love a good scalp massage, though.
Oh, it does feel good. Listen, I'm an old man, but I'm an old man. You give me some warm milk and a back rub, I go to sleep.
See? No, so when it comes down to it, one, and I didn't know if it was really you or somebody with your name, but I know a troll situation. But no, when it comes
that's why I tried to go ahead and jump in, because I know people think, hey, nigga out here trolling, and sometimes it do be trolls. So
No, and I appreciate you for having the conversation. When it comes down to it, I actually don't have an issue with black men saying what their preference is. I do actually have a lot of times where even myself with my brothers, we have these conversations, right? I just know when it comes down to certain men, not every man is a monolith. So what one doesn't like, another will. Respectfully, the man that I am with, he actually does like when I do different things with my hair.
No, so, I get it. But then why did you say when talking to me, even if you thought I was a troll, why say to your fans that is something wrong with a man that is speaking about a woman's hairstyle? Why do that?
If it is something that you are not in preference of, I do find it a little strange where you could just go to the women that have the preference that you like. But again, I am a cosmetologist by trade. So as much as I have fun with other hairstyles, I still take care of my natural hair. Under this little wiggy bob, my hair actually is past the actual bob. I actually have to stuff all my hair in there, and I show my hair. If people who go through my page and through my channel, they can see my hair, and I like to switch it up. So it's just fun. And I feel like when men kind of want to take the fun out of situations, I don't like that because life is too dull and life is too sad already.
So then I ask, why is it that Asians and whites' idea of fun is still hair that looks like theirs? Why is it that their fun is something that looks like it could actually be theirs?
I mean, again, I've seen a lot of Asians. If you actually look at it, I don't know if you kind of see a lot of.
Don't you do this?
Hold on. Have you not seen the Asians with froze now?
Hold on. And you see these Asians with froze, you know what they do? They turn their own hair to that. Just like I'm from the Caribbean. There were white dudes who had locks. You know what they did? Lock their own hair.
But again, I think it's actually more fun the fact that y'all know I could just take this off and I can have my hair under it, right? Instead of trying to really force my hair to do something. Because when it comes down to it, and again, this is just from the nerdy cosmetologist standpoint of things, my hair being protected instead of constantly manipulated is what makes my hair grow. What a lot of those people are doing to their hair, they're damaging their hair past the point of no return.
So before 2000s, what were black women doing to protect their hair?
Wigs were a thing.
No, I'm saying what was they were not. You seen black women walking around with, they would either perm their hair. That was one of the things they did, but it was theirs. Only old women, everybody would tell you, old women wore wigs. That wasn't a church lady wore a wig. It was a joke. So it wasn't nobody just walking around just wearing a wig. They were wearing wigs typically when they got old and they lost their hair. It's like a hairpiece for a man. He didn't just wear a hairpiece. He wore it when he lost his hair. What I'm trying to say is women will try to make something not be a big deal. Y'all are very dismissive as black women. I even listened to you say you dismissive about the hair. Then you were dismissive about men comparing themselves to women. But then you turned around and compared yourself to a man.
When did I do that?
When you said a man can have a body count, but gets mad at a woman for having one.
Oh, no. I definitely spoke up about the double standards of things. And I'm very aware of double standards. I'm actually pro double standards. I just know when it comes down to the whole conversation, we do have to look at both sides of the conversation because there will be those who will argue that. Are you okay with someone else coming up, or do you want to just?
Oh, sure. No. I'm sure. I don't know if they come up. I'm like,
she's sweet. She's sweet.
Respect is respect. I'm good on that.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring up Mo Love. Hey, Momo.
Hey, girl. I thought you dropped the link for everybody. No,
not yet. This was supposed to be a one-on-one with me and Tommy, but Tommy says he's cool with you being up here. Did you want to add something?
I was gonna speak on body count, but the hair thing, I love my hair. So, I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. I guess if it mattered to my man, I would consider his feelings,
Right.
I think the bigger deal is it should matter to who you're with. You get what I'm saying? Like, you should compromise if you're in a relationship with somebody if they care. I don't think it's a big deal. I look at it as art, creativity. As long as that man sees you natural and likes you in your natural state, That's all that matters. Now, if you are with the man and he can never see you natural, you always have a pound of makeup on and a wig, that's definitely a problem.
I always wonder, like, again, it is a bit dismissive when the women will say it doesn't matter. But the things about a man, regardless of what they are, they matter. Him being 6 feet matters. Him making 6 figures matters. And nobody ever comes out and says, well, there's something wrong with a guy with only 3 inches. We all sat and made fun of Puffy when we saw the video. Not one person said, hey, not every girl want a giant. I don't know why when a man says something, which is very simple, it would be nice that we could have our women look like our children. And their excuse is it's just art. But when a white girl is using that same art to get box braids or whatever it is, she's cultural appropriating. I just find that strange.
I'm more so
okay. Calling it cultural appropriation is kind of crazy to me. Welcome in, willing to win. Okay, so this is why it's not cultural appropriation. Okay, so respectfully, there is nothing about the wig that I'm wearing, and we'll get back on the body count topic as well. Nor is there anything about the wigs that I do wear where I am trying to emulate a woman outside my race. So that's the whole point. No matter what type of style of hair I'm doing, I am still unapologetically a black woman who still loves her natural hair, who still loves her natural everything, to the point where I can kind of just do the styles and still do it in a way where it doesn't mimic someone else. Even with this hairstyle, I am still unapologetically a black woman.
So a white woman with braids is still unapologetically a white woman.
I don't have issues with the whole braids. It's just when your hair starts falling out because you're doing a style that is not meant for your hair. Again, I'm a cosmetologist by trade. So any style that I'm going to do on anybody, black, white, Indian, at the cosmetology school, I went to Empire Beauty School. So shout out to Empire Beauty School. We did all types of hair. But I also knew that the person's hair health is what matters. I've never been the type of person that says, oh, Kim Kardashian and the Bo Derek braids and all that. I didn't care about that. At the end of the day,
but you do know that that's a thing, though, right? You know that it's a big thing that white girls don't go around trying to beat black girls out of wearing blonde wigs. It doesn't happen. They don't go around and say, how dare you do what my ancestors did? But there's actually a group of, there's a large contingent to where that word cultural appropriation has become a word that you can look up in Webster's. Mm-hmm. That it is that big that black women have a problem with somebody else just doing what you and the young lady just said, being stylish and having fun.
So the issue that came with the cultural appropriation, just because, again, these are things that I actually research because this is in my trade. If we are familiar with the Crown Act, I believe it got passed 3-4 years ago now. So the whole idea was if other cultures can do with their hair what we naturally do with our hair and not get in trouble for it, we should not be getting in trouble, to the point where teachers, coaches, if a child has locks or braids, they shouldn't have somebody coming and cutting their hair. Right. So that is the only issue when it came down to the cultural appropriation. At least the genesis of the situation was the fact that if they can do it and not get in trouble, this is actually how we naturally wear our hair. So we should not get in trouble either. Where our hair should not be called distracting. Our hair should not be seen as problematic in any capacity.
Can I ask a question? And why can they get lip fillers and get butts to look like a black woman, but that's never called out? It's just a question.
I'll answer that. When did black women have a monopoly on butts and lips?
I'm just saying because we always...
No. That's a real question. You said it as if black women have it and the other people don't. That's what you said.
Well, we know.
So I'm just asking, when did y'all have a monopoly on it?
It's not about a monopoly, but when it did come down,
if you say they're getting it like us.
Well, hold on, because we also do know who Sarah Bartman is, correct?
What does that have to do with you?
But again,
You're not shaped like Sarah Bartman.
You don't know how I'm shaped, Tommy.
I only mentioned that because we're doing the comparison.
Y'all can't have a genuine conversation.
You don't know how I'm shaped.
What you know is bad built women. Why try to act like every woman that you know that's black is shaped like that when it is literally not true?
Okay, so I'm gonna be serious. I'm not gonna troll you. I'm sorry.
That's all I'm asking. Let's have a real conversation so they can see a real one had.
Yes. So it's not about that. It's the fact that for millennia, Black women, our bodies, our hair, our shapes, our noses, everything about us that people wanted to deem as bad, even though we already know that it was also sexualized because they actually were turned on by it. Now, when we see other cultures of women, to the point where even with Sarah Bartman, we do know that that's where the petticoat, that shape was supposed to be made because they started wanting to look like how we were naturally built. But again, it was when you started demonizing us, but praising other races of women that were looking like or trying to look like us, that became an issue. It's not about us having a monopoly on it. It's just, let's be honest, we want what's fair. If Black women are supposed to be the lowest women, the most unattractive, unappealing women, yet somehow we are also still the most sexual or the most lusted over, how is it that we are deemed bad while when they do it, they're deemed good? That's the only issue I think Black women truly have. Now, all these other exasperating conversations. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm just asking. Are white men and Black men the same, or are we different?
Y'all are different.
So why is it that we're not running around saying that the white man's body or the white man's standard of handsome? Why is it that we seem to have no problem with our differences and their differences? And even when a white boy like Travis Kelce, or the one that's supposed to be pro-Black, but he's a white boy, Sean, whatever his name, we don't go around saying, how dare he get a haircut like us? Why he got a bowl cut like us? We don't sit up there and say they body shaming our penises. They're trying to be like us when they get Viagra. We ain't never said nothing like this, and we didn't need no Crown Act. We ain't never told no white boy he cultural appropriating us.
One, the Crown Act is not just for women.
Can I respond really quick? The only reason why I made that comparison was because I heard a lot of comparison of the black woman being compared to the white woman. I normally don't even get involved in these back and forth debates. I believe that a lot of it is respectfully YouTube talking points. It's
so
not that serious to me.
I'm even going to add to this, because Tommy loves to think, especially when it comes down to the women of this, YouTube space, that we actually don't like Black men. And coming from Roxy, I love my Black men. I do. I
never said y'all don't. When did I say this?
You did say something like that. And
I heard you, Tommy. Listen.
Huh?
We were on Trey's show. I think it was last week. You did mention how Black women don't really desire Black men.
And
hold on. Oh, wait, no. This is what I mean when I say it. Because, go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, because we do love Black men. A lot of the times that really started hurting our feelings as Black women, and I can't speak for all Black women, but I can kind of get an idea, is when Black men started saying the same features that they didn't like about us, they started liking about other women. And that was the issue, because even if we don't have a monopoly on Black men and Blackness, that does hurt a little bit, where the men that are supposed to be desiring you, because not only do they come from you, you come from them, but they are the ones who are now saying that you're not good enough either. So it's one thing for white men, Asian men, Spanish men. It's all fine and dandy for them to say that. But then when the ones that we're supposed to be connected with, going through the struggle with, going through hell and high water with, y'all are now saying that it's not good enough either. Our bodies aren't good enough. But when a white girl with a BBL comes around, y'all are all jaw dropping.
Hold on, wait a second. A white boy with a large penis, y'all go nuts. Travis Kelce. However, I let you say. I did not let.
I'm sorry.
Travis Kelce just got a haircut and talked like a Black guy. And y'all were in such love with him that when he broke up with his Black girlfriend, y'all were on his page begging him to go back. To this day, she still speaks about him, and he's engaged, about to be married to someone else. Ain't nobody told y'all couldn't do it. Whenever you say this, y'all do this to a white woman, but not a Black woman. A fine Black woman still gets Black men's attention. We do not say anything. No, but that's what I'm saying. So don't say something that's literally not true, because if you got a pretty face and you got a small waist and a big butt, Black men are your number one consumers. Y'all don't get that. As a matter of fact, you see the ones who typically end up with white dudes are the ones who are shaped like how Black women used to, like how y'all just claim Black women got butts and breasts. Well, I'm this person called 50. And in the 80s and 90s, guess what black girls didn't walk around with? Big badunkadunks. Go look at the pictures. Go look at the fact that all the women that you saw who were out front, your Vanessa Williams, you saw your Pebbles, you saw your Stephanie Mills. You didn't see none of them walking around. Somebody in the comment section brought up what's her name? The one that's got the that was married to all the white men and she got the daughter now.
Diana Ross.
Diana Ross. What butt breast Diana Ross had? They didn't. Y'all making up stuff. There was no one walking around just shaped like. The only people who were shaped like that was old grandmas. Women who were young. Go look at all TV shows. Go look at Good Times. There wasn't nobody just walking around. Only one had a shape was Walona. Again, the aunt.
They said Thelma was thick though. They said Thelma had a little body on it.
Was slim and fit. Everyone else was. And I'm not making it up. Go look it up, y'all. If they think I'm lying, go look it up. Listen, go look up all the black women. Go look up Foxy Brown. Foxy Brown wasn't walking around with big butt and walking.
Well, those are the ones on display, right, Tommy?
Huh?
Those are only the ones on display that you actually see.
Give me 1 second, y'all. Because we're doing a little one-on-one with Tommy. So anybody in the back, real quick, we're just having one-on-one with Tommy, and then we'll get back to the body count conversation with Tommy as well.
Moments, girl. They trying to stop your clippable moments. You got to have some clippable moments. Don't let them try to stop your money.
No, I'm talking about the man who was saying you only had 24 people and you asking for. Yes, I'm asking for support from the people who love me and support me.
Let me tell you how to get it. That's the only reason why I say this, because I've been saying this for years and I never understood it. Black people do things differently and it ain't right. Let me tell you something. Facebook had hundreds of thousands of people who were on their site before they finally started charging. Black folks don't even wait. And I'm telling you, it's an ugly thing, which is why y'all be going out. They grow here and don't move. Because y'all will first make a YouTube channel and start asking people for money. You don't wait till you get big. You don't bring them in with the free stuff. Let me tell you something. I sold weed when I was in college. You know what I did when I first give out my first hit?
What you do? You gave a little sample, little nick bag?
That's right. Even the Asians are smart enough when you go past their stuff to let you have it for free. Black folks you don't even know their name. And they saying, hit the cash out. And you're like, nigga, you don't have nobody. What you're supposed to do is give them a product that they love. And once you do it, even how long I've been doing it, you still rarely, if ever, hear me say, hit cash out. Because if they like you, they're going to be there. But when you get the big enough audience, you're going to have it and they're just going to do it. But we start off asking for something. It always looks like a grift when Black people are doing things, because there's no reason, if I'm bringing you knowledge, do I have to ask you to send me money? That's just my take.
It's not a matter of that, but I do agree with what you're saying, how it can look grifty. And I do appreciate, trust me, I appreciate the knowledge. I am someone who is a-okay with learning, especially from people who have been here and doing this thing.
You've been very sweet. I got to give you credit. I'm saying you've been very sweet.
You said that. That's why I'm like, you acted like you don't remember me. You said that.
You know, I talk to so many people and I'm old. It's two things.
Those who don't know, Tommy was ready to jump down my throat. He was ready to cuss me out.
Hey, I'm usually trying to get down most women's throat. But...
Oh my. Okay. Hello, Deborah. Hello, everyone coming in. Please make sure you are hitting the like. No, but in all seriousness, gosh, I forgot what the original point was. I do appreciate you for saying that, because I do understand the whole concept of trying to grow and understand things. I do feel like, you know, when you are making a show and things can always change with the show, and I appreciate when we can kind of pivot because it's fun. But I do like the idea of the work that I do put in, the work that I'm willing to learn. And again, you know, the apps that are being used to make the show more quality, it is not free. So, you know, you would like to be compensated for the work that you do. But I understand what you're saying.
I was about to say, here's what people will tell you. No one told you to get into that business. So when you say this cost, you chose. Imagine me coming to pick up a woman in my Corvette C8 orange and black and tell her, girl, this car ain't cheap. You need to give me some money when I'm picking you up. She's like, yeah, I didn't tell you to pick me up in this.
Listen, some men will ask for a little gas money, and then you do have to kind of look at them kind of crazy.
Do they?
I'm with you, Mo Love. Who's doing this?
No.
I would love to hear the story of a woman saying, I did this.
It's not a lot of men, but you will have a couple of men who will look at Shawty, this rental got to come back. Can you kind of help me out?
You make it think. Y'all see,
I didn't make that one up. I didn't make that one up. I did. I'm lying. But the gas money is a real thing. I have been asked for gas money from guys who will be trying to pursue
we
me.
get asked more women asking us to get them an Uber to where we at than us asking them for gas money when we pick them up. That is the truth.
Deny that I don't deny. So I do want to ask Tommy.
Again, I would love one of y'all women who are out there while we listening, any one of y'all women listening, please tell me about the guy who came to pick you up and said, give me some gas money. Please, I want to hear this story since she says it happens. I just want to hear it.
Had that experience.
Nobody has that one. The dude know he ain't getting nothing when he do this. He knows
it's not an often thing, but there are situations where you do have guys, and we've had conversations over here about, men who might not be financially ready to be dating. And then we also talk about women who are not emotionally healed enough. So we do look at both sides of things.
Yeah, but you can't just make okay. If I know
one part of that story,
one guy survived falling out of an airplane that crashed. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to sit here and have a discussion off that as if that's something we can actually discuss when I know it's an anomaly. That's why a lot of people, no offense, I speak very honest. That's why a lot of people don't take women podcasters. That's why the biggest ones are men. We don't take them seriously because y'all will be having an honest conversation as long as you think you're winning. As soon as you think you're losing, you start lying to make you win. And when all you got to do is be honest and say, well, no, I don't see that. It's never happened to me. Like the woman in the comment section said, that's never happened. The woman up here said, that's never happened. So why speak on it as if it's a real thing? It isn't.
Okay, so what I will say is women are storytellers. We are hyperbolic. I think we like to have conversations the same way that we like to be entertained with television and everything else. That's why rom-coms, all these situations that could be a little more askew and unreal do happen. Even in the conversation of body count, where I was with those gentlemen up there on Trade of Truth Tellers, we did have the conversation of how women can get programmed and propagandized to believe that love and situations and romance is supposed to go one way. And I think that is the issue that men have with women podcasters, because we do kind of go with the same formula. But I
will say this, you will not like it if I was your man and I said I was coming home at 10 and I didn't come home till 4, if I sat there and was hyperbolic. See, y'all women love to be very straightforward and logical when y'all catch somebody else. Y'all don't allow that crap. You don't. So don't say you do it. It is literally a thing that's a lie. It's like you said. What did you say about the white people? You said the white people, when they do the hair like that, it's no problem. But when we do the hair, it's a problem. So you can accept that people are being mistreated from one side. And what if I just said it's just in white's nature? So we got to let it happen.
But hold on, because that's not the same argument that we were making when you actually have to have a full actual act. Like you actually have to take something to Congress because it is discrimination. We do know that that's different.
No one discriminated against black women's hair because black men didn't go around needing this. Black men don't need it.
Hold on, the Crown Act did not just cover black women's hair. The Crown Act was for black men.
If your hair was being discriminated against, then why did you get said law and then turn around and keep wearing wigs? Why did you need it?
Again, because I like to switch up my hair. If I want to wear braids one day, if I want to wear, you guys have seen me with a many different hairstyles.
Right.
Yeah.
I get what you do, but what I'm saying is if the majority of you do to the point of where it's a $1 billion industry, then you did not need, you literally did not need a Crown Act when you're going to ignore the act.
But not all black women wear wigs. So there are black women that do strictly just wear their natural hair.
That's
so
true.
yes, that act is still
And they
needed.
weren't the ones having the problem. Even when they got on the stage, when they signed the bill, this is how weird black women are. I'm going to tell y'all 2 things that happened. Y'all are weirdos for this. During the bill and during when that guy called them women nappy head hoes, they had a press conference to try and say we are not had nappy headed hoes. And during that press conference, you know what they all had? Wigs and perms. It didn't make sense.
So you are familiar, and we'll get back to the original topic, y'all, I promise. But you do also know about the Teigen laws of Louisiana?
Chrissy Teigen? No, I don't know.
So the cheating laws were where wealthy black women or freed black women had to wrap their hair. Our hair was actually illegal at one point, especially in Louisiana.
And y'all ain't got this problem now.
Hold on, because things do pass down. The same way that generational trauma gets passed down, these things get passed down as well. Because this is even why we have the epidemic of the bonnet wearers, because at the end of the day, a lot of women were passed down shame of their hair. So the Crown Act not only made it where you could not get discriminated by, but it was also to try to make the natural hair movement, because I think, what was it, 2014, where they started redoing the natural hair movement again, and it became a big deal, but then it started getting washed out with all the 4C, 3C, 3A, 1A, 1B, all that kind of stuff, hair types, nonsense that people don't even understand, but that's neither here nor there. So the point that I'm trying to get to is the fact that history has shown an issue with black women's hair, and that has been passed down psychologically through black women as well. So where it is talked about where black women just want to be comfortable doing whatever they want with their hair, I do actually advocate for that.
Okay, I have a response. I want y'all all to see how black women are the biggest strong victims on earth. Okay. They'll tell you how strong they are, but every time you catch them in something, they will go back to generational curse. So, okay, let me tell you about a generational curse that black men have. We were slaves just like black women, although they act like we weren't. Not only were they treated a certain way, but at least they were able to sleep with master. If we looked at master's wife, you can say wow when she was talking. So please let me
finish. That was wild. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
You were able to listen. What did I lie about? What did I say that was wrong?
I didn't. That's just, we were able to sleep with master.
I said, but yet we couldn't look at master's wife without being hurt. She brought up Sarah Bartman. You ever brought up Emmett Till?
I've talked
Did
about
Emmett Till have sex with this woman?
Not at all.
Did he touch her?
No.
No, but where is he at? In the ground. And why? So instead of going, that's why I tell y'all, black men, they don't care about us. I'm supposed to feel bad about Sarah Bartman, but they don't feel bad about Emmett Till, who was a boy. And I didn't say anything wrong. I said they were able to physically be with the white man and nothing happened. Black men were murdered for looking at the white woman, whistling at her. And yet we don't say today we have trauma from that. Black men had their children taken away from them. They were not allowed to be fathers. They were sold from plantation to plantation. So that should mean they're used to being deadbeats. And yet you would not give a man who decided not to take care of his kid generational trauma. You would never sit up there and say, I understand why he's not taking care of his kid because his daddy wasn't there and his daddy wasn't there. You would never say this. You would say, you're a deadbeat if you don't take care of your kid. Because we expect men that no matter what happened in the past, that today is the day that your grown ass know right from wrong. You just said that that the women today are wearing bonnets because of what happened back in the 1920s. And yet again, I keep pointing out that I'm 50. And no one was wearing bonnets in the 80s or the 90s. They weren't. And as a matter of fact, in the 70s, most of the women had afros. So they keep making up lies about why they do something today, pretending like they don't remember there was a time in which it wasn't done. And you be right if there was not a time in which it wasn't done. Just like men taking people getting married. They had it illegal during slavery for black men to marry black women. And they cared so much about families that they still did it. So we had a marriage rate than white people in 1960.
I gotta cut in real quick. So black men were victimized. Emmett Till was a boy. He was a victim. No one is ever going to go against that. I am never going to not say that. That is something I've always stood on as a woman. And as a mother of a black son. Sarah Bartman was a victim. They literally put this woman in a human zoo. Black women were not allowed to sleep with master because property cannot consent to being in those situations. Those women
So
were
why do
great.
you say white people allow their dogs to kiss them in the mouth? Why do they say this? It's their property.
So again, now we're comparing black women to dogs.
You just said property.
Because at that time, that is what a slave was. So I'm saying you said that black women
were like dogs, animals.
They were. We were actually less than, but
so then why would you try to say so? Now you did that. You never have a dishonest conversation.
Hold on, Tommy, real quick. Y'all, give me a second. We're gonna open up the panel a little later. Like I said, we're kind of having a back and forth. Just let us kind of get this conversation understood. Okay. Ooh, Tommy, if you are interested, we might have to go into a deeper conversation about this. I'm going to take it back because we will get derailed. So, Tommy, we're going to take it back to the original topic. What is your body count?
Oh, whoa! If I had to count, which I had to stop counting in my 20s, the number was way too high. It's in the thousands.
Tommy.
Oh, wow.
Yup.
Did you love these women?
More backs than a chiropractor. You hear me?
Did you love these women?
No, I can't love every hamburger I eat, but I like meat. Stop laughing, Miss Love. Mo Love.
Pause. No Diddy for that.
Thousands. I mean, you didn't
listen. Let me tell you what happened. I didn't know it was a thing when I was young. It wasn't because I didn't know it was a thing, but apparently, I have a very large member.
Love you, Scarred.
So because of that, it came in handy a lot, and people wanted it. So people would tell somebody else about it, and somebody would tell. That's why I don't even listen to women when they say what they don't do, because women would tell another women to do stuff. And so I'm a young man, and the old women used to say something about it, to the point of where I was 10 years old and I was molested by a 25-year-old woman.
Oh my God.
Because of it.
So sorry.
So a lot of it was, I guess, it just started happening, and I'm not going to say it's a good thing or not. It just became, hell, one of the things I did when I first graduated college, needed a job, started being a personal trainer. What happened? A lot of the women I was personal training wanted me to actual train them. See what I did that with train. Anyway, that's what they wanted me to do. So it just became a thing. And so it's like a woman with a really nice shape. If she just says, well, fuck it, and let me start an OnlyFans, since everybody like looking at it.
Ooh.
That's what it was.
Okay, so part of me wants to say you were a victim.
I was.
And that is a trauma response, which I feel a lot of people, when they lean into promiscuity, have to kind of acknowledge that is sometimes a trauma response. You can
but you got to remember, they give men, the response to it is different. Meaning, the response to a rich woman isn't the same as a response to a rich man. The response to a tall woman isn't the same as it is to a response to a tall man. So the response to a guy who sleeps with women, which is why I don't like it whenever when I first told the story on YouTube of what happened, niggas came up and said, he gay if he didn't like that. And I was 10.
Yeah, that's
what do we say about little boys that get molested by teachers? The grown ass men in the comment section will be saying, I wish my teachers was like that. Grown men.
Mm-hmm.
But they wouldn't say this if the girl was 15 and the teacher looked like Brad Pitt.
So I'm going to say this. All those people who know good and doggone well of power dynamics, messing with children, they belong under the jail. Point blank, period. So what I was trying to refer to as far as the trauma response, the only reason why we look at sexual assault and all these other situations, and luckily I'm not monetized yet, so don't get me YouTube. But the reason why these things are important to understand is because when it comes down to other assets of abuse, the sexual side of things are the ones that usually feel good. So a lot of people don't understand that this is wrong until it's too late.
Yeah, so a woman can be getting raped and still have an orgasm, and they tried to use that against women a long time ago.
And I agree.
I'm a psychologist, so when y'all make faces or sounds about things, I'm like, these are things I've studied. So I try to get.
I'm a little sensitive stomach, so I appreciate you for.
But you got to. That's what another thing. When you having conversations, if you really are trying to bring people together and have conversations, that's why people go to get their degrees. Mm-hmm. You cannot have a visceral response to a fact.
I agree.
Because there's a safety tree is what you put a lot of people want to be in. When you do that to somebody, it's like what you were talking about a woman's history or her body count. If a woman said the exact same thing I just said, people have a visceral response to it, which makes her say, I'll never tell your ass nothing truthful again.
So I do need people to understand that a visceral response, especially to something that is traumatic, something that is technically disgusting. I don't want people to ever think that we're blaming the victims. I don't ever want people to feel like they can't tell their truth. It's not a matter of that. It's the fact that we are human and we do know that these human reactions happen and we're not happy about them. A person like me, I've had this conversation on YouTube for a while now. I am not happy with how many women predators can get away with things. I'm not happy with how many men predators can get away with things. I don't believe that predators can get away with things to the point where Rogue C, I'm putting us off the record, but Rogue C does believe in certain vigilantism. If certain people need to get checked up out of here, listen, shout out to the vigilantes that will and will not do things. I'm not saying you should or should not, but I do believe that there is a certain expectation that we can't just put into the hands of the government, because we have already found out that the government is full of predators as well. Again, off record. But to your point, it's not about that we don't want the victims to tell their stories or to tell their sides. It's just a matter of we have so many people that are going to disagree with us. Like you said, the men who will say that you're part of the LGBT because you were not happy about that happening to you once you actually realized that that was something wrong. Those type of men don't deserve a voice, in my opinion, because you're wrong. Children can't come back and say these situations happen to them because people are going to make them feel like they're wrong.
Well, that's why I was pointing out something that was factual, that a woman can actually orgasm in the midst of a sexual assault, but it doesn't mean she wasn't sexually assaulted because the orgasm happened. That is a natural response to physical stimulation. Just like a boy can have a natural response and he don't even want to do it, but this adult touches him in a certain way or a certain thing that happens. We have a lot of physical responses that have nothing to do with want or not want. So that's what I was explaining. There should be no one who would find that even viscerally strong or say it's messed up, because that happens. And a lot of women had that used against them prior to a psychologist like myself coming out and telling them just because one thing happened doesn't mean the other thing didn't.
And this is why Rosie and I give. Go for it, boo. I was just going to say, this is why my disclaimer is I am not a psychologist. My father is one. He wants me to be one so bad. I don't have the stomach.
You should, yes. And he'll tell you everything. Let your daddy hear what I'm saying. He'll tell you. He know what he's talking about. I'm good at what I do.
No, my dad, and I believe it. My dad is very good at what he does as well. And that's why I'm like, I'm not callous enough for it. I know, especially with a lot of, shout out to the Black men psychologists as well. Y'all are calloused in the right areas to be able to do this. I am not. What were you saying?
What did you say as far as the graping when it comes to the males? You said that they don't speak up because of what people would think.
Oh, yeah, I've said that before, that the men, because it's hard to speak up because they tell you it's a thing of weakness. And again, that's why in the Black community, one of the first things a Black woman does to diss a man that she doesn't even know is try to challenge his sexuality. Somebody tell me if I'm lying. First words out of her mouth is something about he's sassy, he gay, he LGBTQ, and they best friends be that. And they still will say that to a man they do not know. You're an incel, a man you do not know. You don't know who he's sleeping with. And as a matter of fact, if you cared, you should not care that a man has a high body count, but you now dissing that man for not having it.
You know what, Tommy? I don't think you've been around enough decent Black women.
I always hear that word. Y'all will say that. We'll make a disclaimer and say, when a guy tells you he's had a bad woman, y'all, or he's met bad women, y'all will say it's his fault. It's not a thing. Well, if it's a large group of people who believe the I'll say this: stereotypes come from somewhere. Y'all claim y'all got big butts. Y'all claim y'all curvaceous, but you sure won't claim the attitude.
Oh, I claim mine. I told people, I don't know if you were in the chat, Tommy. They call me Toxie. I'm toxic. I'm all that.
No, but so she said I haven't been enough around decent Black women.
I didn't say that.
One second. I'll let you finish. I'm saying just wouldn't take the stance of maybe there aren't very many. Wouldn't say that.
Okay. again, I think people also speak from personal experiences, and sometimes we allow that to make sometimes to become everyone's reality, and that's not always the case. There are some decent Black women out
Welcome
here.
in,
All of
tyranny.
us are not angry towards Black men. Some of us actually love our Black men.
Not even that. I think that we are starting to see the great divide start coming together, even if it looks bad, because, everything in the healing process looks horrible when it's healing. So I think we are actually coming to the head of this great divide, this gender war, where people are kind of starting to find the phases in themselves, the accountability in themselves where they need to correct.
I think
Can you put that back up on the screen?
I'm sorry?
That's the biggest part of it.
Can you put that back up on the screen?
Oh gosh,
What
yes.
you had up there?
This one.
Yeah, I just want to prove something to the people.
Okay.
This is a woman that for some odd years, this woman has been stalking me. I do not know this raccoon eyes woman, but she just keeps doing this. Everywhere I go, she shows up. I don't know this lady. She need to be taking care of her kid. No, put it back up for a second.
Okay.
I don't want to say, Rogue, Tommy is anti-black, is anti-everything Black women speak about. So apparently, whenever I say Black women this or Black women that, they say Black women are not a monolith and you can't paint us all with the same brush. But guess who paints them all with the same brush? Them. They tell you what Black women do. You did it earlier, young lady. Y'all will speak for Black women as if y'all all think and act the same. But then when someone else does it, you get mad. Let me go to the second part. Except the ones that suck his dick. Please, Lord, let him move around, says the woman who followed me over here. Not the other way around, but you had to speak it again.
Tyranny is so I have worked with Tyranny. Tyranny has worked with me. We do know each other.
Okay.
As far as being as far as being in the UP space together.
If I'm constantly on videos with homosexuals,
oh boy,
would you think I was heterosexual?
I would question it.
Mm-hmm. So I always find it odd that if you see me and you don't like me and you've let me know 8,000 times you don't like me, it would be shocking that you came back for 8,001. So you just want my attention at that point, and which is a weird thing, and I get it. This dick is impressive, and she's seen it. That's why she keeps bringing it up. Because every time, and a lot of them do it. And again, that's what I told you about what my problem was. They see it, then they get mad. So, but they can't listen. Just ask to suck it. Don't sit up here and cause a fight with me. I ain't fighting you. Jesus Christ, watch it and leave me alone. The
Would
link
that
is on
not add to the body count problem?
Listen, no, you called it a problem. This ain't the 3-body problem. I don't. You called it a problem. Why did you call it a
Tommy,
problem?
when you're saying thousands, I don't know. That sounds problematic to me.
Okay, I do have a sex addiction. I even admitted that once. I talked about that. I think I have an addiction to it, but it's just like an addiction to eating or an addiction to smoking or drinking. I do have an addiction to it because even when I'm finished, I want to do it again.
That is an addiction, and I'm happy that you are aware of that.
Yes, most people are, but so I'm not going to say. But here's when I call it a problem. Call things a problem. Addictions problems. If you drink and you don't go to work and you beat your wife and you neglect your kids. If you smoke and your lungs are about to give out and you can't walk up the stairs. Everybody has some things that they like. Most of y'all, the biggest addiction is this internet right now. Because y'all go from show to show to show and be on here for hours a day. And many of y'all, like Tyranny, have children and still got time to spend hours arguing with strange men. But that ain't called an addiction, especially when you're doing it. And at the end,
definitely, this space is addictive to a lot of people. I can agree with that. I think when it comes down to you, Tommy, you do say some controversial things that kind of can scratch the right and wrong sides of the brain, depending on who you are as a person. And, I appreciate the fact that we can have this conversation. I do, because you and I had, like I said, our little issue with how you speak about women and how I guess we should be dealt with. That's kind of where we had our little interaction before. So I think you kind of know how to get people. You're what was that scene from the movie Step Brothers or something? It's provocative. It gets the people going. You know how to get the people going, and it comes with its good and its bad.
Shouts out to a brother named Seven. He just bought me a shot. Thank you very much. We're out of Uncle Nearest, so I'm about to drink the other nearest thing near me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
If they pay me to drink, I got to drink.
Listen, shout out to the shots. We're not mad at the shots. But I think, and you let me know if you and Mo Love are ready for the panel to get opened up so we can go back to the body count conversation.
Body count conversation. I was with you.
Yes.
And I like when you shut the girl down and say, hey, people calling it pseudoscience. Let me tell you, most of the people who call it pseudoscience are hoes. Hoes will say it's pseudoscience. Anybody knows women are receptacle. Mm-hmm. You can't just have people just being up in there and dropping off their DNA.
I agree.
And for a woman to say it's not a big deal, we wouldn't listen to a man say, it's not a big deal. I keep sleeping with other men. I'm still heterosexual. We wouldn't listen to that. We wouldn't listen. A woman would listen to her man say, it's not a big deal. I keep spending time with the side chick. Yes, it is. These things are big deals. Now, you might want to do them. That's why you see I didn't knock down what you said. When you said it is a problem, you got a number that high. You didn't hear me say that. No, it ain't. No, I'm sitting up here saying, no, it is. But it's according to what I do with it. That's why I said, well, let me turn it into an industry then.
Boy, oh boy, they're coming in. Oh boy, buckle up, everybody. All right. Woo, all right, let me welcome to the stage real quick. So originally we had Tommy, myself, Mo Love. Now we got Choco Kitty, Mick, we got Nightish. Oh boy, y'all are coming in. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. Thank you for joining us as well. Now we got Willing to Win and Scam Likely. All right. And
can I just respond to him real quick? I'm not going to argue with him. I just want to respond to what he just said.
Okay. Hi, okay. Choco. Hi.
Hey, my bad. Hi. So I'm gonna respond to what you just said about the pseudoscience thing. So whether somebody is a hoe or sleeps with a lot of people and whether soul ties is pseudoscience, that's two different conversations. So I feel like you made an assumption based on me saying that something is pseudoscience, and that has nothing to do with that has nothing to do with how many people I sleep with. I talk about pseudoscience because I'm pro-science. I'm against pseudoscience. So therefore, that's why I said that it was pseudoscience. They don't have nothing to do with who's doing what. That's a whole completely different conversation. So that was a logic fail on your part. And it was uncalled for. That's it.
Well, first off, ma'am, it wasn't personal. I don't know you. And I said, and I will continue to say it, that anybody, in my opinion, who thinks that there is a tie to the person you are sleeping with, or that there's no tie to that person. As a matter of fact, there is science that shows about women and the oxytocin released when they have orgasms. There is science that shows the attachment they have to that man they had it with until they have their next cycle.
That's not a soul tie. That's all I'm saying.
They call it a soul tie, meaning that you have this connection to a person. They use the word soul, just like when people say black folks got soul. You know what they mean when they say it.
Choco, we do have to understand that sex is a spiritual thing. You are.
Well, see, that's also all right. I'm not gonna do it, but yeah, that is also pseudoscience. I'm just a scientific person. That's it. I'm not gonna argue with y'all, but so all I wanted to say was that I'm sorry for cutting you off. I just wanted to say, like, it's really all about the science, nothing else. That's it.
I disagree.
Bro, can I say something real quick to kind of
person with a background with the science?
Hold on.
That's what's weird. A person with a background with the science. I have it. I don't understand. I could see if I was just a person randomly just saying things, but I understand. I get it. Okay, then go look it up.
I didn't say what you were saying just now isn't true. Okay, that could be true, but if it's not soul ties, it's not spiritual, it's not magical or mystical. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe I'm confused. When you hear the word soul tie, what does it mean to you? So I can tell you if that was what I was saying or not. Because apparently the word soul tie means something to you different than it did to me.
When I hear soul ties, I'm thinking of like what she said, something spiritual, something that science cannot detect, something that's like more than what like meets the eye. Nothing. If you're talking about oxytocin, if you're talking about stuff being released as a part of a physical process, that's not spiritual. That's
Okay, and
science.
that's what
But
I was
the problem is that no, I don't agree with
but
soul
me,
ties. That's it.
but me, what was I saying when you came up here and talked to me? What
But
were
you
the words?
responded to me. So wait, but when you responded to me, what was I saying?
No. I said, what were the words I used when you were asking? So therefore,
you said that the girl who said that it's pseudoscience is probably a hoe. That's what you
when
said.
you were talking to me. Jesus, never mind.
Okay. So let's take it back to this whole body count situation. Whether it's pseudoscience or not, there is science that explains why people get connected to each other. And if you want to go for the spiritual side of things, there is a spiritual side that will deem why we get connected to each other when we have sex. So the whole point is when men do have that conversation, when it comes on to this body count conversation, we can understand why I guess a man will feel like you will still be caught up on your exes if you do have a larger body count. Can we all agree to this or no?
No.
Okay.
No,
so Nidish, go ahead. Thank you so much for your patience.
I think men and women can be detached. There may be somebody that can what they say one man supposedly did something to you that you're gonna be stuck with forever. I don't think all men. There's one woman that can do something to you that you may be trapped forever, but not all women, no.
Okay, so I will take that. That is fair. So before I continue, does anyone else have a disagreement to the whole soul tie argument?
Okay. Shout out to everybody. Thanks for bringing it up. It's fantastic. Can you hear me? Am I coming in clear?
All right.
Yeah, you clear.
Thank you for coming up.
Salute. Yeah. What's up? Shout out everybody. I guess no, I definitely don't disagree with it because, like I said, it's sex is a spiritual thing outside of just the physical. And then, like you said, you can tie. I don't think a lot of people understand that a lot of things that we understand to be spiritual have scientific backing, right?
Of course.
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I said, of course, I agree.
Okay, yeah. So, and like Tommy says, especially being that if you understand, how many women do not actually reach sexual satisfaction, and they talk about this. If you can get a woman to actually be sexually satisfied, and have certain oxytocin, and I always get the other. What's the other main pleasure?
Dopamine.
The other main pleasure on what's the name?
Is it dopamine?
Yeah, dopamine. There we go. Thank you. And dopamine, you create a special bond with that woman mentally and physically because you're able to do something that most other men cannot do. So that definitely exists.
And I agree with you. That's why, like I said, when it comes down to this whole situation of body count, I think Tommy was also going to counter my point as far as what I was saying. Tommy, was it about the comparison?
Well, I actually agreed with you when you were saying body count, but then I found it funny that you were saying men who you were trying to talk bad about men who compare themselves to women, but women have no problem comparing themselves to men. Matter of fact, y'all have more penis envy than anybody because of black women, because y'all will say, bruh, bro, suck my dick, give me head. Y'all speak like guys, so that's that thing. So how you talk down to a man that's comparing, saying, well, wait a minute, if women, because when men bring up what women do, we're not bringing it up saying we want to be y'all. We're bringing it up saying y'all are constantly saying you are equal to us. Well, if you're equal to us, then why can't we judge you like us? That's the only time men bring it up.
So let me say this.
Yo, bro,
for everyone, I have a lot of people that are new to Lover Gang. Thank you. Shout out to coming through for Lover Gang. I appreciate you.
Oh, Lover Gang. You got a high body count too? Okay.
Just because I'm a lover doesn't mean I have a high body count. No, sir. Not at all.
I thought that's what that meant. My bad.
No, sir.
I thought we was the same.
No.
Damn, my bad.
Whoa, especially not no thousands.
You understood me. Now I feel bad. How would you embarrass me in front of these good people?
Well, you assumed. That's what you get for assuming. No, I'm a lady.
Oh, God, I'm leaving.
I'm a lady. My parents raised me right. No, but in all seriousness,
Tommy,
when it comes
Michael.
down to how we think over here at Lover Gang, as a woman, and I've traveled down the feminist road, the new extremist feminist road. It's not for me. I believe that the issue is when women are trying to be equal to men, that's where we fail. I believe that the search is actually for equity and not equality. I am a woman. You are a man. I am in no way ever going to be equal to you, nor do I want to be. I don't want to have penis envy because I am pro the vajayjay. I enjoy what I have down there, It is wonderful. It is magical. It produces life. It is a great thing to be a woman. But there is a strength as having men around. There's a strength when having a man that I can respect, which is why I can go ahead and put men in the category of where they should be, because I know what manhood looks like, not because I want to be a man, but because I was raised by great men and I am surrounded by good men. So I can always say that no, I'm not envious of men, but I do have certain expectations and standards for men. But over here at Lover Gang, we do not hate men. We do not hate women because we love love.
Equity is way smarter than equality anyway.
Thank you.
Because it's empowerment. And what I was saying earlier about not all men, because they say it's one man that's gonna imprint you. They don't say all men gonna imprint you. It's one baby daddy that did something that he gonna always be able to come back, and the rest of them dudes were just in the way. It's one woman that impacted you. Other women is in the way.
So don't women imprint men?
Some women.
It's same way. It goes same way. I don't really get this shit when people like be acting like, oh, it's just women doing this. Like, it's the same thing. It's vice versa.
You introduced the
for Tommy to
profanity,
turn
so
around,
you old rogue.
All right, let me land, bro. Let me land, bro. Let me land. Right.
Okay,
Let me land.
hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Because I did not warn everybody about the profanity. Yes, we do have a swear jar. Again, your girl is trying to work towards monetization. So can we please kind of keep things, PG-13? I will give this warning one time, but yes, it is $5 for the F word, any F bombs and stuff like that. Because again, I am trying to get monetized. Thank you.
Now you got to give me credit. I came in and didn't do none of that because I understood. I'm pro. You say you pro man.
Yo, Tommy, can I land? I didn't even land, bro.
I was just letting her know I did that, and I'm supposed to be.
You want to run your mouth too much, look, bro.
Simon. Okay, hold on, Simon. I need you to read the room and check the vibes. Everybody is kind of just chilling right now. We don't need all this animosity. Y'all, the panel is full. I'm so sorry. So unless people kind of want to say their points and then drop, the panel is full for right now.
I respect your panel.
I'm gonna jump down.
Chaco, you are always welcome, but thank you so much for joining, Chaco. Okay. Thank you, Tommy, because Tommy was able to read the room. He did not come on any rah-rah, so I do appreciate you. Simon, go ahead and land.
No, I'm just saying, like, so when you're talking about you have your own impressions, like, and it's vice versa, right? It's like you're saying, like, you're quite happy to turn around and say, like, you laid with 1,000 women odd, right? So how are you going to take that if, like, you got the women you interact with is going to do the same damn thing, and you're going to, like, contradict that? It just don't make sense. That's all.
Okay. So who was that in rebuttal to? Nightish or?
No, Tommy.
Okay. So Tommy.
Whoa, how was that? See, again, I just want all of y'all to know. I want everybody to know. I go a lot of places, and that's why I say it. It'll be people who know me, dudes who know me, dudes who hate me, and I never met these guys. And they'll have something to say to me. I actually agreed with what he was saying. I believe women could do the same thing to me. And why do I know this? It's not even a belief. I know it. Because you'll watch dudes who sleep with 39,000 women, but he'll have this one woman he stalked, and he'll have this one woman, if she step out on him, he go nuts and wanna murder the whole neighborhood. So this dude just made an argument with me that didn't exist.
All right. So I mean, you're saying, all right. So look, I ain't trying to argue with you too tough, Tommy, because I know you from way back. But I'm just saying, look.
Oh Jesus!
Look, you can't turn around and go on the live. Like, I watched for a good hour and a half. Like, you turn around and you said I got thousands. Like, so what? You put your ding-a-ling in thousands,
bro. She asked me. Wait for that.
No, it's not. She asked you. You said it, bro. You said it.
Saying, but I answered a question. I answered a question that was posed to me. Should I have lied?
All right. No. You don't need
why
to
lie.
Why did that offend
you? Are you upset?
You said it.
Why are you upset about it?
You said it.
But why does it bother you?
I don't know any man that said anything like that before in my life. Okay.
Will Chamberlain.
Period. What? You lay down with 1,000 odd women? Are you serious? And you want these women to believe you?
Well, hold on. Wait.
You're
Wait, sir.
Simon.
Sir.
Calm down.
First off, I didn't lay down with all of them. Sometimes I stood up. Sometimes I had one of my legs on the couch.
Okay, the details. Wow. Okay. So
now he's like, no, I didn't do them. I just laid down on the couch.
Regardless of if Tommy is being hyperbolic or not, we do know that men typically have a higher body count. So that brought me back to the original point that Tommy was saying. It was not necessarily about comparing the body count.
Are you mad at me, but you're just glad to talk to me? It'd be a lot of that happen, young lady. A lot of these dudes just want to talk to me. They've been wanting to talk to me for 20 years. This they chance. And I wish y'all would just come in and be fans instead of be haters.
Yo, Tommy, I was snort you, bro. You know that, right? So
I don't know you.
Listen, don't talk. Like you can talk to these ladies like that. Don't talk to me.
What is going on?
I don't know you, bro.
Simon.
What is going on?
Let me tell you what this is called.
So Simon, if you're not gonna hit the swear jar, we'll have to drop you.
This is called sexual beef. For all y'all who know this is sexual beef. These people they don't know how to deal with the fact that they want to have sex with me, so they start a beef.
Pause.
Okay.
It is true though.
I'm the whole thing. We're listening to you at this point, Tommy.
Okay, so
thank you, Jose.
We're gonna go ahead.
I just want to say real quick, Tommy, I agree with most of the shit you say, but with respect, you're a whore, bro. For real.
I said this. I have a show with Brian. Wait a minute. Rogue, I have a show with this dude named Brian, and the show title is The Guru and the Whore. Guess which one of us is the whore?
You.
Why are they saying things to me that don't need to be said? This is so weird. And let me tell y'all something. Men are more mad at what they heard me say than these two women who've been on the panel. This is scary.
Okay. No, I'm not mad, man. I was just making a joke. I actually
give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second, please. Hold on. Forgive me for not having it ready. 1 second. Where is it? Y'all stress me out.
Boy, if you don't get the fuck out my face.
Damn, she sound like a black lady.
All right.
Well, he's like Colombian.
So, Simon, you are
He's not
for the 10 minutes. Appreciate you. All right. So we're gonna reset. We're gonna reset and regroup.
Who's at my front door?
All right. We're gonna reset and regroup. So the original conversation of comparing was about the whole double standards of men versus women with body count. So I know a lot of men do like to believe that you guys have free reign when it comes to sexual history. You guys are supposed to be fruitful and multiply. So I do want to know, why is it that men feel the need to be so sexually explorative where even 1,000 partners could be a thing? Go ahead, Tommy. Let me go ahead and.
You remember when I said that in our community, like today, the first thing y'all will tell a man is he don't get no pee. You don't get no pee. So if you spend your whole time trying to tell a man that his value is based upon how many other women want him, as a matter of fact, I can tell you from my own personal experience, when I was in college, I had a friend and I had never slept with her, but she was really pretty. I went to the club with her one week, and the next week I went by myself. The next week, a whole bunch of girls tried to sleep with me because of that. I used to have a girlfriend who was bisexual. She was really pretty. It was easier for her to get us to do a threesome more than it was for me to get us to do a threesome. Why? Because for some odd reason, women thought if he can sleep with her, then I'll sleep with him. It's a thing. Why do you think groupies will go to the VIP to sleep with one guy when there's a club full of guys who would like to sleep with them? There is a thing where women are judging men by how many people they sleep with, where men will then up their body count to make sure women view them as a viable option and as worthy for them.
Okay, and I'm not gonna lie, I do subscribe to this theory that women do have a habit of making something look more appeasing and more appealable to other women, right? So Tommy is not wrong in that aspect of things. We do have a situation where women compete with other women by even trying to take something that belongs to another woman. And we do live in a culture that we do have to admit that this is true, ladies, because when we are with the man, we even know this phenomenon with married men. So let me even go there. You know, the moment a man puts a ring on his finger, we have a whole bunch of women that now want to try your man even harder because they want to see, can they get him to crack? So we do have to understand or discuss amongst us as women, why do we do this? Why do we feel the moment something becomes unattainable, we now have to attain it instead of just competing and trying to be the better woman in the first place? And
Dear,
Mola, since you're the only other woman up here.
Yeah,
with me?
I mean, I would say it could be insecurity, it could be jealousy, it could be a number of things. The woman could genuinely be attracted to the dude and lack self-control. I mean, I think that that's multi-layered.
Okay. So I'm not mad at that answer at all, right? Because, you know, Rue is my favorite troll. Women trust other women's judgment about things. So with that being said, are we just agreeing that this man is quality? This man is someone that, because I think it also comes down to the fact that women will brag, oh, sis, the D is good. Oh, the way he flicks his tongue, the way he does XYZ. And now we are trying to broadcast and advertise our man. Do you feel like that is something that we do as women, Mo?
I think it's immature, but I've seen a lot of women do that. I don't think that's wise at all. I never understood it.
Yeah, women are far more competitive than men are. That's what it is. So all the things that women are the major projectors, black women especially, right? So
why
you know how they
especially
talk.
black women? Why do we catch the strays like that? Fantastic.
I can answer it, love. I got you. So
Go
you know
for
how you know how they be like, y'all niggas gay. Guess who represents? Guess who has the biggest gay percentage in the LGBT community?
The women.
Black women specifically. It's like 30. Y'all like 32% or something. 32% of black women identify as either gay or bisexual. Abnormally high, right? So and then the other things, right? Like you said, like Tommy was mentioning earlier, just trying to be men, talking like men, even the studs, right? The stud thing is crazy to me. I ain't never seen a business casual stud. They all, you know, they all like, you know, street niggas.
Quantum, time yourself out. Miss Lady Quantum, time yourself out.
You know what I'm saying? They all street niggas for some reason. Like the worst qualities of black men. So of course, whenever a woman come across a man, a woman wants a man that other women want. So she's gonna brag on all of those qualities that women seek in a man. So if he can have sex very, very well, she's gonna advertise that. To Mo's point, probably to her detriment, because black women are definitely gonna try you. The easiest way to get a woman is if you already got one. And I'll just leave it there.
And I will ask y'all, all women, this.
That makes sense.
When's the last woman you've ever heard brag that her man's a virgin? Go on. Name a woman that's bragged that she got a man that very few women have slept with, that he's kept himself for her. Go on. Name that woman that's bragging of this.
Okay, I can't name that woman. What I can name is the fact that I do appreciate a healthy balance, right? So I do need men to understand this is not to compare men and women, but this is a personal preference of Rogue C. Preferably, do I want you somewhat more experienced than me? Absolutely, but I do need a balance. So I'm going to pause right there by saying I don't want a man that every woman can look at my man and be like, yeah, I know how he feels. I test drove him as well. I do think men need to understand that there is a healthy balance of just gaining experience, knowing what to do, learning your woman's body, and then when you're just as much of a whoremonger as the women that you're trying to say you don't like.
Now, let me say what you just did again when you didn't like it when it was done about the wigs. Y'all had something to say about the wigs. Y'all will get to say what your personal feeling is about something. You just said how you feel about this. But there are many women, and probably most of them don't feel that way. Most of these women like the fact, again, go to any VIP at any club. All of the women are trying to sleep with the same guy. That guy has no problem getting all of those women to get in a limousine and go back with him and have as much sex as he's like.
Tommy,
so women say what they say. Say what?
Hold on real quick. Since you asked me for a wrench, that means you're going to be coming back around?
I come a lot.
Tommy, this is my first time seeing you over here. That okay. All right.
See, brother, why you mad at me when I done made you laugh out loud twice now? Thank you. So at least be cool to me. I done made you laugh out loud twice.
I walked myself into that one. That was my fault.
Hey.
That was my fault. So with that being said, Tommy, we should expect your face around Lover Gang. We should be able to call you Lover Gang Tommy when you get this wrench, right?
I even said in the comment section that they tell you what I said. I said, if she have me on here enough and you start coming by my Tuesday panel, you'll probably be monetized really quick.
Tommy, y'all be going so late at night. Your girl need her beauty sleep.
Wait, what damn coast you live on? We start at 9.
That's late, Tommy. I'm worried.
That's why I said, what coast do you live on?
East Coast.
It's 8 now.
I know.
You from Jersey?
No, I'm not. That's crazy. You know how many people ask me if I'm from up north? I am a literal Southern belle. I'm as Southern as South can
Where
get.
you from, bro?
Louisiana. Mo, you and I have had this conversation. I'm from New Orleans.
Yeah, I forgot. Okay, same.
Dear, you got to stop having people like me and Mo not remember talking to you. You got to start doing things.
No, because Tommy, it was people in your chat. I'm not arguing with nobody that doesn't cam up. I'm like, I cam up all the time. I was in bed.
You can't say all the time when you hadn't done it with me. That would be like me saying I'm over here all the time. You just said you ain't seen me. See, you catch women in their own hypocrisy if you let them talk.
Again, I'm toxic.
I think,
yes.
bro, you should go. You should go up there. You should go on Tommy's show.
Yes, you would enjoy it.
I win. You were there. Was it you willing to win? Somebody was there.
I was there.
Didn't have a good time.
You know.
I had a great time, and I got clipped up and everything. And people, you see these young women nowadays going against Tommy.
Oh yeah, it happens a lot. If you do, listen, the best way to debate me is this: if I say something that sounds pretty correct, change topics to something else. Do not stay in that place where it looks like I'm right. If you stay in that place where it looks like I'm right and you're arguing it, then people are going to start making you look stupid. Because here's what I'm supposed to do as a debater: if I'm winning and you're dumb enough to let me, it's like fighting somebody in the street. If I get on top of you, what I'm gonna start doing?
Start wailing on me. Yeah.
Yes. That's the art of debate. You gotta at least be able to, and you look better when you can acknowledge that somebody else might have a point. That's why I was trying to tell you earlier. Stop telling me one guy fell out of a plane and survived. You look bad when you're arguing that.
Yeah. No, that was actually the cool part. That was the part, of course, people didn't want to clip up when it came down to our little discussion. We actually came down to a very fair conclusion. You were like, "Oh yeah, this lady actually has some sense." I'm like, "Thank you." I wasn't.
I don't just treat people like everything you said is wrong. That doesn't make sense.
Well, everybody was reacting to that. Everybody through podcasts. Everybody was reacting to that moment.
Now, what did I say? What did I do?
Okay, so this was the initial fight happened because you had just gotten mad and shout out to her, Smell the Roses. After you and Smell the Roses had an issue, I was in the comments and Mel had put my comment up. And you were like, yeah, look at this girl right here.
Yeah,
and
he said, even the man, he said you was wrong.
You was wrong.
I apologize. I did apologize. Willing to win. Did I not apologize?
Yeah, you did apologize, but you were still wrong, though.
But in the midst of it, you were already going at it with the whole situation with that. And in the midst of it, you were talking about women and how much mouth Black women have and how, without too many words about how Black women need to be knocked between the washer and the dryer. And that's where I was like, this is disgusting. And then Tommy
I do remember you now. Remember you now.
That was me.
Because I advocate. Wait a minute. You just advocated earlier, off the record, vigilante justice. Did you not?
Against predators. Don't
care. You advocated it.
Don't misquote me though, because it's against
predators. No.
A woman being too mouthy is not a predator.
Hold on. Let me tell you how many times I've seen that predator mouth of these women messing around and bothering people. There was a guy today. He put out his he was on Kick, I guess, because you can do more on Kick, but he was on Kick. And he had this woman in his house. That woman refused to leave that house, and it was 6 dudes in there. One woman, she was calling them all kind of names. She started calling the Black dude monkeys because there's a chick that wasn't Black, so she was calling them every racial slur. And I said, when I said, and this is why I will never help women who getting their ass whooped, because most of them usually getting it whooped because of what came out their mouth. I'm sorry. Of course, it's not everyone, but I'm not going to put my life in danger for people who I've seen every day have no problem running their mouth. Like that tyranny chick has no problem running up on me every time she see me saying something. You know how many
If you're
women
still in the chat or in the clouds, I still love you. I know people
had
might
women-
not like who comes over to my channel, but y'all, it is Lover Gang. It is all love. Even if y'all have personal beefs, I do not stand on anybody's beef.
I love you too, Roxy.
Thank you, William.
I have had women in my house. Now, this is my domain. You are at my whim at that point. Still sit there and argue, raise and I'm thinking, these chicks are nuts. You don't know what I'm gonna do to you, but they'll test that theory. So what I'm saying is, yes, I believe in common sense. If a man was talking to me a certain way and a woman, my girl, was sitting there watching it and I did nothing, she'd think I was a punk. So why would you say something to me that you know if he said it, you'd think I was a punk? Why would you push me? That's all I ask. Women to not push men, because I don't push people who I know I'm not going to push a cop. If I know a cop is pulling me over, I'm not going to push him and I know he could do something to me. Why would I do that? And I don't know. I guess I'm stupid.
No, so let me say this. So as a woman who has been combative, as a woman who can be mouthy, as a woman who has learned both easy way and hard way that men are men, and not every man knows the self-control that we would think or hope that every man does. I do not advocate for men putting their hands on women. With that being said, I do advocate for respect. Now, I am going to say this, and this does not make it okay. But women, we do need to protect ourselves by realizing that we are women. That is why I say don't fight for equality, fight for equity. There is no reason for you to be going back and forth with a man because you do not know if that man has had that last little straw and you just broke it and now you are putting yourself in danger. I do not advocate for women to put themselves in danger. When it comes down to our mouths, we know how lethal, we know how quick tongue with it we can be, and that is not going to work with every man, and we can put ourselves in a lot of trouble in that. And I am just advocating for women, please, because we don't know these men like that. Do not go back and forth with these men. Have enough respect for yourself to respect the man to be able to just walk away as a lady. That is what we need to do society-wise. A lot of women who are trying to G-check men like they are a man themselves are going to get in a lot of trouble, and I do not advocate for that. Ladies, please remember that you are a lady. No matter who that man is, no matter if you feel like you can even take that man, no matter what you're carrying with you, please remember you are still a woman, point blank period. Best case scenario, and this is not to advocate for men to fight in other men's battles, but if it gets to the point, have another man with you. Go find the closest man, so that way that man can leave you alone.
And this is why I'm the same way when it comes to.
What you said.
Hey, bro,
Sorry.
am I able to put my 2 cents in on the prompt real quick?
Absolutely. Can I let Mo Love go first? Tommy, do you mind if we let some new voices get in real quick, and then I'll let it go back to you? All right, Mo, go ahead.
Okay, so I do agree. Women should be more accountable to the way that they respond to men and vice versa. Men also, I think one of the biggest issues in our culture is that we've stopped teaching emotional regulation. That's a huge issue on both ends. I also think that there's an issue. I'm like you, I don't agree with violence, period. I don't agree with women hitting men hitting women. My biggest issue is when a man's first response is physical violence. That's the problem. That shouldn't be the first response.
And I agree with that. So again, a lot of men do need to be emotionally regulated. A lot of men have, you can still see the little boy in them, and that's not to infantilize men, nor is it to justify why men are doing this. But a lot of these men aren't really taught real manhood. And I do have to say that a lot of the older generations of men have failed a lot of these young men, and a lot of these mid to age range men were failed by a lot of men around them as well. With that being said, women do need to give the respect that they want for themselves, because you're not going to get the respect just because you are a woman. Point blank period.
And I would
Because
say they were
unfortunately, a
failed
lot of
by-
men do not honor. They're not gentlemen. They do not honor if you're a lady or not. And a lot of women who are not presenting themselves as ladies. This is not to advocate for anyone putting their hands on a woman, but you might be the problem.
Right. And you said that they were failed by men. I would also agree that they were also failed by women, mothers. Some men had a horrible example of a mother, so their outlook towards women as a whole could be affected by the way that they were handled by moms, and vice versa. When you see the women who are very rude and combative towards men, they have a lot of issues with their father. So it's way deeper than what we see on the surface.
The reason why, and this is only because I do believe that men do have a leadership role. The reason why I do always lead it back to the men is because if you are the leader, 9 times out of 10, a misandrous woman dealt with a bad man. 9 times out of 10, a man who has mommy issues is because mommy dealt with a bad man. So again, it is not to put the blame on men. Hold on. Let me finish. It is not to strictly put the blame on men. But if we have discussions over here at my channel where I am being told men lead the trajectory to the relationship, men have access to the relationship. All women have access to is how much sex happens. So with that being said, hold on. When it comes down to Roxy's personal belief, you guys don't have to agree with it, and I will be open to hear the pushback. But my personal belief is because men are the quote unquote leaders, you also do have to carry the burden of leadership as well. And the burden of leadership is also blame.
Yeah. So hold on. So you said it's not about the man, but then you literally put it all on the man. Okay. And then furthermore,
I said it wasn't about strictly blaming men, because yes, I can still blame the person and their actions for how they act, but I can say that the trigger or the trickle down or the snowball effect still led back to a man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but fantastic. You're completely, totally absolving women of any accountability in the situation.
Exactly.
You're saying you said even if he has mommy issues, it's because the mommy had an issue with a man. Not that the mommy could just be a horrible bitch, a terrible person.
You're $5.
Bitches in there too?
That's the only one. I think
no,
it's the B word and the F word.
It's the F word.
F word.
Oh, okay.
She said F word.
I did say the F word, but Fantastic is new here, so we're gonna actually get the rules eventually.
Okay, no profanity, my bad. So I clean it up. I apologize.
Just clean it up as much as you can. PG-13.
Okay, got you. Okay, so a horrible woman, right? And again, even if we agree to the terms that men and women aren't equal, and it's a whole lot harder for a man to get sex than a woman to get sex, because one thing you did say is a woman determines how much sex is had in a relationship. So if the woman controls the most important thing, that's the total existence and reason for the relationship, because no man is going to commit himself to a woman that's going to not give him sex. What does that say about the situation? Women use it to manipulate everything the way it is. So when a man is, one of the select men that can pretty much get it at will, how is he going to be penalized for it? And how do you expect him? Why are you saying that as long as he's not out here just making babies everywhere and, spreading diseases, how is that being irresponsible when sex is a natural human activity?
Okay, because so let me respond to the first point of absolving women. It is not to absolve women. I, again, just point out where the roots are. And if men are these leaders that I believe that you all are, that you all will let us know on a regular basis, I do have to go back to the original root of the problem. And the root of the problem is still going to be a man. Even if you want to take it back to Adam and Eve. God technically did not absolve Eve. Eve was punished. But you do know who got the most of the responsibility? It was Adam. Because at the end of the day, Adam, I put you in charge. It is you who are supposed to know not to do something just because this woman that I gave you told you to do something else. You were still supposed to follow me. So that is why, even if you're not religious, I'm just using that as an example. At the end of the day, I do look at as a man, if you are going to be the leader, you do come with most of the blame. Now, that is not to not absolve the woman. That is not to say that the woman does not have any accountability in the situation. The woman still does have accountability, and there should still be consequences. With that being, Tommy, not the finger wag.
Yeah. See, I want to go after Tommy. Let me go after Tommy then.
Okay, go ahead, Tommy, because Tommy's the finger wagging. Oh, wait, Tommy, do the finger wag again on big screen.
I'm a tumble. I just want, I'm trying to, I got to pee and I need to go to the restroom and the pastor's still talking and I just want him to recognize one of the ladies or somebody to recognize so I can get up. Now I can't say something. And here's what I would like for you to do. I don't even want you to center me because sometimes people need to see what the other people's faces is doing as I speak. So I'm going to pull a Stephen A. I want everybody up here, not just to see my face. So here we go. You said men are the leaders, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a leader, then what I have the ability to do is dole out punishment. Yes?
Yes, sir.
So if that's the case, then how I punish, whether it be choke you, elbow you, keep you from food, every leader, because let me tell you something, you a grown-ass woman if I'm with you.
Keep
and y'all believe, whoa, you gotta let me keep going. I said if I'm the leader, because don't you do it to your children? If you're supposed to be the leader of your children, don't you pop them and you'll turn around and tell them what? Spare the rod, spoil the child. You'll turn around and tell them I'm gonna send you to bed without food. You as leader, and almost every leader, I can fire you. If I'm the leader, I can make you run laps. But y'all want to tell men that they lead and then turn around and tell them how to lead. So they ain't really leaders, because if they leaders, they're going to do whatever it takes to get the best out of their followers, number one. Number two, you brought up the Bible. And you said God punished Adam and gave him the leadership responsibility over Eve. Anybody that knows anything about the Bible, guess what God punished Adam to do? Till the earth until the day he dies.
To work.
Hold on. What did he punish the woman to do? Have her period and have babies. And yet it's 2026. I work, and guess who works right along with me now? Women.
Okay.
But guess what? I ain't never had no period and ain't never had no baby. But you sure got a 9 to 5.
Damn, Tommy, I just have to say real quick. I was under the assumption that there were no liberals on this panel, but what you just said is very liberal logic. And I can get my answer on to why.
Proud Mick. The knight clearly said he wanted to go after Tommy.
Well, in his defense, he was being patient. He was actually supposed to go, but
go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Mick. Go ahead, Mick. I'll go after you, sir.
Tommy is so proud of what he said. It's crazy.
Tommy, I think you're. Well, first, I just want to say this. It'll take like 10 seconds. What you said about, getting somebody on the ground when you're beating them in a debate and just keep pummeling them. Yeah, there's two types of debates. And normally with liberals, you can just test their own logic, which is what I'm about to do. Not that you're a liberal, but you made a liberal statement. Another way is to build your rhetoric up. So hopefully my rhetoric is pretty strong with people on this panel because they don't seem like they're liberals. Now, to what you just said, I believe you're confusing leadership with disciplinary action. You're in the military, you have a leader. Does that give them a right to punch you in the face and whatnot?
Hold on, they make the rules though. If the military did say that they could do that, that's what they would have been doing. Remember, slavery was rules, and they sure did enforce them.
Right, but they can't.
What do you mean they can't? I said that's what they did. They set their own rules. The rules that the military has right now, they set them too.
Okay, so hold up. Let me get a clarifying statement from you. Are you saying because men are leaders, which I actually do agree with that, men are supposed to lead, are you saying because we are supposed to lead that we are leaders, we have a right to punch a woman in the face if she's cutting up too much?
No. See, let me tell you what she said men were leaders. I said a leader. That's why I said as a mother, she would be a leader of her children. She can whoop her children, send them to bed without food. She can sit up there and tell them they can't watch TV. She can tell them they can't be up. She can do what it takes to get the results she wants. Somebody else has to stand in, like Child Protective Services, and changes that. But when these departments didn't exist, people did do what they wanted to do. Hence, there was abuse. So it wasn't called abuse when a husband used to do that to his wife. It was not called abuse. The cops used to show up and say, hey, they're married. I can't stop this from happening. So let's not pretend that my idea of what leadership is, because it took greater leadership to change that law.
But even when
it's a good thing we did change it. No,
I'm just okay, but my point hasn't been challenged.
But
are you telling me is that a rule was set in place by a bigger leader?
So the question that I have, because that's technically what even happened in the Bible, like you said, God punished Adam, God punished Eve. The thing that I have to say is, it wasn't a matter of stripping away their autonomy, their rights, and everything like that. So that's the issue that I have with the idea of men being able to just knock their woman upside the washer and dryer.
No, I was just addressing what you said, that God punished the man more than he punished the woman. I was right. If the punishment he gave both of us, you're now doing both of them, you got the higher burden.
I love when people come in and say that I'm a feminist. Thank you so much for coming up, Level Up, the DJ. If you do believe that I'm a feminist, because I do believe that women should not be knocked up against the wall. If you do think that I believe that women should have equity in their relationships, and that is what makes me a feminist, I do find that hilarious, because again, if you want a woman to treat you right, I do believe that you should treat her right. If there are things that you want in life, you should go and get them and do them, and you should expect to do the same for the people. That is what leadership is. A true leader does not rule with an iron fist. A true leader does rule with balance. A true leader does not rule in fear. That is called a dictator. But if I'm a feminist for believing in that, I'll be that.
And yet we have a leader by the name of God, if you read the Bible. And one of the things that he wants his followers to have is a healthy fear of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But when we talk about fear, when it comes down to, so people like to also misinterpret fear with reverence. And that idea, reverence and respect, is what they mean by fear.
Last I checked, God killed children because of how they responded.
Deleted, unalive, deleted.
Yeah, God.
Deleted, unalive.
Is she doing this on TikTok?
You don't know the Bible.
One mic.
Stop arguing the Bible when you don't know the Bible, because that vengeful God that you serve, tell me how that's different.
Yeah, God says himself that God creates everything. He's not just the good; it's the good and the bad. He told the children of Israel to wipe out entire civilizations, leave none alive.
God is
God is a dictator. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You the host. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Fantastic. No, I'm sorry.
No, you the host. You the host. I can wait.
I'm just saying, when I was talking about the fact that where we're going in a relationship dynamic, because I was being called a feminist, because I'm just saying that men should not be putting their woman up against the wall. I get what Tommy was doing when I brought up the Bible. Yes, I said I brought up the Bible for that example. That was just an example. I will say, as a Christian woman, I know how people feel about the Bible in this YouTube space. So that's why I tiptoe. I don't like to go full deep into it, because it can offend people, or people can kind of get offensive with it. But I don't disagree with what Tommy is saying about the whole vengeful God thing, or what Fantastic is saying about being a dictator. But I'm saying the best leaders that we do know, and that is probably why a lot of people have turned their back on God, if we're really going to have the deep conversation in this generation. But I digress. The best leaders that we know are not dictators. We idolize the dictators, Mussolini, the mustache man, all these people, because they did travesties. They are infamous, not famous. They are infamous. So if you're okay with being an infamous leader, then go for it.
Why do you call them best? It's the same thing y'all say when y'all say a real man. Y'all make up these things based upon how you feel, not based upon there's an actual.
It wasn't because of the.
I didn't hear the first part you said. Why do we
I said y'all will say things like how you said best leaders, and y'all will say real man, but none of these things are based on some objective facts. It's just how y'all feel, and y'all will use these words to supersede somebody else thinking about what you said. Meaning, when you say a real man does, but when y'all were talking earlier, you know what y'all never said? What a real woman does. If a real man ain't supposed to put his hands on a woman, most of these men ain't just firing women's heads up for no reason. But y'all will say a real man is supposed to go past that woman's mouth. He's supposed to say that woman's mouth is so bad, I still should go past that and say, I'm going to control myself. But last I checked,
you're being disingenuous, Tommy, because
I did talk about emotional regulation.
Both of us just said that. As far as
but y'all, like Fantastic brought up that y'all were bringing up that every time these things happen, it is a man who caused it.
I didn't say that.
I said that.
That's why I was trying to talk to Lover Girl. She brought up a man that caused it. That you were saying this, and it was the part where I was starting off wagging my finger, because I was like, well, hold on a minute. The majority of these men who aren't emotionally regulated, guess what kind of house they come out of? Single mothers. And then Yeah, it's single moms. But you did not blame it at that. You then said that woman had a problem with a man, so she somehow passed it down to a child. If you're going to say that, then women should not have custody of children at all. Because when a man has custody of his children, he never gets to blame the lack of mama or grandmama for why he's an asshole. Hopefully that ain't on your list.
So let me explain why I said this. The reason why I said this, and Nightish, because I'm going to let you have it. Is it okay if I use what I hear you say on your show as an example?
I let it hear out of a woman's mouth. Go ahead, ma'am.
So Nightish on his show, he's explained how his childhood has grown up. Since he was a little boy, the first thing that he heard before ever hearing that B words ain't ish was that men aren't ish. Mm-hmm. Now, the question that I have to ask is because Nightish has also explained how his father did not really show the best example. And I'm wondering, does that prove the point of the reason why you might have heard the misandry from women in your family, especially if it was from your mother or not from your mother? Would it also be fair to assume it was because of what effects were left from your father?
I say I grew up in a matriarchy. Mm-hmm. That my grandmothers and great grandmothers led to that whole family. In fact, when they passed away, that's when the family splintered up. Mm-hmm. And then as far as leadership as a black man, they said when we came here, we was 3/5 of a human being and we ain't never had no power. That while you was getting deleted, I couldn't do nothing to save you. While I was getting deleted, you can do nothing to save me. They should put a horse that tied to a man's leg and rip him apart in front of everybody to set an example that a black man is irrelevant, nothing. When did that change? We relevant now? We're something now? So that's my thing. As black people, if we look at our actual history, they was hanging us, burning us, ripping us apart, feeding us to alligators, ripping women's stomachs open, doing to both of us. So when did all of a sudden I become a leader or somebody? I think that's weaponized to justify you being able to be in your soft girl era.
No, because again, I have no issue following my man, right? I do believe that is how it's supposed to be. So when it comes down to it, I do have an issue where when men think that like the whole submissive conversation happens. I hate that conversation because respectfully, I'm not supposed to submit to every man.
I didn't say submission. I mean,
I'm using it as an example.
No, you're a unicorn if you do love a black man because across all races, we the bottom. Come over here and humiliate us. We humiliation rituals. We've never been a man, so say what you want to say about us, and we supposed to be practice stoicism and be quiet about it. That's just what's the reality.
But who told y'all that?
Well, black women for one, black women in society, right? And other black women did, and that's the thing where the disconnect happens. Well, most you ain't, can't, don't, won't, you know, ain't ish, can't ish, won't ish, don't ish, right? So that's all black men hear your entire life. Nightish told you, Nightish a little older than me. He's a Gen Xer, and that's what we telling you. So the black women had a point of where they were picking poor men, right? When black women had the thing where they didn't have to depend on anymore, they didn't have to depend on men. They stopped getting married. They chose the worst of men to choose and have children with. The men that they knew that weren't going to be around because they replaced the man with the child as a source of resources. You didn't need the man no more to have a house and to have food and whatever, because if you got the child, the government give you a free place to stay or a reduced place to stay, and to give you food, money for food and all these other different things. And if you told them the child was crazy or disabled, hell, you can get some cash money in your pocket. So this has been going on now for at least a generation and a half. And now you're telling black men that are being raised, I won't say a majority, but a substantial minority, right? By these same women with no input from men. And you can't blame the men when the women purposely seek out the worst of men to have children with. So if she picked a man that was never there from jump, how are you going to put blame on him when she's making the decision?
Hold on real quick. I'm going to answer that. Mick, he said he's about to get off. Mick, yes, you can go ahead and get a second for your final thoughts. Thank you so much for joining Lover Gang. I hope you come back.
Yeah, this is actually, my first time on stream of my second time.
Send some money before you go. Send some money before you go.
Yeah, I can do that. But Real quick, Tommy, my fault. I was arguing your point, not realizing you were kind of arguing Rogue's point. Whether or not neither of you are right or wrong, I'm not going to clarify. But that's my fault for trying to argue your standpoint when you were just giving an example. But yeah, man, it was nice being on here, huh?
Mickey, you're most definitely always welcome. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, like I said, man, I'm conservative. I admit when I'm wrong. Fucking can't stand liberals. But I just want to say, I think not to go into details, I'll end it with it. It's all culture with what you guys are really talking about. So we just we gotta
It's
come
not, but
together
that
as
sounds cute.
one type of culture. But hey, Rogue, yeah. So I'm fixing to get off. Can I do some self promo real quick?
Go for it.
Later on tonight, I know it's going to be late for the East Coast cats, but 11:30 tonight, me and this other cat are going to have a debate on if the new SAVE Act should be passed and if it's necessary, or voter ID laws in general if they're necessary. I got my rhetoric down, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I had to look that shit up. Having the rhetoric ain't necessarily a bad thing. Huh?
I'm sorry. Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Are you a person of color?
No, I'm white. I'm
can't
tell.
Hold on.
You just wanted to be sure.
Hold on. I wanted to ask because I do like to know who's in my audience and who I'm reaching to. I'm happy to reach to all people, and especially when he was saying he's a conservative. I understand that, Nightish.
And the Bill of Rights.
Okay, one, I wanted to know, because like I said, I want to know who I'm reaching as far as an audience, because he was also saying he's a conservative. I would find myself more as a moderate. So I am happy to have these conversations with all people, because I am more, I wouldn't say more liberal leaning, but I guess I could still lean a little more liberal. So I do like to just kind of know. Wow, fantastic.
Wait. How's that a moderate then if you're more liberal leaning?
Because I'm still moving more towards more conservative.
She just saying things.
Hold on, because I'm trying to explain it. Because again, even though I am finding myself leaning towards more conservative values, I still do have more of a liberal idea, or at least giving more room for liberal people. So I am interested to have more understanding. So that is why I'm trying to express, I know how I'm trying to grow as a person. So I'd like to have other opinions and other backgrounds on my channel.
Why don't you just say I just think like a woman? I'm all over the place like birds.
Because I told y'all that, and I'm toxic, but y'all don't want to believe that. Mick, I know you
believe you. I believe you.
I'm about to say, who doesn't? Who's up here saying that's not true? But Kraut Mick, can you see the screen? Can you see us?
Yes, I can see all of you.
Okay, you said I was you for some odd reason out of nowhere you called me a liberal.
No, bro. Let me clarify.
I'm saying at the beginning. It was farthest from the truth.
I said I thought we were all conservatives.
I know
for the most part. But
I know. I'm just trying to say something to you.
Yeah, I said you get a liberal play.
Yes, I want to say that you're not only Kraut Mick, but you're my Kraut Mick friend, and where you got that from was in The Godfather.
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah. I got it from The Godfather.
Tell me I'm good.
Let me tell you something about Kraut Mick.
Tell me I'm good.
Now, Kraut is
Kraut Mick friend
from either World War I or World War II for the Germans.
Yeah.
I forget where the slur Mick came from, but Kraut was a slur from one of the World Wars.
Yeah.
That's why I was calling you Mick, because you told me in the chat.
And what it meant was the sour. He said Kraut Mick because he said I'm Irish German mix. Yeah. So the Kraut was for sauerkraut, and the Mick is for the Mick, as most of their last names start with Mick
like
something.
Or some shit like that.
Now tell me how
you can call me that, man. I happily give you the card.
Thank you. I'm very. I impress people all the time.
Yeah.
I don't believe in first, and I know you said you gave me the card earlier, so I'm okay.
Yeah. But Rogue, see, I think you're more liberal than you want to accept. I'm definitely moderate. I don't even mess with either side because I think it's two wings of the same bird.
I don't like extremes. That's my thing.
But it is extremes. If the liberal side or the conservative side, both of them are extremes.
Right. That's why I said I don't like.
You either think like us or you get excommunicated publicly.
Right.
Now,
You get punished roughly publicly. If you're not fully liberal, if you're not fully conservative, you got to be one way or the other way, and that's the sad part about it. I don't believe the mouth should be a reason for motion out of a man. You should go ahead, let her say what she's gonna say. But I don't know of no time ever in this 56 years I've been in life, and in 6 months I'll be 57, where black men haven't been told they ain't ish.
So I have a black son, and I don't like that idea of ever having a child even hear that, nor do I actually like that belief system for him, because we do our affirmations every morning. He knows that he's going to be the best that he can be. He can be anything. And that is just how I want to empower him as much as I can as a mother, because that is my job to enforce those beliefs, those core beliefs. I know we wanted to hear from Aaron. So, Aaron, I'm going to go ahead and let you get in there, and then we'll kind of go back and forth with that. Hi, No Chaser.
Okay. Salute to the hostess. Greetings to the esteemed panel, and shout out to the chat. I hope all are well. I kind of wanted to ask a question, but you said what direction did you want the conversation to go?
You're fine. You can take it where you want. I know we were just talking about the men aren't ish, and I'm saying I, as a woman with a son, and I'm around a bunch of black boys. I don't like to contribute to that mindset. I really think it's actually destroying you all as well, because even the men on the panel were acknowledging how ain't ish mama or a messed up in the head mama can really ruin young men, and I do agree with that. As much as they think I disagree, I just believe that men do have a leadership role. So usually if a man is not in that household, that's why the mama usually ain't ish.
And Big Aaron, before you go on, the real question was about how does that work when the black community literally is a matriarchy? Big Mama been running it for at least 50 years. How does the man who never been a leader all of a sudden is a leader, and because he failed some way, it hasn't been Big Mama running the house for 50 or 60 years?
I know Aaron's about to speak, so
No, is that it, Mike?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Is that the question on the table, or is that a question you'd like to ask?
Yes. That was the last thing we just was saying before she said you could take the floor.
Is it a question on the table, or is it one you would like answered?
No. It was a conversation that was happening before you got up here, sir. Not me personally.
Okay.
Or we can take it back to the body count. Y'all choose.
No. I'm right. That particular question, I wanted to ask a question, and that's what recourse do men have if they're the leader to prevent sabotage, right? I mean, I understand the concept that if you're a leader, you're held responsible for the outcomes, be they favorable or not, right? I understand that. But the people that a leader has under their charge, that leader has with their authority the ability to exact some sort of correction if it's needed, right? Because the people that he's leading also influence the outcome. So I'm just wondering, if we're the leader and if we're supposed to be held to blame for any failure, then what is within our power to make corrections when the failure is a result of someone else's inefficiency and not one of our own?
So I find it very strange.
Nothing at all. We don't have no leadership powers. We can't exact nothing.
You can leave, but I find it very strange, and I've always said this. I even have a short about it. The biggest superpower that a man has is his absence. With that
We're
being
already
said,
absent because 70% of y'all are alone and y'all like being alone. So we already absent. And you know what the women say? We happy you goofies ain't around.
a lot of them aren't, at least not the full 70%, and we know that. But
Most
with
of
that
them
being
are
said, I do have to argue that it is a little strange that the only form of correction that a lot of men want to use is physical abuse. But when it comes down to the oppressors that they are dealing with on a regular basis, they will not put their hands on the other men. I find it very strange that men
That's
want to
not
put their
true.
hands on women, but not
Sit
on
up
other
here and get a
men.
whole
Man is
y'all
advocating for that.
putting his hand on a white boy. This is wild. I told y'all they'll swear they ain't got no problem with black men. Then they'll say something like this about the whole of black men when it was.
I didn't even say black men. I said men. I said men. I never put a race on it.
Right. Because y'all
I never put a race on it.
Who's the white man's
Well,
oppressor then?
a question was,
So wait, bro. Wait, who was the white man's oppressor since you wasn't talking about the black man? Who's the
Other
white man's
men.
oppressor?
Other white men.
And they scared to put their hands on them. They got a whole revolutionary war. They got a whole civil war.
I'm talking about
wild.
men.
So question.
Hold on.
Stand by something I say. I'm not gonna pretend I didn't mean that.
I didn't say I didn't mean anything. I never
men,
said
no,
black men. So I said it is very strange how men want to put their hands on other women or their woman, whoever, but never on other men. That's all I said.
You said You said you men, first off, about because he said it and I was agreeing with it and I said it earlier. Second off, if you tell somebody they don't have that tool in their bag, they're going to ask for that tool. That don't mean that's the only tool they can use. But if I need a spatula sometimes and you tell me I can't use it, why is it that when I say, man, it would be nice if I had the spatula, that's the only thing you can use to cook? Really? I'm just pointing out that one of the things that other people use in leadership roles, we can't have it. We are literally told
in
we can't
leadership
have it.
roles. Please.
It's
explain
hard
me
to
how-
parent a child.
Hold on, real
you
quick.
cannot punish.
Hold on, real quick. Tell me what words, unless a woman is putting her hands on you. Hold on, please, before y'all react. This is my show, for one. Please, 1 second. Before you react, logically, since men are so logical, what
my
can I
goodness.
personally say to you? What can I really do with my mouth where you feel like hands and feet need to be put on me?
First off, wait a minute. By that own logic, what can another woman say to you where you feel like hands and feet need to be put on her? What can a child say to you where you feel like hands and feet need to be put on them? Let's not act like this ain't
I don't
been a
believe in putting
thing.
my hands and feet on people. That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
So, gentlemen,
If I'm in danger,
gentlemen,
let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. If I am in
Oh, my
danger
goodness.
and someone is putting their hands on me, that is what I react. Correct?
It's insane.
But here's the thing, Roxy. You know who whip children more than anybody?
Black women.
I'm asking
Tommy and Nightish. Okay, I would like the opportunity to converse with this young lady. The question wasn't rhetorical, and I'd like to get an answer for it. I like to practice decorum, but please don't urinate in my cornflakes here, if you don't mind. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, so again, I want to know from you, what recourse do black men have, right? If we're in fact the leader that is supposed to be ready and on call to accept blame for whatever failures that occur in the community, what recourse do we have to be able to make corrections to avoid these things? Is the question.
So my answer would be leaving if it gets to that point. My other answer
What
is
else?
communication. My other answer
Communication.
is, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Because to me, when I hear if a woman's mouth is the reason why a man could put his hands on her, to me that is trying to swat a fly with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, no, Confucius say don't kill a mosquito on friend's forehead with an axe. I get it. And I'm not an advocate for physical abuse. That's certainly not where I'm trying to take the conversation. And there are many other ways to sabotage the relationship besides just shooting off at the mouth. So we're back to just leaving, which doesn't seem to be beneficial to the relationship. I mean, it's counterintuitive, right? And men have been walking out and going for the proverbial pack of cigarettes for a while. That doesn't seem to be working. And then leaving, it just terminates the relationship. That does not allow progress. It doesn't promote family. It doesn't. That's counterintuitive. Communication isn't recourse. Communication is a tool that simply is used to relay information back and forth, but it is not a punitive measure. I can communicate the desire to exact a punitive measure, but that's what we're trying to define here. What's the punitive measure?
So again, the leaving isn't necessarily you have to leave the relationship. It doesn't have to even mean you terminate the relationship. How many times? Hold on, let me get it out.
Give me an example of what it would look like.
So even in the situation of a man knowing that he's bigger than Roxy, knowing that he can overpower Roxy very easily, right? The moment that man leaves, it sets a tone. It sets a tone. Not only can this man actually walk out of my life for good, and if that's not something Roxy wants, okay, I'm gonna have to correct myself then. But it also gives the relationship a beat. If it's so hot and heavy at that moment where all one can do is think about, oh, I want to put my hands on you, you do need to separate so you two can get a beat and you can get a clear and calm down mind. Now I get it. That seems so far fetched in the Black community where we're all so ready to just put our hands on each other. The women too, the men too. It is so far fetched to just walk away and to kind of just catch your breath. And I've been there. I've been there.
And I'm sorry that you've experienced that. Please understand that my line of questioning is completely devoid of abuse, right? That's not ever an alternative to anything unless abuse is being right. So
I'm sorry, 1 second. Mo Love, after the back and forth, yes, you can, then fantastic, nightish, Tommy.
Okay.
So right. Shout out to Mo Love. So that's not an option. But what I'm saying is, okay, you're suggesting that leaving. So what that sounds like to me is, oh, put yourself on the couch or in the doghouse, right? So it's incumbent upon me to remove myself from the situation as a punitive measure for you. And then if that were to be the case, do you really think that would go over well? Or do you think the response would be you're out sleeping with some other woman? Furthermore, isn't that him abandoning his post as protector?
One, are you out sleeping with another woman in the sense of you leaving?
No, not at all. But but we don't need that kind of fallout or guff when we return, because ultimately that's going to be the purpose of exacting a punitive measure is going to be lost, and if anything, reversed. She's going to make your life a living hell under the assumption or presupposition that you're out sleeping with another woman, even though you went out to play golf.
So that's the whole point. A lot of time, you don't have to always assume that we're always thinking that you're out sleeping with another woman.
Well, would you suggest the majority of the time that would be the case if a man were to leave the house after a contentious situation, that he's run to the arms of another woman?
History of sleeping with other women? No. If you are really just going out to catch because you know you about to take Roxy through there, no, my brain doesn't instantly be like, well, Aaron, you're about to go sleep with another woman. But what it is going to give my brain time to do is to be like, dang, this really did not have to get to this point. Dang, I know I love this person, and if he could just up and leave like this, and I don't want him to up and leave because I do want him in my life. I want this person. I want his protection. I want the provision. I want everything that comes with this man that is available to me. It gives enough time to understand we don't have to do this way. A lot of times when people reconnect after a fight like that, after someone walks away, after they catch a beat, they're usually able to now properly communicate because it has now made tensions less high. It has now made emotions cool down some. And you can actually properly talk.
That's the correct answer as it's found in the back of the book. However, the purpose of him leaving is not to cool any jets, to better the quality of communication. B, it's supposed to have been a punitive measure. And C, if you take yourself out of it, can you seriously say women today, their first reaction would be, oh, I screwed up. Let me calm down. Let me self-reflect because my husband walked out the door for the weekend.
Tommy,
or do you think they're going to be like, where did he go? I hope his location's on.
Tommy, I enjoy having conversations with you. I'm sorry if me being a woman in my woman brain is problematic.
This is Aaron. Oh, Tommy.
No, I was responding. I'm sorry, Aaron. I was responding to Tommy's chat.
Okay.
Okay, so let me do this because I don't think we ever asked these men, and then I know Mo Love wanted to get in. I do want to get everybody else on the panel, and welcome E. Let me ask this because I want to give men the fair chance. What other tools do you feel you can do before it ever escalates to you having to put hands and feet on a woman?
What do you mean? Tools? I don't think tools are. tools are necessary if we could just simply put accountability and blame squarely where it belongs, and that's to the perpetrator of the crime. I mean,
So what accountability or blame besides, because again, that feels like you have to communicate that respectfully. But what
yeah, you
accountability
do.
or blame would you want the woman to take on?
Whatever she did wrong. If you soiled the bed, you're washing the. You know what I mean? And an apology must be forthcoming. I don't want to hear that my cooking last night, or I took you to this restaurant that served dairy and you're lactose. No, no, no. You soiled the bed, dear. Grab the Clorox.
We're gonna do this.
Your apologies accepted.
Okay. My love. And then Aaron, I'll rebuttal that because I do want to hear from all the men what tools or what kind of ideas you guys think.
Mute Nightish.
Yeah, I'll wait.
He's having a background conversation. Mute Nightish. Whatever he's talking in the background is coming up in.
I got it.
Yes, I guess I'll answer. Yeah, so of
real
course,
quick, fantastic, because I know Momo was waiting on us, and then I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I'll be brief. So you mentioned Rogue, like walking away in the moment, right? When it's really heated. I believe that sometimes it will call for a person to completely leave an unhealthy relationship because a person is not required to, continue to endure ongoing verbal abuse. If the relationship is constantly toxic and there is no willingness to change, ending it would probably be the best thing you could do, the healthiest decision you can make. So sometimes you do have to walk away, It just makes sense. You can't force anybody to change. If this person is consistently triggering you, combative, 24/7, why am I still here? What are we doing? Somebody needs to walk away, not just take a 30-minute break. If we know that this is repetitive and this is a cycle, one of us has to wake up and have common sense. If you know that it's going to trigger you to want to put your hands on that woman, walk away, leave their relationship. She's not willing to change. You know that you're going to go 0 to 100 really quick. Somebody needs to leave.
And that is why I say men's most powerful superpower is the fact that they can have their absence. I agree, Mo Love. And I've said this on many a times when it comes down to men who feel like they are mistreated in relationships. Now, with this example that Tommy has put in the chat, it's not about the fact, and I get the hyperbolic metaphor in this, right? But the issue that I was having with it, Tommy, is the fact that what extremes in the relationship would call for this. Because I do feel like I agree with Mo Love. If it gets to the point where you feel like you have to put your hands on a woman, that relationship's not for y'all. But I know I said fantastic, and then I'll let Tommy rebuttal.
Yeah, so am I answering the question about tools, or am I just speaking in general on topic?
You can speak. I do want to hear from the men about the tools, and then you can move on. You can do both.
Well, of course, yeah. Communication, most importantly, again, I don't believe it benefits a man to put any type of physical thing against a woman because you're gonna lose regardless. I just don't, and I don't agree with it. I'm with you. If you have to put your hands on a woman in order to make her comply, that's not the woman for you because it's gonna be bad all the way around. Ultimately, though, what I wanted to point out is when you said that it's just improper, right? Most men do not wish or think that the first tool is physical abuse or physical response to women. I think if you really look at the numbers of women that suffer from any type of domestic abuse, it's less than, I want to say, 5% of the population, right? So it's very, very rare, but again, this is the problem with feminism as to where femicide and all these different things, right, to where they make it seem like it's this overblown thing when it's just, people are violent. Human beings are violent, right? And the vast majority of them are not. But especially when it comes to men kill men. I'm sorry, but men delete men 4 times the rate of women, right? So what you said was improper. By men do attack men way more than the women, and the stats show it and support it. So men are far more violent against other men. The greatest deterrent and protection for a woman is the presence of a man.
Did I not say that earlier? When I was talking about ladies being like ladies, go find yourself a man.
Okay, I might have missed that, but that directly discounts your past rhetoric, right? You're clear. You're close. The closest statement. So if you said that earlier, but then you say what you just said, it's incoherent.
So let me explain why I said what I said, right? Because at the end of the day, if the argument is strictly about men who wish to put hands and feet on women, I do have to say those are not the men that are putting hands and feet on men. Can we agree to that?
No,
No,
those
I
men,
disagree.
those men will no, yeah, you disagree. Those men will delete other men. Usually, those men are the most violent, and they will take out everybody.
So
Those men are the men that will say the woman tells that man the relationship is over. She finds out he's dealing with a new man, and he will kick the door down and get everybody up out of there.
So Roxy is not a victim. I'm gonna preference that. I'm not a victim, but I have been in situations where men felt comfortable to put their hands on me. Now, the reason why I say I'm not a victim is because I have put my hands on them back. I have talked about this on my channel. With that being said, though, a lot of those times, those men, and again, I can only talk about my anecdotal experience. That does not make it the case where it's 100% true.
Okay.
I can say, and I have heard other women say this. Now, we can all be wrong. I can admit that. Those men have not put their hands on other men. They're actually afraid of other men.
Well, a good example is Mike Tyson. Hold on, Mike Tyson. He'll put his hand on a man. He'll put his hand on a woman. Floyd Mayweather. He'll put his hands on a man, and he also put his hands on a woman. Like it's countless examples of men are just violent, and it's anybody that they interact with, they're violent.
I get that, but we're also speaking strictly about relationship dynamics. That's the whole point. So I'm saying, well, hold on. I was gonna let after Fantastic Tommy go.
And you didn't even get my side before you let him get up here long-winded talking like the magic. Gotta let him go.
Well, you
Go
know,
ahead. I just mess with him. He know I owe him a couple punches for what he said the other day.
also hello, Eat Man.
How you doing, Rosie?
See, at least Fantastic Nightish. Did Tommy speak first and say hi to me first when you came up? I think you did, Tommy. Maybe. You're on mute. You're muted.
Yes, I'm trying to respect your show. You just said some crazy crap, and it was just you and me, so of course I spoke.
Okay. I just wanted to get you off of mute. Hi, Tommy. Hi, Tommy. Tommy is fun. I don't know why you all feel.
I heard what you're saying. It's not logical, and then you'll say, "Oh, it's my woman brain." So you'll then want to have a logical conversation and know you're not fit to have it.
Tommy is fun, y'all. I don't know why
Just
y'all
as
act
you
like
can't
Tommy
say
is
if I
this big
can't
bad
because
wolf.
I ain't got no legs. Why am I not trying to run the 100-yard dash? It don't make sense. You should just be that watch a logical. Am I wrong? If you know you have a woman brain and logic ain't your lead, then you should watch a logical conversation. You shouldn't be involved in it.
One, I can be logical. I told y'all I like to be toxic.
So then you should use that one, not laugh and say my woman brain and keep going down that road. You just sit up here and personalize and you keep doing it. You said men who beat women will not beat a man. That is a lie that black women just keep on telling. No other woman think that's true. That don't make sense. This man will put his hands on anyone. You don't have no proof.
But some don't. You have no proof that some always will.
The fact that you said some. You said
I don't think I've never
it,
talked about collectively. I don't think I've ever really meant it collectively.
You even asked Mr. Fantastic. You said, "Can we not agree that men that put their hands on women won't put their hands on men?" And he said, "No."
Yeah, but I can still say that's not always the case. I'm not going to disagree when he's saying no. I'm not even going to disagree with Eat Man saying that Floyd Mayweather.
I say women with wigs got stinking cat.
That's crazy.
I'm saying, if I just threw that out there.
That's crazy.
So that's crazy. But saying a man that will hit a woman won't hit a man is logical.
But you guys are obviously saying that's crazy. You're allowed to say that. The same way I'm allowed to respond back and say that's crazy.
I say something.
But I also can honestly say, Tommy, if you've been with some women with wigs with some stanky cat, I'm not.
No,
but
I'm saying,
I don't know.
Why say something with no facts behind it? Because you couldn't even say the man who hit you hasn't hit another man. He's only hit you.
The reason why I can say that is a little more personal reasons, but
I said you didn't say it. You could have said all the men who put their hands on me ran from other men. Every time another man came around, they ran. None of y'all women have that actual story.
Hold on. And I get that. That is also why I even preference by saying I'm not a victim. So no, everything I'm saying, and I'm not, listen, the only reason why I don't want to do the full logical conversation, I'm not pulling up stats. I'm not going to try to do the arguments of how stats. Hold on. Because again, we're just having a conversation. I'm not pulling out stats for people to be like, well, you're misinterpreting this stat. I'm not pulling out stats because stats can also not always tell the whole story. Right now, We are just having a conversation. If y'all really want to go stat for stat, we can.
No, but you're even doing that now. Instead of saying
this wasn't the topic of my show, for one.
Oh boy, every way out of it, you out of it every time. You will never address what's on the table. If you think you're losing, you go to something else. You never address what's on the table. Again, if I sit there and said women with wigs got stinky cat, and then you ask me, have you been with one who cat was stinky? Well, no. Do you know some? No.
Time out coffee.
Is there a set? No. I just like saying it so we can start there. I'm going to say it as it's a fact. And if someone challenges me, I'm going to say I'm a woman. I'm going to say it's late.
Hold on. That's not what I was doing for one. Again, I was either using anecdotal background information. And if you guys want to debunk it, which you guys had no problem doing it. And when I asked for other solutions and other answers, and I purposely said, what other tools?
Again, so even when you
guys say Roxy, you're wrong. I have no issue.
Hold
on 1 second. I have no issue when people want to say Roxy, you're wrong. I could be wrong. I'm not going to run against that. I'm not going to run against that.
You have. You just said you have. You said earlier, like a few things that you said. You said I wanted to ask you, why are men expected to respect all women, but you said you'll show respect and reverence towards your man? Have y'all noticed men are expected to show? Imagine, huh?
I said submission, not respect. I do believe everyone deserves respect.
All of these things, you're not even supposed to respect a man that you don't know. I ain't never heard no woman say I'm supposed to respect this man. I don't know him. I'm supposed to show him respect. But men are literally supposed to show women respect because they're women. Men are supposed to show restraint from women when they're women. Imagine if we said, "Oh no, I would never beat up a woman who was my girl." But this bitch, this woman who I don't know, I'm going to beat her up if she get in my face. Nobody would say that. They'd say I'm supposed to treat all of them with this reverence, even when they're not. Just like you said, and I'm so glad Mo said it. If you going to leave, your first thought, and I've dated women who thought like that. If you treat me in a horrible way, I'm supposed to give you time. And when you come back later, I'm supposed to still be there. I'm supposed to go sit on the couch. I'm supposed to go sit in the car. And that brother was right, that if I got in the car and left when you had just cussed me out, I ain't gonna come home the next day and you be like, oh, things have calmed down now. That is a lie when you sit up there and said, not all of us think that way. That's ridiculous. You know, if that man left the house after y'all was arguing and then he came back, you ain't gonna be like, good thing we let it calm down. Would you like some breakfast? But instead of being honest and saying to that man, well, yeah, if you left, we wouldn't want you to do that. So what we want you to do is be in the earshot or eye shot of where we were. Well, there's also men who'll tell you when I'm in earshot or eye shot, she'll follow me there. We have parents. We've seen mothers when you try to turn your back on your mom and go in your room because it's getting too heated. She'll follow you in the room. There are men who will tell you, yo, girl, you have tried to wang up on this girl. She keep calling back. And if you don't answer, I've had plenty of them show up at my door because I didn't answer her phone. But you want to sit up here and just say things. And then when I said to the point of, if all tools are on the table, people then think.
So when I asked you what other tools are there, I
said, if all of them, if I am the leader of something, if I ran a country, all tools would be on the table. That's why countries are run differently. And y'all bring up the Bible. In the Bible, men could put their hands on women, and you know society was better then. So I love it when y'all bring up the Bible, but then you don't bring up all the principles that were involved in the Bible. He could put hands and feet on your mouth. He could.
What other tools are there?
I just said.
Hold on. Even Fantastic said that is not the first tool to pull out.
That doesn't mean. Oh, he's saying listen, if you know I got several guns and knives in my house, you know what's harder for people to come do? Run up at my house. Because one, they know I might whoop their butt. Two, they know I got the security system with all the cameras. So they know I got a lot of things in my bag. It makes it more difficult to try and do it. As a matter of fact, statistics show if you got an ADT in your yard and a husband at home, crime goes down in your house. The fact that y'all won't even argue the fact that somebody's saying these things, having them, and somebody know you can do them. Oh yeah, it'll straighten you up. Just like as a man, if he know his woman, if she don't act right, she'll cheat.
Can I
He don't
say
stay out 3 nights, but if he know she ain't gonna do nothing when I'm out, she ain't gonna throw no hot grits on my chest when I got a lipstick on my chest. They will sit up there and say, there's nothing stopping me from mistreating you. That's why the brother was asking, what the hell am I supposed to do if everything that goes wrong gonna fall on me? Then what can I do to ensure that it doesn't? What can I do to make sure it doesn't? And if all I can do is walk out on a woman who already didn't have enough respect for me to where she was talking crap to me, walking out ain't gonna stop that woman. That's why I like what Mo said. She's already gotten to the point where she's disrespectful. Why wait on love a girl to come back later and say, oh,
I
since
said
I really
if you
love
are
you.
coming back. That's the whole
No,
point. But I
that ain't
said,
what you said.
hold on. I said leave. I said
That
a
is
man
what you said
absent.
if
So
you're
that is,
coming.
hold on. That is a man's choice whether he comes back or not.
That is still not what you said.
That is what I
The
said.
thing you offered, no, the thing you offered, and everybody heard it. That's why, again, watch what you say or stand by it. You said, I think that what you said, the best leaders and you said the tool that they need to have is communication. And if it gets to the point where you feel like it's too much, just walk away, and your absence will make me then realize how much I care for you. So then I will start to say, well, maybe I got it wrong.
Yes.
So now I got to in order for you to say maybe I got it wrong or realize you didn't want to be without me.
Thank you
Guess
so much.
what?
Fantastic. You have a great day. Sorry. I was just telling
But guess what has to happen? You have to now be allowed to come back in my space to say this.
I agree. But
Why
I'm
do
not
you
gonna
think
because
you
I'm not
have
gonna sit here and say
Why do
that
you
every
believe you have the ability? And most women do believe this. Men, tell me if I'm lying. Most women believe that after they disrespect you, they're going to always have a chance to come back and explain themselves if you walk off.
it's not a matter of that. Most of the time you all give us a second chance.
Why do you say it's not a matter of that?
Because it's not a matter of if you guys actually just said this is the line, you already crossed it, no coming back from this. Most of the time, a lot of men are letting women come back. That's the whole point.
Again, there's a cart and then there's a horse. In order for the men to allow that woman to come back, what had to have happened for you to believe that most of the time this happens? What had to have happened?
I'm not understanding that question.
In order for there to be a time in which you say, most of the time, men let us come back after we do something wrong. In order for you to believe you know this to be true, what had to happen?
That a man let a woman come back or that she apologized?
No, that she did something wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. She had
She
to have
did something
wrong, and then B, come back in his presence, and then realize he let me back. So she had to do two things to get the one. And she's now comfortable and confident in it, like you just spit, that most of the time y'all do let us back. Imagine a man sit up here saying, most of the time when we beat women's ass, they come back to us. Then that means you've been beating women's ass. Again, having a conversation, sometimes you're in the wrong arena because it ain't fair. And I'm sitting up here and I'm realizing it's not fair because you don't even hear what you're saying when you say it. When I was pointing this out, that man had to say, baby, don't you see you're doing two things wrong, and then still confident enough to walk up to that man and say, can I get another chance? And you said the majority of time, men let you come back. And you don't feel no kind of way about that.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Because again, I can tell you that because again, in a lot of those scenarios, yes, the same way I had to come back and apologize. If I'm apologizing, that means I recognize that I was wrong, correct?
How old are you?
I'm 30.
You mean to tell me, because I don't know how old either man is, this was something you should have already known. You shouldn't have heard this and thought this makes sense. You brought up the stat of most of the time when we do something to y'all let us come back. The fact you said that,
I just brought up.
I'm just saying the fact you were that comfortable saying it, and you still.
Because most people will let someone else come back. It's not even just a woman or man thing. Most people, if you're in a relationship,
well, that's because they're toxic. That's because they're toxic.
No, that's not. That's not because they're toxic.
Because if bad behavior continues, then what else? What is else to do? You can't continue the bad behavior
So we're being
Bad behavior.
disingenuous right now when it comes down to relationship dynamics to try to believe that, yes, we're being
How?
disingenuous right now because, again, boyfriends and girlfriends disagree. When you have two humans who are different people, they're not always going to get along. Someone's always going to get offended. It is a matter of, it's not about being toxic. It is about how much you're willing to go through with the person. Now, if it becomes abusive, if it becomes abusive, if it becomes so terrible, then yes, I agree. That's why I agreed with Mo Love. But in most case scenarios, two opposite people are gonna fight. Not physically, they're not gonna agree.
Who makes the line? Where is the line? Listen to what you just said. Would it get too much? But that line is in different places. There are plenty of women who's smart enough to where if they were a man and he raised his voice, she says, don't want to be around no man like that, because if he can raise his voice and I stay there, typically things get worse, not better. Typically, if you come back to somebody who did you wrong, they will do it again, and this time worse. Typically, if you let your kids stay out to 10, they gonna now say, let me stay out to 10:30. That is human nature. They push lines. So when he's saying what he's saying, he's right. It becomes toxic, or you are insecure, where you decide you're going to continue to let someone do something that you know hurt you. And when you let them do it, they got away with it. Whenever you go back, they got away with it. If someone stole from your job and you say, you can come back and still work there.
And that's why
hold
on, let me respond. I'm not even disagreeing with you, Tommy, because I also say that's why we need to start treating relationships as a business. So yes, if there is an offense that it becomes where there is no talking about it, no nothing, that is why I said leave. I agree with Mo Love. I agree with all of you. The only thing is, if it comes down to the point where you feel like you need the tool or the possibility of the threat that you will be able to put your hands and feet on a woman, I think you've gone too far to a point of no return. I think if a woman feels, hold on 1 second, y'all. I feel like, and I'm going to put it back on the women. If you feel like you need to constantly disrespect this man, or that you can get away with constantly disrespecting this man, you are also wrong. And you need to go as well, because you need to go learn what it is to actually respect people, because you should treat others. That's the golden rule we learn as children. Do unto others what you want done to you. If I don't want to be yelling and screaming at you, I'm not going to yell and scream at you. If I don't want to be cussing you out and being disrespectful, I'm not going to be disrespectful to you.
But the interesting part about what you said, dang, I don't let everybody go for 3 hours. I ain't saying nothing.
Hold on, he's been patient. He's been patient.
I've been quiet the whole time.
Yeah, you men are impatient. Y'all are the women of the black community.
Go ahead, Eda Man. Go ahead.
So the point that I'm trying to understand is Roll keeps Lover Girl Roll C keeps saying you have went too far. But for a man to go too far, the precursor to that is that the woman had to go too far, right? So it's almost like having a conversation about me going too far after you already crossed the line is an interesting point of view that you're stating. But I do think you should have a tool in your boat. I think y'all kind of talked about a little bit, is a zero tolerance. So my wife got a zero tolerance that I put my hands on her, and I got a zero tolerance that she talked to me crazy. We can disagree and be respectful. I don't understand why we have these conversations about just because we disagree, you got to be a stupid ass nigga, or you got to be all these crazy, No, because that's the point. Men are not trying to put their hands on women because they disagree. It got to be a level of disrespect, name calling, next level. It's not just, you want to eat Applebee's and I want to eat Long John Sister. Let's fight. That's not what's going on, Rosie, and you know that.
No one said that. Again, y'all being disingenuous, because not even Tommy was saying that. The whole point was we never even put an example out there. All I asked was, besides the fact that the tool of being able to put your hands and feet on a woman is out there, what else do you all as men have anything? If y'all want to debunk that, Rogue C is saying, no, not every man who's going to put hands on a woman is also not going to put hands on a man. I will give you guys all those points, because I'm not about to go back and forth. I don't feel like looking up statistics. I don't. I will agree. Men are violent. I give that to you, Eda Man. The issue that I'm having is, why is that in the arsenal when you can go?
Jesus Christ.
Is it acts Wait. Is it axe? Yeah. Or is it ask?
It shouldn't be.
Well, no, the reason it's in the arsenal, if we're being honest, Rosie, is because it's in your arsenal too. Women, see, we don't have this conversation.
I heard that earlier.
Hold on, we don't have this conversation that I have said in court. And let me tell you who typically start throwing licks first. It's women. It's just that he's stronger, so she got a black eye.
Welcome
Well,
up, Bonnie.
What's good? What's good, Rosie? Hey,
My
My
guy. What's going on, Governor Ron?
You should be putting
it. Yeah, what's going on,
player?
Yeah.
Hey, wait, I see 90s and Eat a Man, Tony Sotomayor up here. I'm scared.
No.
Obviously, if they're over here at Lover Gang, they just want to cook on Rogue C. As you can see, get her.
Wait. We can't allow that. One second. We can't allow that to go by. We love our little sister. We are here to support her and uplift her. We are not here to,
Tommy don't love
it is.
Facts.
Wait, that's not fair because I offered you to come to my show. B, I was supposed to be having my own show, but I'm sitting up here. I said, well, this is nice to give her the people coming over here and they'll be like to come over here. I've showed you love,
Tommy.
Hold on one last second. I talk to people I care about because I treat them this way. If I don't want you to fall because it's a truck coming, you will snatch your kid real hard when it's a car coming. They get ready to walk out in the street. You ain't gonna baby hand them. So when I'm talking to people and I'm realizing not only you but other people, and especially I feel it's my job. The HIPAA agreement that I signed up for says I will do no harm, and I am sitting up here. And if I watch people doing harm, I'm hurt by it. And some of the things you're saying and some of the things that Black women have passed down to their children and each other are hurtful to them and the community. It is. So when I speak about it as if it sounds like it's life or death, because to me, I think it is. Thank you for Big Damu, who said these women are stressing Tommy out. You need a shot. They give me $50 for a shot.
Salud.
Get me drunk.
So, Rosie, the point that
Wait a minute.
Drink alcohol now.
Oh, yeah. Eye to eye, Tommy.
Yeah, email me after the show, Ro. In the private section, my email's there. Email me. I'm all about working with people because you just, you getting away with a lot. You little sis. Little sis, I gotta tell little sis, hey, them niggas, you can't go over them niggas' house with that little bit of skirt on by yourself and think that it ain't gonna go left. It is. Now you gonna be that you old school. Okay. Well, all I can do is bury you now.
No, I'm gonna say Big Bro is right.
No, you gonna sit there and come up with some excuse of how it was 3 girls 18 years ago who did it and nothing happened.
So okay, let me give this disclaimer. Like I said, can I be wrong? Absolutely. Will I be corrected? Absolutely. I have no issue with that. My
can or will?
Both.
And did.
Both.
And was.
And will.
And is. And is. And is.
I said so, Rosie. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just gonna say this. This is the thing about me. I love learning. I love to learn, and I do think I do value men's opinion. I think because of the men in my life and actually, finally not being hard-headed, little sister, daughter, girlfriend, lover, whatever. I think my life has gotten better.
Is that an offer?
That wasn't no off. Come on, look at you. Okay. He out of pocket.
Look at you blushing. Okay.
No, he doesn't. I'm wearing blush.
It's the alcohol.
Oh, yeah, don't you blame that on no makeup. Don't you blame that on no Mac.
Listen.
Blame that on Mac. You gotta blame it on the Mac, not your Mac.
No. I know some contouring going on. It's a little gold in the foundation. But anyway, this is what I want. Here's my 2 dream things. I want to interview with Rose.
I've been trying to talk with. I was halfway in the sentence.
1 second. I'm gonna shut up. 1 second, Eat a Man. 1 second. I'm gonna shut up.
That's why I act like that, Rosie. I'll just say I came and I tried to follow rules for 2 motherfucking hours. And when I'm following these rules, y'all niggas put me on the back. I'm gonna give them 10 more minutes.
No, I was gonna say you hit the swear jar. Listen, because ain't nobody supporting the show anyway.
Yeah. Send $5, man. For
Wait a minute. How do they support it? Just the Cash App that's going across the screen.
As of right now.
Oh, because you're not monetized yet.
Not yet. We're working towards it. We're getting the watch hours. I think I need. How many more subscribers do I need? Can someone let me know? Hold on. Let me check.
Not that many. Let me go look right quick.
I need 45 more subscribers to hit 500.
49.
Subscribe to the channel, y'all. Subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, we got people watching. Just subscribe.
I did.
Yeah. Hit that subscribe button.
That's the only way I could talk, and I wasn't gonna let you silence me. So I subscribe.
Let me say this though. I want to do an interview with Rogue, and I want to do an interview with Ronnie sometime soon.
Let's do it.
All right, Rosie. I'll talk to you later. I appreciate you having me.
I'm
I'm so sick of these niggas. I can't take it no more. I'm so sick of
Eat go off one more time. One last time, Eat Man. Just go off.
Let Eat Man go ahead and get it out. No,
I'm
E,
not,
you really haven't
like this shit is crazy at this point. Like Rosie talking crazy, the men talking crazy. It's all crazy up here. But Rosie, so you believe in mutual combat, right?
I technically, yes.
Do you believe in mutual combat?
Yes, but I don't advocate for it.
No, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to understand, like, if you. No, I'm saying, like, if you.
The computer didn't want to hear what you said, E. The computer didn't want to hear what you were saying, E.
Yeah.
What about now? Is that better?
No. Look at the Lord
Y'all
work.
still
Look
can't
at
hear
the
me?
Lord work.
Hold on, you're
Look
back.
at the Lord work.
He's back. Hold on, E, you're back. Come on.
Man, so I'm trying to say, me and you in a relationship.
Jesus.
You slap me, do I got the right to slap you?
No.
By mutual combat, yes. But that is why I say I don't advocate for it, because I've been in those situations and I do not support them. I don't want to go back to them. I keep my hands to myself, so that won't be the excuse.
Why would somebody put their hands on you?
But most situations, she can't hurt you.
I had a mouth on me. Tommy, that's why I understand what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. That's why I can say personally, women, we don't need to be so sharp-witted with our tongues. We really don't need to be jousting with men like that. I've been there.
Also, you believe he hit you because of your mouth? Because you just said I had a mouth on me. So you believe your mouth caused the physical altercation?
I hurt his feelings and I hurt his ego.
Wait a minute. I asked you specifically. I said, so somebody put their hands on you, and your response was, I had a mouth on me.
Because again, that's probably the usual reasoning that they give. Yes. And I can say, yes, I have been in situations of mutual combat. Am I proud of it? Not at all. Not at all. Do I advocate for it? Not at all. But have I learned from it? Most definitely. So do I know certain times where if I can see where a man is getting pushed to that point, does Roxy know how to shut the hell up? Yes.
That shouldn't be a justification, though.
Because Tom, you gotta realize, remember, most women love discipline. They love it.
Well, but she was telling me she did when I was telling her if a man,
two different things.
Eat a man supposed to be talking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kate. My bad,
Is
Kate.
he back? Is he? E, is your connection?
He was still borging. He was borging. He was lagging.
E.
Well, that waterhead boy don't know how to fix his computer.
Is your name Caitlin? Is your name Caitlin?
It is.
Can I say something real quick? Just
You done sit up here and claim people ain't sent you nothing, but it's okay.
Who sent me something?
Don't put her on blast. Don't put her on blast.
Hold on, because I've been checking and I have not. Hold on. Thank you. I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay, one, I've been going back and forth with y'all. Okay, hold on. Excuse me, y'all. So one, shout out to Mo Love. Thank you so much, Mo, for supporting the show. Thank you so much to Tommy for supporting the show. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Big Brother Izzy from the clouds. Thank you so much, Izzy Bands. I appreciate all of y'all. Thank y'all for giving me
shout out to
to my head, not to my heart. Y'all see me fighting for my life up here. So please do not.
No.
Izzy gave you $1,000.
Listen,
Izzy, did you give me $1,000?
Well, I mean, he may be going around calling himself Izzy Bands if he ain't giving out bands.
Izzy will give you a $1,000 smile.
No.
Can I say something quick?
No, 1 second. Before you go, willing to win. Before you go.
I've been waiting patiently, Nidus. Come on, man. Listen, All I'm gonna say is just keep your hands to yourself. Don't be touching people. Don't do none of that. If you feel, huh?
What about my feet?
No, not your feet. Keep your feet to yourself too. But yeah, just
you gotta say, man.
But yeah, just don't be threatening each other, love each other, and all that. Go ahead, Nidish.
Will, and I was trying.
It is a toxic situation.
I was trying to say that. I was trying to say that. So let me help y'all out. Let me help y'all hearts out, you young, soft, emotional men. She gonna talk about your dick. She gonna talk about your mama. She gonna talk about your family. So if you can't deal with that, maybe you should not have sex right now. Because she definitely gonna tell you ain't packing nothing, your mama ain't ish, and your family ain't ish. So if you can't handle them words right there, and you gotta put feet in the hand on her because she told you you didn't do nothing. I was moaning to make you feel better.
Also, shout out to Sexy Red TV. Thank you so much, my love. Thank you so much for supporting the show.
Go below the belt
See?
to make a point. That's the problem. They gotta go below the belt. So
Right. I agree. They should. Yeah.
This is what I was trying to tell you, dear. Sometimes synergy happens. What happens with synergy is people will see that one is doing it, and another one doing it, and it'll just start happening. Promise you it will.
And also, thank you so much for everybody who is watching and supporting from Tommy's show. I appreciate y'all. Believe it or not, yes, I have my toxic side, but yes, Roxy is also always willing to learn, and we're always going to have a good time.
But Roxy,
so
which one you like more, your toxic side or your feminine side?
Well, then you can't be blushing
I
at me
like
like
a
that.
healthy balance. Most men enjoy both.
No, you got to get away from that
you like the
toxic
toxic side.
That's
You
what I'm
gotta
saying.
get away from that toxic side.
She been doing that all day.
And
Ronald,
isn't that just real life?
Ronald, you
Like,
shut your
everybody-
filthy mouth. I want her to have that toxic side too. I want both sides.
That's what I'm saying. The toxic side is
I
in the
want
black
her to
community.
choose
Black
both
women,
of
they
them.
love that toxicity. That's what they love.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. So you know how people started microdosing? I like to microdose my toxicity. So I got to give you a little.
So she being delusional.
You hear this shit? You hear this stuff crap, Ron? You see? This is what this it.
But you know what though?
But look at him. He's smiling though. He's smiling.
Everybody has a bit of toxicity in them. I mean, that's just a part of being human, male and female.
What do you call toxicity, pretty lady?
More love.
I mean, there are plenty of things that qualifies.
So give me an example of it.
I mean,
That plenty of people have.
Some people, well, plenty of people, I don't know. I think it's different for everybody, but I know people who literally cannot be in a peaceful atmosphere. They have to stir up some type of negativity or drama. That's
Well, hold on. But yes, what shouldn't we separate like the idea of these people, if you know they exist? Like there are plenty of serial people who ended up being serial deleters. There are child essayers. All these people exist. But we wouldn't then turn around and make them seem like they are a normal part of life to where they can overrun things.
Not at all. You got
point. So toxic people. So we should be able to say about toxic people that we keep them in the very minority, not the fact that in the black community, what my man, what Marshawn Lynch down there was saying.
People love calling me that. I'm not related to him though. I know people love calling me that.
what my boy Marshawn was saying. Listen, what he was saying, like this idea of we need to call it what it is. That thing that's a thing needs to be called a bad thing. Whenever you make jokes about that thing, and most every black woman make a joke about how toxic they are to the point of where y'all got clothing that says y'all toxic.
Yeah,
it is a thing y'all look in my life.
Let me answer the question because you asked a question about the toxicity, right? So I'm going to answer the question. So what Mo Love is saying is not necessarily wrong. I think it's a matter of the same way how I said on a show one day how men are supposed to be dangerous. Men are supposed to be dangerous. You guys have the strength, you have the logic, you have the ability of strategizing and everything, right? But the most dangerous man is a man without discipline. So once you know how to discipline that quote unquote bad side or that dangerous side or that thing that people would deem more negative, once you know how to actually discipline and use that in the right places, that is when it becomes your strength. So when I make the joke about how toxic Roxy is, right, it is more so because I have learned that negative side about me, I have now learned how to make it my strength. So even if it comes down to the fact where people want to be like, oh, Rogue C's manipulative, I'm not. I know how to now make everything that I do in a feminine, wild way where I do end up getting my way. Now, if you want to call that manipulation, it is what it is. I'm not hurting anybody. That's the whole point. With your toxicity, you have to ask, or your negative traits, are you hurting people? The moment you start hurting people, then yes, you're a problem. I'm not hurting anybody by doing what I do.
Right. And maybe I should have said we all have toxic moments. You get what I'm saying? Everybody does at some point. No, that's true, Tommy. For example, okay, let's say a man can be a loving person, a very hardworking person, but at the same time, he can struggle with things like anger or controlling certain behaviors. It doesn't necessarily mean like that toxic trait completely defines who he is completely as a man, if that makes sense.
I hear what you're saying about it. Something doesn't completely define someone.
I want to go after Ronnie.
I agree with you that something doesn't completely define someone, because if a guy sleep with one guy, don't make him gay. That was just one time.
Oh my gosh.
Tommy's metaphors and examples always go so left field.
Yeah, I know y'all give passes towards some things. I think it's quite unfortunate that people who have rules will bend them when it comes to them or people they know. We will always bend these rules, and I'm a fair person. I believe if you're going to say it's okay, then it's okay. Why go to the thing that you say is too far or too left or that, and then say I don't like that? You picking and choosing at that point. And I'm hearing what you're saying about, hey, everybody got this thing. They really do. And I'm going to agree with you. Everybody has a thing that would be bothersome. But I got to address what you said about the thing I'm doing isn't hurting. Well, that's where you're wrong. Psychologically, if a person has had something done to them since they were born, they don't even think it's abnormal. So while you're doing it thinking you're not hurting, they think it's not hurting either, which is why Celie said the first thing when asked, what should I do with Miss Sophia? Beat her. Because she saw no problem with the abuse, because the abuse became normal. And a lot of things in life become normal simply because why? We were exposed to it, and the person who exposed us to it told us that's how it was supposed to go. So when you say words like, I manipulate, but I ain't hurting nobody.
That's true. So again,
Tommy, first of all, get your hands out my pockets, Tommy. Get your hands out my pockets.
Come up here with some bands.
Also, if you show that $1,000 smile, Izzy.
What's good? What's good? It's $1 million smile, actually.
$1 million
smile. What's up, y'all?
250.
I ain't seen you in a while, brother. How you been?
I've been good. And yourself? How you been doing?
Izzy bad.
What's up?
Everybody see the video with Geno Smith? Everybody saw the video with Geno Smith? With Geno Smith and his baby mama?
What's up, Larry Diallo? What's up, y'all?
No.
Oh, you see the video with Geno Smith and his baby mama?
No.
How women would take a man to his edge. Instead of leaving the situation alone, she egged the man on that when the man tried to put his hands on her, then she went online.
I really do. When y'all get done, I have a question for Tommy. I already know.
I want to go after Ronnie though, and Izzy Band. That's a $250,000 smile. Let's be respectful about it.
The masculine situation, they tied it with toxicity. That's what happened with today's society. They say, okay, if a man being masculine, then he's being toxic. So which one is it? Is he masculine or is he toxic? It is. It's a fact.
He's right. It's a fine line.
So
it's a fine line.
I was talking to my friend, and he and I discussed this, and I think I'm going to do a show about this. A lot of things that we deemed as toxic for men are actually natural for you all. It's just there was not a right placement for it. So a lot of these times now, what is being deemed as toxic masculinity is problematic because it's overcorrecting y'all and it's actually making y'all softer men.
What you mean?
No. I'm gonna go after Ronnie.
Can I go? No, I want her to rely on that. What you mean by it makes you all suffer men? Go ahead.
So a lot of the things that are being deemed as men being toxic, you guys having your okay. So I'm gonna just say this: men need to go back outside. Men need to go hunt. Men need to go do the things that aggression and all that have been deemed as toxic. That is where that time and place is for y'all to go do. And I feel like the moment we stop doing stuff, like even when they kind of started calling Boy Scouts toxic, that was crazy to me. because that was kind of that natural outlet for boys, that whole boys to be boys. That is where it belonged. Because now it seems like it's actually the reverse Lord of the Flies, if you guys are familiar with that book. And it's crazy to me because it's like, instead of the savage man, now you guys have been so docile, or not y'all, right? But I think it's now just such an overcorrection that is trying to make men.
Docile. Don't say not y'all. You mean y'all. All of you N words. Y'all all docile. Say that.
No, because that's not what I'm saying. Good night, Sexy Red. Have a great day.
Hey, shout out to the chat. Yo, shout out to everybody in the chat.
Red, sorry.
I'm on my computer. Shout out to everybody in the chat. So I apologize that I'm not speaking to y'all individually, but what's up, everybody? Good to see y'all. Salute.
I do believe it's the reverse Lord of the Flies. I do think, respectfully, I thought she said night. I'm sorry, Sexy Red. I'm sorry, I misread the chat. But I think it's a reverse Lord of the Flies situation where now, instead of you guys, men just in general, being savage, you guys are now being clipped.
Okay, but for example, I can use Tommy as an example. Tommy interviews so many different people. When he's calm and civil, they don't respect him. When he gets high in his pee, F you, F that. Oh, Tommy is toxic. He's a narcissistic. You can't trust him. Don't listen to him. And I'll be like, I'm confused here.
Tommy's just animated from what I see. Tommy, were you a theater kid?
I am. I'm an animaniac. I am.
Were you in theater as a
yakko, wacko, and dot at the same time? But I because I'm really into stuff. But Ronnie's right. I will sit there and hold one of these conversations with people and get run over. So then I'll say, well, you're not going to listen to that. Let me give you this. Then it's, what's wrong with him? And a lot of men in the black community feel like that. Why do you think there's like no middle ground between either the nigga's corporate and he got to be with white chicks, or he the realest nigga alive? You can see it in his eyes. There's no middle. And it's because that's what y'all, the only time, and what's sad is y'all will get a white boy. That white boy can be country, rock and roll, lame as hell. Y'all let him be all spectrum of things. Niggas, we done got to the point where every time you see a picture of us, you don't even see a nigga teeth. It's rare you see a picture of a guy, a black man, and it's showing his teeth. Because that look punkish. Nigga, why you smiling so much? Quit smiling. And this is the thing that we have become. I'm telling y'all don't give us a chance to be in the middle. When I asked you earlier, I said, name the black woman that's bragging about how few people her man have slept with. She don't exist. Why not? If you're going to call niggas dogs, you like dogs. And the proof is, every time you got two dogs, what do one of the dogs do to the other one? Sniff his ass. What do black women lead with? Tell me I'm lying. What do black women lead with? Go to their pictures. They got more pictures of their ass than their face. They always talk about
pictures of my beautiful face.
Because you ain't got no ass. But that ain't the point.
The devil's a lie. Like, he just wants your show. He just don't fall for it. He just wants your show. Don't fall for it.
Wait. Girl, you just keep your face on there. Don't you be looking back.
We don't Kendrick Cam for anything less than 1,000. But
oh, come on, little sis. Come on now. Jesus Christ.
Come on, Roxy.
Your girl is in the gym enough where she has manufactured and I have made make a booty, make a wish, makebootywish.com.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord.
When it comes to
it's natural. Thank you very much.
Why do people think because you don't show your body that you don't have
that
one?
you ain't got one?
That wasn't the thing. I just made a joke. I ain't seen this.
These are the same Negroes, Mo Love.
I haven't seen this one. I don't know this woman's Instagram or nothing. I just made the joke and she said I don't show it.
That's the body. That's all. We're trying to see the face.
Yeah, we can't go that far. Everybody knew it was a joke. There's like everybody on here knew it was an obvious joke. It was a good singer. They wouldn't mean anything.
I'm not mad. I was joking back.
No, I'm trying to talk to Mo Love. I'm like, come on, that wasn't a serious thing.
I know that's the thing though. And I have a brother. He was like, bro, if you always only show selfies, then from the shoulder up, people are gonna think you weigh 400 or 500 pounds, or you just don't have a body.
But that is true.
Like, I didn't know people thought that. What?
No, but there's a lot of. But come on, again, if you said you knew all this about toxic and everybody got, you also know that preconceptions is a thing that humans have used in order to evolve over thousands of years.
And
That's not new. Anytime only women say you shouldn't preconceive. Men understand preconception. I live in Atlanta. I don't get mad at preconception that they think most guys in Atlanta are gay.
But no, what you're saying is not wrong. Neither you or Mo Love is wrong. So I've been very transparent. People who know me before I ever cammed up in this space, people kind of knew of me. And they know I went through a weight loss journey. I'm still going through one. So it is a real thing. A lot of times
I hate that
it can
about
be
you.
an insecurity.
Should have kept that weight on you.
Me too. Me too. Can she finish her statement? No, hold on, y'all. Let her finish about her weight loss journey first.
I can respect what she's saying, Izzy, because I'm going through a weight gain journey. Go ahead.
That's what happens when we hit 50. That's what happens when we hit 50, Tommy. It's what happens,
I hate that about you.
Shit.
Roxy, I hate that about you.
No. Don't let Tommy get away with that. We don't care where you're trying to get that weight at, brother. Say that for the women alone when you have just a Tommy and women pod.
Keep that weight on, Roxy.
Before you go,
I'm not going to keep the weight on because that is unhealthy. And shout out to the black men who do love the thicker bodies, but it is about health over anything else. It's health over aesthetics. But at the end of the day, there are some preconceived notions because there are women, and I was one, who would take the selfie as such because I didn't want to show the rest of my body. But now it's not even about the fact that you lost the weight so you can show your body now. It's one, I was raised to be a lady. So respectfully, I'm not supposed to just be promoting my goodness like that. But two, it is the fact that now I don't have to show myself because I am confident in myself. I do feel like there's a lot of, when you do build discipline, I do have to agree with Ron where he was saying that a lot of women crave discipline. I did. I lived so much without it, and it wasn't because my parents didn't put it in me. I rebelled. I was rebellious. I told y'all I'm toxic. I was rebellious to everyone around me. But now that I am getting older, wiser, and I kind of realized, Roxy, that lifestyle wasn't really working for you. I moved the way I move now. Even with my weight loss journey, the reason why I gained the weight was because I was unhealthy. I was unhealthy up here, and it reflected with the foods I ate, the things that I found comfort in, the lifestyles that I was doing. I am not on Zep bound. Your girl just naturally likes to work out.
They said Ozempic over here. They said Ozempic.
I don't believe in taking medications that we don't know what the outcomes will be.
What's wrong with this population?
Yeah.
Said she was in the gym. Nigga said Ozempic. Like, yo, what's
Wait. A Rogue C is a possibility. Is there a possibility that you can miss home?
Oh my God, bro.
Say that again.
Is there a possibility that you can miss home?
Yes, but that wasn't home for me. Unhealthy was not home for me.
Right.
So that is where I was trying to force an unhealthy place to be my home, and that's why it didn't work out. So that's why I enjoy the journey I'm on, even with finding out my bad and toxic traits. I'm not really toxic anymore like that. Was I before?
I don't know. I got a feeling you kind of miss toxicity. You keep saying that word over and over again.
That's a fact. You do.
Because I found a new form for it. I found a new out. Like I said, with the whole toxic masculinity, it's all about the outlet for it. My toxicity, my rage, my anger. I put that in my weight loss now. I put that in when I lift weights. And I enjoy it. It's fun. That's why I don't have to worry about Ozempic head. My head matches my body, as we can see.
And Rob, I wanted to say, you look really good. I remember seeing. I think I met you like 2 years ago. Girl, you lost a lot of weight. You look great. You was beautiful either way.
A lot? Damn, how big was she?
Damn.
Stop. You the one said it, Mo. Mo said you lost a lot. I mean, whoa.
Even if it was a lot of weight, that is still a major accomplishment. But
it is. I was just saying, how big was it? Because she said a lot.
It wasn't just huge, but I'm saying I definitely noticed. I can see that.
I can be honest with you. My biggest weight was 247.
Hey, Ronnie, if they say they're a little toxic, you know what I'm going to do? When she in the kitchen cooking that fried chicken, I'm going to bite her on the cheek.
She said, "Girl, because I remember you lost a lot of weight."
She did throw that out there a little bit, but it's okay.
It's
proud of what I
this is
did.
what happens. This is how women be fighting each other, Tommy. Don't do that.
Man, it's always
This is the beginning of a
proving my point.
always.
It's always a
Like,
man.
I know you ain't gonna let her get away with that. Come on, man.
You know, think about it. Is it like, man, we don't be like to a nigga, be like, oh man, you doing good, because shit, when I first you were broke when I first started.
I appreciate
Women don't know how to ease into it. Men, we just be like, you doing better. I'm glad to see you doing better. We'll be like, because last time I saw you, nigga, whoa.
I did not. And I know it's not like that with Mo. Mo, I trust me. I know. And see, that's the beautiful thing about when you aren't in a toxic mindset or when you are on a health journey, you don't take everything as a personal dig. Mo is my sister. I'm not going to take what she said as a personal dig, despite it's a man trying to stir the pot. That's why y'all not allowed in the kitchen. Get out the kitchen, Tommy.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Because we're men. Because we know stuff like that don't bother. We play with each other like that. We have a fat friend and call him Slim. Stuff bother y'all. That's why we messing with y'all. We don't get mad.
And see, that's why I advocate for women to be healthier, because even when it comes down, I'm all for the idea of competition with women in the sense of, there's something you want, compete for it. Point blank, period.
What do you mean by that?
Ronnie. They don't know how to listen. Mo Love for sure, and definitely Rogue C don't know how to make a good crab boil. They don't even know the seasoning to put up in there.
I'm from New Orleans.
How did we get here? How did we
We're talking about toxic we got here.
You hungry and shit? You heard fat and then
I know. Hold on. The beautiful thing about it, because I was a bigger girl, doesn't mean I just lost my ability to cook. I don't.
Now that I dated a big girl that didn't know how to cook. Some of them.
Oh shit! God, dog. I know you was disappointed.
I don't know what to put in the trash pot. Yes, I do. The fact that, this is people.
Oh, you be whipping up in the kitchen?
Trying to play my New Orleans card, and I'm getting very upset about that.
So, Roxy, you know how to whip in the kitchen, Roxy? You know how to cook it up in the kitchen?
Yes.
So people really date big women?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes. Come on. You know it's the whole thing out there.
Wait. 1 second. Willing to win. They don't know what
Shut
adobo.
Up, Robert, let me throw.
I'm trying to help you out. Brother. They don't know what adobo is. They don't know what sazon is. They don't know about. Come on, man.
No. How did we start talking about food?
Hold on. I'm gonna need a California ninja to not try to tell a Southern Belle how to throw down in her kitchen. Thank you very much, because I can show you my whole seasoning cabinet.
He would love to see it. Can we please stop doing foreplay with Titus real quick?
Wait. 1 second. Wait. Izzy Bands. I got a feeling that them neck bones is gonna be very flavorless.
Yo, come on, Nice. You try to trick on him.
Everything he's saying is not even about food. It is sex. This man is foreplay. This ain't food.
I told you. He tried to trick on him.
I just brought it late, but Izzy is right. This is not food.
And that's why I say shout out to Big Brother.
Food.
This nigga,
Yeah. Let's move on, y'all. Let's move on.
So can we take it back to body count, or did Izzy? I know you
Mo had a question. I don't know if she remembers it.
Wait. Who was talking about their body count up here? I'm on the wrong show.
Tommy said he got 1,000.
I said a couple of times. You can quote me.
Wait. I don't want to be a part of this conversation. Hold on.
We want to be a body count.
Did y'all not look at
I didn't hear the part about body counts. Wait, I didn't hear that. Wait. Love a Girl Confession Live does body. Oh shit!
Yeah, that's the title. Body count.
Of all the shows I try to show you love, I come on this show. Shit. I'm gonna be quiet.
You know what, Izzy? I didn't even see that part about the body.
I
didn't even see that part about the body counts either. I thought too.
Night has been up here. Do not believe Night.
Ron, I was gonna go there. That tell you if you want to keep something from a Negro, put in a book. These niggas didn't even read what they clicked on.
Wait, hold on. Don't do it like that, Tommy.
Talk about the time they gave head.
Tommy, I got more books than everybody on this panel combined. Now listen,
you read them. They might be.
I read them all. They got markers in them. Everything. This is the thing. Roxy been on me about missing her show and not showing her love, and then I happened to catch it live. I shot the thing, and then you said the thing about the money. So I said, this is a good time. Let me come up here and rock my sister. I did not see no title. I did not see no title.
You see how I brought to put that money in your pocket and put it back in mine. No, but I'm saying, but see how I did that. I told you, it's a thing where if it get that momentum happens, and then people love to do it.
And
People have
if I come over to your show, they're gonna bounce me off. They're gonna go ahead and be like, "Get rid of this bitch."
Hey, but you know, that's why she want me over here, because every time I come over here, I show money love. That's why she wants me over here.
If you heard some of the stuff that she was saying earlier, I pulled all my hair out. You see this shit?
Roxy, that's your toxic side coming out. That's your toxic side coming out.
I told y'all keep trying to make it seem like I'm just this. Listen, I told y'all the toxic side comes out. You could say it's split personality. Tommy, you say you're a psychologist. You can tell me what it is.
Wait, does body count matter what, for men or for women or for who?
So, okay, to take it back to the original, I was on Trey the Truth Teller. Shout out to Trey. And they were talking about how you can literally mathematically find out how much D a woman has, to the point where men said the average woman has had a half a mile or a block of D in her life.
But why are they mathematically trying to compute how much D a woman has had or hasn't had? I don't understand that.
That's an inadequacy conversation. I don't care how much D you got if I get an opportunity. To get
Right. I mean, no, wait. There has to be a disclaimer. Wait, I'm not gonna go that far. I do care, but you know what I'm saying? I don't care about the body count as long as it ain't like you on the street, on the stroll, and you was giving it out every day. You know what I'm saying? But to different people. But I'm not going to try to do a forensic assessment to find out how many people you've been with. It just doesn't.
Yeah, but it should matter, because here's the thing y'all aren't understanding. In order to even sleep with somebody, you have to sweat on them. Your skin has to touch them. Your pores, the biggest organ on the human body, is starting to receive as well as give. And y'all act like this isn't a thing, which is how bad society's gotten. And I'm a whore, and I'm telling this. I am like your uncle who is drunk telling y'all don't drink this shit. At least I'm telling you the truth. Everybody else is trying to make excuses. It doesn't mean you're inadequate as a man. I wasn't inadequate. Every car I've gotten, do you know what they're called? Brand new. Why? Because I didn't want to drive somebody else's car. Now, somebody else might be okay with that. But because I can afford new cars, that's what I got. And if you're a dude and you can afford a girl that ain't been sweating on 39 niggas, you would.
Wait, hold up for a second. This is the thing. Hold on real quick, Tommy. This is the thing, right? At our good golden age, right? There's no way, take that down real quick. There's no way in the hell that we're gonna get a woman that has little to no miles. Like that is almost non-existent, right? Hold on, let me finish, right? So that is almost non-existent. I'm not saying that you should just be with a loose woman. I'm not advocating for that at all. What I am saying is that if you find a woman and you find that she's worthy, because basically us dudes at our age anyway, we're not just going to accept any woman into our life anyway. She got to qualify to be with us. So if she qualifies to be with us, her past really doesn't matter. Most of these women have been married before. Most of these women already have children. And listen, if any dude get a woman that I've been with before, shit. It's come on,
yeah. Wait. Ronnie, if I get let me say this about the fat old bald man. If the fat old bald man get one of Izzy Band's women, she ain't never came like that in her life. She gonna be like, oh my goodness.
Oh, righty then. So hold on. Because this was one of my segments that I wanted to talk about. And I do want to hear from the men about this. So one of the parts that I wanted to discuss was the public embarrassment, right? Because that was also what came up on the show when I was over at Trades. And I could concede to that point when it comes down to men discovering if your friends know your chick, your family knows, your coworkers know, if social media knows your girl, right? So if everyone knows about either her body count or how she gets down, or if they've even been up in her, and everyone knew except you, right? Because I don't think it's necessarily about the sex for a lot of men. I do think it's about the humiliation. Because nobody wants to feel like a joke. Nobody wants to feel like the last person informed, right? And I think when it comes down to dating, in the history and knowing about your partner's dating history, nobody wants it to be a group project, right? So I do want to hear from the men. is it more so, I get the body count. I get what Tommy was saying about the fluids and all that. Thank you so much for that very graphic image, by the way. But is it also about the humiliation that can come with it?
No.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Shout out to white flag victim. Shout out to you. Hey, yo, listen, I'm on my computer and for whatever reason, it's not letting me type. So in the chat, it's just saying join the chat and all this goofy stuff. So I can't see. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Much love to all of y'all. I'm not if I missed you, I'm not trying to diss you. I just can't type. No, now my man Narrative said, now I'm pandering. I'm not pandering. Y'all know me better than that, right? This is the thing though. I'm not saying, again, to get with a loose woman. What I am saying is that there is a whole facts now. It's called Instagram. It's called Twitter. It's called all kinds of things. So if you should do your due diligence, you should do your research. You should understand the woman that you're getting with and who that woman is. And if you deem her good enough for you, and if she is complimentary to you, then it shouldn't matter what her past is, barring some, STDs or something like that, or some horrid, whatever the case may be. But other than that, it shouldn't matter about her past if y'all are good after you do your research. That's what I'm saying.
Now, we did also talk earlier, Izzy, about the whole soul ties. And I do think a lot of times we also compare when we talk about the body count situation, and I'm going to let you go, Tommy. But I do think
I want to go after Ronnie.
Yeah.
So Tommy, Ronnie, Nightish?
I didn't even get to ask Tommy my question, but it's
Mo first.
You didn't answer when I asked. I said, "Don't you have a question for me?" You didn't say shit.
But they started.
So hold on. So just so I can fill Izzy in, and then Mo, I'll let you ask your question to Tommy. So I think, Izzy, we also talked about the soul ties, and I even had conversations where it was more so when the woman is more caught up on another man, that a lot of men also don't like about the whole body count situation. All right, Mo Love, go ahead, and then Tommy, Ron, Nightish.
Let me respond after they finish. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this was during the earlier conversation about men finding an alternative, I guess, to being physically violent with a woman. You said in the biblical days, it was justified and things were better back then when men could abuse women. Is that what you said, or did I miss it?
Yeah, if a person, I'm talking about a person who says they're religious, a person who says they're religious and they believe their Bible, they believe that in the times of the Bible, it was better than it is now. They believe man was closer to God. And so all the rules that applied made us closer to God and made us better people. You'd have to believe that. Just like if I was a racist, I would believe that it was better when blacks were enslaved, not when they were free. It's part of the doctrine.
Okay, so you're saying that the abuse towards women was justified?
I'm saying that the Bible states that it was. I'm saying if you're bringing up the Bible, then these men had enough control, because once you call somebody a leader, you're supposed to have them be a leader and understand that their methods are supposedly good. Hence, that's why you got them there. If you hire a coach, you hired him thinking that this is what he's going to do to get that team out there. If you didn't, why'd you hire him and not allow him to be able to do what he thinks is right as a coach?
Mm-hmm. And I know that this was, I know it's a bit controversial, but me personally, I believe one of the biggest problems is when people use the Bible to justify behavior that the Bible never was really endorsing. And context also matters, because the Bible records many acts of violence. You see men that did, strike women who struck men, families just commit horrific sin, but describing something is not the same as, I guess, prescribing it, because basically just because something happened in scripture doesn't mean that God approved of it, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, here's the thing, though. There's a lot of things that women are able to do today that y'all wouldn't go back from either. And I don't think it's healthy. Like the women, I was the one who started this saying, repeal the 19th. I think one of the worst things that happens is women were allowed to vote.
Really?
Mm-hmm. But I can explain it. I can walk it down. Anything I've ever said and ever will say, I can explain it logically to someone. Now they can disagree, but I can then, but I'm okay with that. Most people who you give rights, just like if you tell your kid they can stay up to 11 and eat cake before they eat dinner, you're gonna have a hard time getting them to go back. No matter how much you can show them, it's better for them to sleep and not eat cake. They ain't gonna go back. Let your man cheat and then tell him he can't cheat. Think he gonna want to go back? Take your woman on trips and then tell her we got to save money. Think she gonna be happy? So that's all I'm saying. It's hard to talk to a woman because every time I tell y'all something about what you currently can do, well, you ain't gonna go back. You ain't gonna go back to afros. You ain't gonna go back to when you couldn't have abortions. You ain't gonna go back to none of this. You ain't gonna go back to when your daddy picked your husband, when statistics show that when fathers picked husbands for daughters, he picked better men than she picked for herself.
Okay,
Because
so
he wasn't in love with the man he picked for you. He picked the best man for you.
Mm-hmm. And I'm more so traditional, so I do agree with a lot of that, and I'm against abortion. Now, I already talked to you about the hair thing. That's just something, personal. But when it comes to like abuse being justified in the biblical days, I don't agree with that. And I don't.
Oh, it's not about. Listen to what you're saying about it. It's a tool. It's a tool in his bag that when people knew that tool was there, people act right. It's the same as a cop. If a cop has all those tools in their bag, people act better when the cops show up than when they realize the cop only showed up with a feather. If he couldn't arrest you, do you think anybody would care when the cop showed up?
Of course not.
It's like y'all don't understand that simple principle. Most people who you put in power are supposed to know when to and when not to use the power. But if you tell him he don't have the power, you just turn him into a eunuch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was only speaking towards that one point, but I understand what you're saying.
Hey, so Tommy, let me ask you a quick question. Is the power only exercised or mostly exercised through physical force? Like, I mean, is that a prerequisite for the power?
No, it's the same thing again. The cop has he has handcuffs, he has mace, he has a stick, and he has a gun.
A taser.
Do every cop that pulls up do he use the gun first? No. But the fact that you know he can makes a lot of people stand down.
So you think it's the implied? You think it's the implied force that keeps people in line? Is what you're basically getting
Why
at?
do you think they say the best basketball player or baseball player is usually the one with the 5 tools? They literally say the one that can shoot the 3, drive, dunk, post. That's a better player than one that just has 1 tool in his bag.
Can I ask a question?
I
just want to ask real quick, just because you brought up this metaphor and you brought it up earlier and I wanted to hit on it. So do we usually deem the cop that would pull out the pew pew first as a good cop or a bad cop?
No, I've been said that. As if I said literally that's what me and Mr. Fantastic was having a problem with what you were saying. You just kept on saying, so that's the first thing you're gonna do. Most people wouldn't do that. Most guys to this day don't do that.
No, and I acknowledge Fantastic with that. That's why I was asking you, because I didn't hear you say it. So I wanted to make
sure. That's why I was literally sitting here saying that to say that was silly, because you have proof in life that most men don't go to fighting first. Because if we did, it'd be a whole bunch of women with fired up heads. Y'all get to throw water in a nigga's face, tell him the kid ain't his, tell him you've been sleeping with his friends, and we don't fire your head up then.
So the fact that these are real life stories that men say, I'm not saying that they're not true, because I have heard other men say that, even with this whole, I think somebody brought it up on Trey's channel yesterday too, about the whole statistics. It might have been Papi Blanco, shout out to Papi Blanco. And I think he brought up the fact of how many women, I guess, are lying about paternity. That's why I would never want to switch places with you as men. I don't. But the fact that I do still have to kind of agree with Mo Love's point, who are these women that y'all are impregnating and being around? Hold on. A
large number of bad women. It's just y'all make bad choices. This is crazy.
Let her land it. Let's see where she go. Let's see where she going with this. Go ahead, bro.
You tell me that majority of women or majority of the women that are in these groups are bad women?
Yes.
Yes. Why are we sleeping with them? Why are we giving them access?
Y'all sit up there and say white people are racist when very few whites had slaves. But you see a large number of women who have cheated and produced children that ain't those men's. And you say, well, that doesn't sound like a large number. Well, yes, it does. And 53% of men beat their women. Would you listen to me tell you that's a small number? If they beat them and not pew them, just beat them. Now listen, 53% of all children in the black community that are tested in the United States for DNA tests, it ain't theirs.
Dang.
Now, why would you turn around and say it's what those men are
Hey,
thinking?
where you get that stuff from, Tommy? Hey, shout out to A-Dub. I know you did your. Is that in your documentary? Is that in your documentary? Follow this.
Yeah, I have a documentary on Amazon Prime. You guys can go check it out. It's called The Fatherless America. It is what is it got a 9 out of 10. It is a wonderful documentary. Go check it out. And it talks about all the things that women are doing. And I want y'all to understand, I said it to her at the beginning. Women will diminish things you say about them. They will overblow things they say about you. Every time you say what women do, they will tell you it's your fault.
Okay. No, Tommy, hold on. Let me explain why. Hold on.
We don't get to say it's your fault.
But hold on, let me explain this. The reason why it is usually easier for women like me and Mo Love to kind of ask these questions is because Mo Love and myself, we're not really women who are participating in those actions, right?
And I'm not a homosexual, but I understand that it's a bunch of women in Atlanta. I don't understand this.
Why would y'all on social media? Y'all have homegirl. Y'all see what's going on. You see?
Okay, hold on, because I even had a conversation where I told somebody that the first time that I ever heard of this parental alienation situation, I had never heard of that until I came to this space. Because again, respectfully, my homegirls, the people in my circle, we don't do this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
we didn't know who our baby daddies are.
Until you were grown, you had never watched.
That's your own anecdotal.
I want y'all to think about it. That means she said she's never heard of Jerry Springer. She never heard of Maury Povich. She's saying she had never heard of any of these things that were in the zeitgeist for her childhood.
That's not what I was saying. Hold on, please. One, we also know that Maury and Jerry Springer were scripted. Like a lot of this love and wait, oh my goodness. Oh my god.
Research, man.
One second, Rodney. Give us a second, y'all. Give us a second.
Hold on. And two, the fact that I could also watch Jersey Shore, but guess what? That was not my friend circle. So the stuff on TV never really related to the fact that this is real life.
Hold on.
Y'all. Give her a second to just finish real quick. Let her just finish real quick so y'all can hear where she going. I'm not saying I agree because I don't agree.
All I'm saying is yes.
We can't hear nobody.
Right, so let her talk.
All I'm saying is yes, it's anecdotal, and I am so sorry that it's anecdotal because again, no. Yes. When it comes down to the women like Mo Love and myself, we don't have these kind of situations, so it kind of does seem a little far-fetched until we start hearing it more constantly because we're in this space. But outside of that, it's still kind of wild to me because it's kind of like, hold on, please.
Wait, we can't hear everybody. Let her finish, please.
It's just wild to me because yes, unfortunately, I can look at my friend group and be like, no, that's not the reality because I don't see it. So I apologize to the men if that is a real life reality. Because how you gonna rush me on my show, Tommy?
Wrap it up. Hold on. You know somebody's trying to get back at you, and you didn't drag it out.
On my show, Rubber Girl Confessions with Low-Key.
If I know somebody's trying to get at a statement I said, I ain't gonna keep talking. I know they're trying to get at that statement. You know what the statement is. It's a simple response. Have you ever been involved in a school? Have you ever been involved in a school powpewing? At your school, was there mass shooting?
Rogue, you don't have to
None of us been involved in one, but every one of us know they exist and wouldn't sit up here and lie and act like we didn't know they exist. And few of them happen.
Rogue C.
I'm not emotional.
No. Before you get emotional, you see all them buttons you got in front of you? How you can drop people down and just be up here by yourself and calmly say, I love Tommy. Let him rest in his masculinity for a minute, but I got a point I got to make. You don't have to get upset.
She don't gotta do that neither. Don't listen to Nightish. What you doing? Like, this is a conversation. What are you doing?
Keep running your own show.
The point I just wanted to make was the fact that when it comes down to certain women, we ask this question not because it's to shame men. We're asking this because we're trying to figure out how are these women the ones getting pregnant. How are these the women that you are having these experiences with?
Because they don't care about history. They don't care about history. It's an old movie with you got James Woods, Robert Duvall, a bunch of people. De Niro. It's called Once Upon a Time in America. Mm-hmm. That's about the 1920s. That's when the dad would leave and then the mom would leave and they would abandon the kids. It was a bunch of kids, Irish, Swedish, small hats and everything else. They were just running the streets.
There's a joke about the milkman's babies. For somebody to say they never heard of this, it's been disingenuous. It is. You might not have cheated.
I'm 30. I don't even know a milkman for real. I'm 30.
I never had one either. I said there's a joke about it, or the pool boy, or just the fact that we knew Clinton.
Or the cable guy.
I'm saying
or Papa was a Rolling Stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. I don't know what you're trying to do right now. My daddy was there.
No. You said you was on Trey. Wait, Rodney. She said she was on Trey channel, and Trey is a damn gym instructor, saying he banged all of his women clients.
Exactly. So you hear that, and I have a more love to be in the church. You should know you have sister circle where they talk about having promiscuous ways. Doing stuff to other men.
Why are people leading these conversations if they're honestly saying, I don't know these things? I've never researched these things. Then how are they leading the convo?
About body count. Hold on.
Wait a minute. This is literally leading into body count. It doesn't make sense that you know body count exists, but you didn't know this exists. They literally go together.
Okay, I said I had not heard of the term until I came to YouTube. Because guess what? Everyone in my family circle, all my friends, we know who our fathers are. Our fathers are in our life. They have never been parental alienated.
Hold on, y'all. Let Mo get in there too, y'all.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying it is strange to me that is an actual concept for the majority. That's all I'm saying. And it's weird to me to find out that my lifestyle is actually the minority. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying.
What would you say to these guys once you realize that? How would you say to any guy, where are you finding these women? If you said you had come to that conclusion, that question should no longer be asked to a man who's telling you something that is the majority, as you said you have now figured out. You would never say to that man, where y'all finding them?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Now that I found out it's the majority, guess what? I don't have to do it anymore.
Okay, so
you just.
But no one told you. But hold on, no one told you to put your penis inside of her in the first place.
No. So you were just educated on this right now. Just be sure.
Can I just respond?
That's crazy. The majority of women.
Hold on. Mo trying to get in there. Now, just come on, man.
Hold on. Mo Love has, she has a very soft voice. Come on, y'all be gentlemen, please.
So since Tommy mentioned
that's not her real voice.
Yes, it is.
I did.
I cannot bypass what Tommy said. Oh, women are saying, well, you got to choose better. You put your penis inside of her. We're not going to pretend like men don't always tell women to choose better. So that's both sides of the scope. That argument is irrelevant. In my opinion.
Who pretended? I said if a man told a woman who had been abused that it was her fault, y'all would look at us like it was crazy. If we told a woman that's got SA'd and we told her, what did you do to cause that?
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Okay, but again, hold on.
But I didn't finish.
Hold on, real quick, Mo. I'm gonna let you have it because I don't like that example. We already know that we just said that men can overpower women. We already know that men can be stronger. Hold on, don't do that.
Have an honest conversation.
Don't do that because again, you getting a woman pregnant, that is not something where you can be like, oh, I'm the victim of. You got her pregnant.
No, her trying to take a kid away from me or putting a kid on me that ain't mine actually is the guy being a victim of it.
How?
That's
if
crazy.
No one told you to sleep with her.
There you go.
So can I?
So you can't take accountability on the fact that you put your dick in front of
somebody? No one told you to date that dude that wanted to whoop ass. You could have got one that did it.
And that's why. And guess what? I'm not with him anymore. I took that accountability.
So don't compare them then. It's either we can compare them or both are victims.
Hold on. And the first thing I said was Roxy is not a victim. Did I not?
You said it.
You just said I couldn't compare it. You said it.
I said you couldn't compare the SA to an actual victim. I didn't say it was
But don't
Guy that you
personalize.
hung around did this to you. You hung with him.
But don't personalize it. Don't personalize it. Don't personalize
She's
it.
doing it. It makes the conversation hard. She keeps personalizing things.
Listen, Tommy and I have the same personality. Tommy, what's your sign?
Yeah, but don't personalize it.
But I don't personalize it.
I'm not personal.
I've been talking to you for how long?
No, hold
I've been
on.
speaking in general.
Tommy, we're good.
Because
Tommy,
these
hold
people,
on.
you don't know them.
Hold on. Let me regroup. Let me reset and regroup. Tommy, I'm a theater kid.
Oh my goodness.
What's your sign?
He's in the Bible.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a theater kid.
What's
That's
your
why
sign?
when you ask me, I'm a Sagittarius.
Yeah, that makes sense. That checks. Okay.
Logical group of people on earth.
So am I.
That's
So am I.
Wait.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian.
Geminis and Christians make the difference.
Well, it doesn't. I don't believe. I want y'all to know. Have y'all noticed most women know all these signs, and they know these signs so well that they end up with cheaters, beaters, and cat eaters. They know all these signs, though. The sign that they should have avoided.
One mic. Hold on.
My sign is the Lord. The Lord give me my signs.
You don't hear no men talking like this. Ain't no man walk up to another man. I see why we get along. You a Gemini. Like, I get along with you because we get along.
Yo, exactly. Don't
Listen, that's why I said from the beginning, men and women are not the same, and I'm okay with that. I told y'all, I am okay with that. I don't have penis envy. The coochie is great. I'm cool with it. Let Mo Love finish. Hold on.
You don't have penis in you.
I don't have penis envy.
No, you heard what she said. Tommy, she said the coochie is great. Let's
Nasty
move forward.
word.
Go ahead, Mo Love. The coochie is great. It's Mo Love turn.
I was like, I mean,
let Mo
I
Love.
was just going to respond to what Rogue said. She said, me and Mo can't relate. Just because we say that we can't relate, it doesn't mean that we're unaware. There needs to be a separation between the two. And one of the most, I don't want to dismiss men's experiences. I understand that many men have been hurt.
Thank you, dear. That's all.
I'm not dismissing that, but what becomes discouraging is when every woman is judged through the lens of someone else's pain. There's a difference between recognizing, how toxic women can be in their patterns and stereotyping people altogether, because some of us have actually done the work. So when you hear everybody being grouped up the same as a woman, it's like, what?
But
I still want to know how y'all are ending up with
but men accept that we're judged by what another man did to a woman. We walk into a relationship and a woman will tell us, I've been hit by a man, so I don't put up with this. Or I've had a man cheat on me, so I look out for this. Or I used to date a nigga that was a Gemini, so I don't date Geminis no more. We literally understand what that women walk up to us. What we understand that when y'all come to us, y'all are allowed that space to say if you ever were. No. We wouldn't do what you just did.
Hold on, one mic, y'all know y'all can't all overtalk each other.
Yeah. Listen, it's called. Wait 1 second, brother. It's called victim superiority.
Right.
Because I've been through this, you that guy. But here's the thing.
We're toxic over here. Hold on, real quick, Nidish. Hold on. We're toxic over here. So we're going to be the honest truth.
Well, let's stay right there then.
Hold on. I'm going to let you have it. Y'all said body count looks better on men. Victimhood looks better on women. I'm sorry. Bada bing, bada boom. You got to get over it. That's the topic side of it.
Wait. No, 1 second. 1 second, Tom.
You can't argue with what she said now.
No. She said victimhood look better on women or look better on men. And that right there is a power play.
No, it's not even that, bro. No. It's just like we say to them, we do openly say to them, it looks better for a man to sleep with a bunch of women than it would for them to sleep with a bunch of men. You need to have an honest conversation when somebody says something. And so I say this, boy, that's why y'all should never let me in these conversations. She said, victimhood looks better on women than men. And whenever you say the word looks better, that means it's something you like to floss. That means it's something you like to flash. And as a matter of fact, once you say look, you got to stop men from men at that point. Y'all got to stop thinking that they are actual victims, because it sounds like it sounds like they said they like it, because she used the phrase it looked better. Again, when you have toxic people, even though she says I'm not toxic, then say she is toxic, a toxic person would say. I said something, you said that was my past. You did say it earlier. You said that was my past. I just be playing. The point is, men, y'all gotta listen. She trying to overtalk
Yeah, like we can't see that goal in that concealer.
Y'all see
We
how
can't see the goal in the concealer. Like she didn't contour her nose.
Talking the truth. Everyone's over talking the truth. I ain't said a word wrong. Now it became everyone's over talking the truth, and all I'm doing is speaking on what the person said. The person said out of their own mouth, it looks better on us.
Yes.
You men need to listen to
things that you guys are
respond to that before I drop.
If you repeated what you said correctly, why are you trying to now add to it?
I wasn't adding to it. I'm agreeing to you.
So I would love to be able to finish what I was saying.
Okay, when he finishes, can I go because I'm gonna drop after he goes.
Okay. So I want all of you men to understand.
She's gonna take all her light skinnedness away.
I just want to tell Tommy, hey, you ain't said nothing wrong, but you did something wrong when you put that shirt on this morning. When you looked in the mirror, you knew you was wrong.
First off, the women love this shirt. I've got nothing but compliments and donations off this shirt. They
One
like
second.
tonight.
Mo says she has a show.
You could have.
The host is talking, y'all.
You could have had a holy show. Your donors would have said this in money.
I would get, sir. I did not wear this shirt for men. I wasn't trying to get dick. So I'm sorry you don't like it.
Lover girl, you have control. You can drop him.
Hello.
I was not looking for dick this morning. I was not. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Mommy, no love. Go ahead and finish because I know you said you have your show, boo. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, and if y'all are free after Rogue is done with her show, I'll be live. I stay live pretty late. I did want to say this. We don't always agree, Rogue, but you know you my girl. I don't agree with that. I don't agree that it looks better on women. Maybe you meant to say that women get away with it more.
No.
But it does not. It doesn't look good on women. It doesn't look good on either party.
I'm saying when it looks better, it's a matter of society-wise, we know who usually is victimized. Men don't look good complaining and crying because usually men are in charge of the situation. Bye, Tommy. Thank you so much.
We're not
though. Women don't either, though. You get what I'm saying?
How we're not
good on a woman. I'm confused.
I know Mo finna leave, but yeah, I want to talk about this. Black men have never been looked at as no leaders, and y'all weaponize leadership when y'all say that. And it's not. And you always have power on your panel. You can drive people, talk over them, get your point across. You don't ever you can say your femininity and play with your hair and show different angles. Yeah, you don't have to be that.
No, it was not a Freudian slip. I'm saying the quiet part out loud. When it comes down to how society views victims, women do. Nobody wants to look at men as victims. I'm sorry. Not saying that y'all can't be. It's just harder for y'all to get that card on y'all. It's not about not believing women who are victims, even though I have talked on my show about women who play games and who make it hard for real victims. I've talked about all this stuff. But when we are looking at how society looks at situations, unfortunately, that's why you hear men don't cry. Men can't cry. Real men don't cry. You guys don't look good crying, being victimized. It does not make society feel good because that shows weakness in men. And unfortunately, men are not in a position where y'all can show weakness. That's all I'm saying.
I actually agree with what you're saying.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Please let Mo finish, please.
But I do want to say this. I think that's a huge part of an issue in society. I know we live in a world where if a man expresses himself, if he has a moment where he needs to cry, because men do need to cry. I'm sorry. That's why so many of them are struggling now. We have to stop that rhetoric. Okay, if a man cries or expresses himself too much, that he's weak. Absolutely not. And I think that also has to do with the maturity of a woman. Now, do I want to see a man cry every day? No, that's an issue. But to say that they always have to be strong, they can never have a moment where they need to just breathe and say, I need somebody to support me. That's crazy.
What you just said was crazy too.
Earlier, she said she don't want to see a man.
Not to you. Listen. Wait.
She said earlier that she don't want to see.
Eat a man. 1 second. Let me say this right here. Let me say. I thought you was finished. I thought you ended. I thought it was the period.
I don't want it to blow up like you did on another show, respectfully, and just went clean off on me.
Oh, don't cry, baby girl.
Okay, come on.
I don't cry, but don't push me. Respectfully, what I'm gonna say is it's
I
not.
don't even know what that
Don't
means.
push me because I'm close to the edge.
We do see a lot of our men pretending to be strong, and then they show up as crash outs because they don't have a chance to say, I'm triggered by this, or I need an outlet. You get what I'm saying? Like a lot of these men are pretending like they're okay and they not. Let's just keep it real. Now, I know majority of everybody in society play like they tough, but people are really struggling internally. That's why we see people screaming, yelling, cussing everybody out all day on a computer screen. Some of these people are really broken. It's not always a joke. So if you think what I said is crazy, shout out to United. But thank you, Rogue, for having me. Love you, boo. You had a great show. You look beautiful. I love your hair.
Outside
All right,
through,
yeah.
you're outside through my sleep time. So I appreciate you, boo. Thank you.
Before you leave, I wanted you to let you know. I don't wait too many seconds. It's my turn.
No. She was talking
Because
to
I
me.
feel like I'm not being heard.
One
And
mic,
the women
one
said that
mic,
I'm supposed to
one
get
mic.
heard tonight.
One mic.
Why can't
one
I be
mic.
heard, Rosie?
No, I don't know what's going on. Y'all are funny. Oh my God, y'all are funny.
I'm gonna go after either man.
I really think that it sounds good when women say that men can cry and all this. I don't think y'all really mean it. Maybe y'all mean it for y'all sons, but you don't mean it for the men that you with. Most women don't mean that for the men that
they really mean it.
I think men have outlets.
Wait. I know it's your show, Lover Girl, but either man, you don't believe they really mean it.
No, I don't think no woman wants to see her man crying. It shows weakness. Like we can get up here and paint these pictures that y'all need to be boohooing in y'all woman arm, and she gonna look at you the same. Y'all niggas lying. That's all I'm saying. Like women don't want to see that. So when she starts saying 100% true, that hey, it's okay for my woman to cry in my arms. It's not okay for me to cry in my woman's arms.
So
the
let's have
victimhood look. Let me land it. The victimhood do look better on women than it looks on men. It's been like that since the beginning of time, and yet we trying to just argue just to argue.
It just bugs me to let a waterhead boy that sits in the corner with a propeller on his head.
Nidus, come on,
we
man.
can't do this. We can't do this. One second. Let's have a conversation.
He's not being disrespectful.
One section. I'm not being disrespectful. I talk to you like this all the time. What I'm saying is this, brother. They loved us to be the victims. And in this society, we supposedly came here as slaves, and they could tie a horse to our legs and our arms and rip us apart and cut women open and throw the babies to the alligators, and we ain't never had no power. So now you trying to sit there and say they don't get some enjoyment out of us being the victims. They love us being the victims. The reason why that you little bitty 5'3" woman would get in front of that 6'2" dude and talk to him like he's a child because they think they Shirley Temple Black. They can call you boy. You ain't never had no power. So the audacity of you to sit up here and act like they ever respected the black man is dumbfounded. Back on you.
So, Nitish, the fact that you will say that there's so many misandrists in this space, and I'm not going to go against you, but the fact that there are women that actually are fair, that are actually encouraging men to find their power, that are actually rooting for black men, because we do need y'all to find your power collectively. You guys are supposed to be leaders. If you look at a black man's natural built, you guys are built to be a leader. Black children are the most intelligent children until we either put them in front of the TV screen or we put them into these education systems that want them to be dumb. We are the smartest. We have the smartest children. So the fact that I keep hearing this is what sounds weak to me. When I keep hearing how men are just rebelling against their leadership, where men are telling me that women can really just stop y'all from being on your purpose and on your goal, that is crazy to me. If the woman is not trying to get on your program and get in line, she gotta go. And I'm so sorry if that hurts anyone's feelings.
Gotta go. And
but
I didn't say that at all,
you
though.
from your purpose, she has to go. And that is what's so weak about men. The lust. When you guys have to think that your manhood is based off of how many women you have slept with, it's mind-boggling because it's like you guys are all focused and none of anyone personally. I'm just saying.
I never said any of
men are
those
focused
things.
on the wrong things. Hold on, Nitish, because you're saying that women, a 5'3" woman, can tell a 6 foot man, call him boy. That's not acceptable.
But I didn't say
the
the
only one
things
who should be
you
able to do
said.
that is your 5'3" mama.
But I didn't say those things that you said. I said the reason why that woman is comfortable with that is because this homosexual white man, liberal man, gave him that power. And they girlfriends, they gave him that power. And them gay men, they gave him that power. I didn't say that what you said. I'm saying that society and these European nations, these people that was on that barge, these criminals. No. What I'm saying is that black men never had this leadership role since we came to America. So when people talk about this, what you're supposed to be. No, 1 second. When you say this, and since we've been here, they would look. Let's get recent. 2026. That case has just happened with that young 17-year-old. They got 35 years from defending himself, and they said no, he's just a deleter. That right there proves you ain't never had no power. And in that case, the person who failed his son was his daddy.
So when I said that earlier, and Tommy and all of them wanted to go against me about how it always leads back to the man, you were one of the main ones that was going against me for saying that.
But what I'm saying is you're saying that that man never had any power. The reason why that daddy is so soft and sensitive and bowed down and acquiesced to whatever he ever did is because that's historically right. Because the black man that tried to stand up, they always got him up out of the way. That's what Tulsa, Oklahoma is. That's what Wilmington, North Carolina is. That's what Rosewood is. That's what Seneca Village is. Every time we revolted, they came and dropped something on us and brought the army and Klan and everything, single thing else. Do it today in 2026. They're going to do the same thing. So we never been this so-called leader. And the most power we ever had is when we loved each other. I don't think we love each other no more.
I love all of y'all, especially including Jermaine, especially Jermaine. But at the end of the day, I need black men to understand. And Izzy, I'll let you have it. And Ronnie, I know you were trying to get in. Either man, I promise you, all y'all get a chance to talk. Shout out to H&M for his patience. I need men to understand when it comes down to the women that actually give a darn and the women who are actually trying to be led and trying to build a better community. We are having expectations that y'all are not meeting. And it's very frustrating because we will do the things that we need to do as women, but y'all got to do the things you got to do as men. Go ahead, Iz.
Listen, the thing is the expectations are a little bit unrealistic, right? Because at the end of the day, it's leaving out the humanity of men. All men are human beings first, right? So whether they be so-called black or so-called white, they're human at the end of the day. So human beings have days where they're strong and on top of the world, and humans have days where they're not feeling so good and they need upliftment. So the fact that they have to hold the world on their shoulder 24/7, 365 is an unrealistic expectation. No man is that. And not no man is that except for Jesus. And you know what I'm saying? He's only one man, right? So at the end of the day, the thing about it is there has to be an allowance for an off day. There has to be an allowance for if I'm not as strong as I usually am, especially when I'm consistent, especially when I'm strong most of the time, especially when I come through most of the time. And I think that expectation, that unrealistic expectation is part of the problem that we're having.
Can I give you the reason why, and then I'll let everyone else get in? I need to push back. Respectfully.
Let's go.
We're not in a position. I'm just saying, because I really don't want y'all taking this the wrong way as a woman, because I don't know the burden of a man. So I can only say this just from what I see on the outside looking in. We're not in the position for off days right now. You know, when you first start a job, how many jobs do you really get to just say on the first week of working that job, ooh, I need to call out because I don't feel good in that first 90-day period? And I need Black Americans to understand we're still in our 90-day period, especially now that we have the technology, we have the resources now. We have the most Black billionaires than we've ever seen in our community. And it's frustrating because right here, right now is the time to try to build up the Rosewoods. It is the time right now to build a new Tulsa. it is the time right now to try to establish something. But like Nitish said, and I will agree with him on this, we don't like each other enough to actually trust each other enough to rebuild the community. And that's frustrating. But to that point that you made, Izzy, we don't have time for off days right now, respectfully.
But again, that's the problem, right? It's not realistic. Nobody can work 24/7, 365. It's not humanly possible, right? To work 24/7. There's a time and a season for everything. The earth tells us that when it changes from time to time. The weather tells us that when it changes from time to time. No one could be hot all the time. No one could be cold all the time. It has to be a balance. It has to be a balance. And so that's the thing. I understand what you're saying as far as we're behind the 8 ball. We need to get with it. We need to do our best. I get it, and I'm not making any excuses. What I am saying is that the expectation has to be realistic and has to have an allowance for humanity.
So this is what I would say, just because you brought up the seasons, and I agree. When it comes down to a harvest, right? You know, you're supposed to toil, you're supposed to work all the way through. And then when you harvest after it's said and done, and now it's become wintertime, what was the point of the harvest? Were you supposed to eat everything that you harvest back in the summer, spring? Or was the smart thing to do to actually preserve enough so that you can also eat in the winter and fall? And I feel like as Black people, when we have our harvest, we eat it all in the summertime. So then when it's left to winter and fall, we're left starving. And that's my issue with Black people.
Oh,
just
my
because we know that
goodness.
seasons change.
Shout out to the shout outs. That was
Am I wrong?
beautiful, Vogue. You're not wrong. You are supposed to preserve that harvest you had at the beginning. But here's the thing. Again, when we had this conversation, this is what we need more than anything. We got to find a way to love each other again. Men, women, Black people in general. Y'all talk about delineation, the tethers, and everything that's a person of color. We got to find a way to love each other again and stop trying to find a way to differentiate and separate.
I said that a bunch of times. That we need to find a way to love each other and respect each other and come together. All this hate amongst each other is not helping us win as Black people at all. It's not helping us win. It's helping us lose more than anything.
So shout out to Tommy, right? Because I can agree with both of you gentlemen, but even when I hear rhetoric from Tommy, when I hear rhetoric from a lot of the Fresh and Fits, all these other big names that are in the space, I don't hear the promotion of love. I don't hear the promotion of, okay, these are the faults of Black women, these are the faults of Black men, but let's get it together. That's why I mentioned about my toxic traits earlier, because I learned how to make them work for me. As much as people want to be like, no, that's not right, Rogue, that's not right. I learned how to make it work for me. I learned how to become a better woman because I know instead of trying to hide my toxic traits and trying to hide or get rid of the things that make me less human, I embraced them. And I learned how to do it in a better way. So I'm not seeing why we can't do that with the conversations that we have. Don't seem to go anywhere. Even this conversation, I said it with the body count stuff, it's repetitive and it seems not to go anywhere. You are not convincing women why they should have a lower body count. Instead of screaming and blaming them.
It's not meant to go anywhere. That's the point I think people got to realize, understand. Is it's all entertainment. Fresh and Fit, what they do is all entertainment. Tommy told him what he do. Don't get me wrong, there is some I respect Tommy a lot, but there's some stuff that he do, and he'll tell you it's for entertainment.
Listen, I have no problem with Tommy. I finally, the more communication I've had with him, the more I understand, and I'm
that's what I'm saying. It's all entertainment, and that's what people gotta understand. When you under these box, what we call the internet and the TV screen and everything like that, that's all it's for. They're not trying to make change in the Black community because they know there ain't no change in the Black community coming.
But Ronnie, can we be what they call niche oriented?
Correct. I agree.
So if I'm niche oriented and the message, because I've been saying for 4 years, I'm a man who was married. All I am is a husband. I can't be your boyfriend. All I can be is your husband. So I don't really want to go out on no dates. So you want to be in a relationship? Let's get it popping from here. I don't want to be a 10-year boyfriend. I want to go right back to being the husband that I am. I believe black people need each other. So if you niche oriented and your message is you want to see black people together, then I don't care what society is saying. You just say, when I'm listening to Rogue, it sounds like that's what she's saying. She want to be niche oriented. Then she would say, black men need to be with black women. Black men need Black women need to be with black men. Period.
I'm actually pro-black. It's just the pro-black messaging in this space gets so much pushback. It's just you might as well just shut the hell up when it comes down to a lot of these people. People are going to do what they want to do anyways. But it is frustrating because you can believe in all this. I believed in this community, and I've talked about this so many times to the point where it's like, Rogue C, shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, listen, I birthed black children. I want a better community for the future.
Right.
And it's frustrating.
When I say niche oriented, I clearly say all the time in the lair, this is a pro-black channel. I got a song over there called Black Woman and Child.
Yep.
About black women, black men, and black children, period. I don't care. I understand we humans and everybody came from Africa, so it's not one nationality. We all human beings. It's only one race, the human race. But no, I'm black. My channel is black oriented, period.
And now that Rosie asked a question earlier, I was trying to answer it, but you was going back and forth with Tom.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I wanted to answer you. It was actually like why we keep choosing these women. It's easier access. Most of us are born in the hood. Most of us, that's all the women you see. We see the sexy red down the street, so that's the one we're going to talk to. We see the Shikianas and all of that down the street. That's what that's pretty much what we're going to attract to. We won't see a woman like you until we level up. That's why when you go to 90 Channel or other people channel, they talk about, or even Easy Man talks about it too. Leveling up, get your bag on, get your money up. That's when we're gonna start seeing different type of women. But for the time being, we only making a short amount of money, and this is where I am, and this is where my whole environment is, my family, my friends, my cousins. That's the only woman I'm attracted to. Is the sexy ready Sukiana who have multiple kids, all these different type of things. And that's the problem we face in the black community. That's why I always tell people, try to come out of the black community, not when I mean the black community, I mean the hood, and we strive yourself leveling up, because then we could meet a woman like Rosie, Mola, all these different type of women. Go ahead.
I gotta give you some pushback real quick, Ron, because at the end of the day, I've even been called out on the fact that a Rogue C will actually try to go down to the ninjas level. I have been told, Rogue C, what are you doing here? In personal conversations with friends and whatever, you don't belong here. You don't belong trying to be a ninja, but yet you're still trying to be here. You're trying to get your quote unquote ninja card. And it is frustrating because that means there's a part of us that's trying to come down, the quote unquote women like us that you're trying to say. And I'm not trying to say I'm any different than a Sukiana. I'm any different than a Sexy Red. I would like to think I made some good choices, but these women are also more successful than me. So it is what it is. It's just a matter of we're all in this rat race together and nobody wants to meet somebody up here. Everybody wants someone to meet them here. And it's frustrating because it's like, we don't even want to give each other the leg up to get up here together. And I get it. Not everyone can come. We can't save everybody, but I'm frustrated because I'm like, even when Rogue C tries to come down to this level to bring a man up, it's a failure for me. So what do we do?
But the thing is, it's out of order, right? That man is supposed to find you, and y'all are supposed to grow together. If you going to meet that man or going to that man and you bringing him up, that's just out of order from the begin with. So that's the reason why that doesn't work, right? But the truth of the matter is, like, it's all the same. I've lived in all different types of environments, all different types of situations. And if y'all haven't learned anything by watching TV or watching movies, sometimes the most successful people, the most richest people are the most treacherous and have the most violence and have the most demons and the most skeletons in their closet. So it's not, and then sometimes the people in the quote unquote hood be the best hearted, best people. It's really about working on ourselves first, being the best that we can be first, and then reaching out outside of that. And like attracts like, you know what I'm saying? As you become better, you're going to attract more better people around your circumstance and your situation. As you become better, you'll be a better example for people who are around you. So it's no need to be frustrated. It's just don't wish things was easier. Like Jim Rome says, wish you was better, be better.
Well, let me ask you a question: so you think someone in the hood has it better than someone living in the suburbs?
It depends. Some people, absolutely. It just depends. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's much harder when you're in the hood than you are in the suburbs.
No, it just depends, right? Because like anything, I believe anything in life is what we make it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you can make a heaven, I know people who lived in the projects, and if you went in their crib, you would forget they was in the projects. Their crib was laced. I mean, laced, one of the most immaculate, one of the most plush, one of the most like beautifulest cribs you could be in. So it's really an environment that you set for yourself. You can make a heaven of hell, or you can make a hell of heaven. It's up to you as an individual, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't adhere to that thing, the hood or not the hood or whatever the case may be, because listen, if you are a so-called black, listen, look at Carmelo Anthony as a prime example, right? His people is in the lap of luxury environment. Great school, great community, great thing. One thing happens, all hell breaks loose. Their whole life is flip side or upside down, right? So again, the thing is that my mom's always told me, yo, you take you everywhere you go. You are the common denominator. So a lot of times the things that we see outside is a reflection of what we see inside. So once you work on that person inside, then your outer world, your outer reflection becomes better. And that is really the main thing, to work on ourselves first, because too many times we be trying to fix everybody else, but our stuff is raggedy, and we wonder why we keep seeing raggedy shit, because we raggedy.
Okay, but for example, like
John my mother always told me about being a good steward over things. I don't think, and to Nidish's point, I don't think we're a good steward over things. I don't think we actually see the value of the things that we're building. I don't think we see the value of the things that we're saying we want and how to actually get them. That's why the degenerates can kind of become more successful and everything like that, because it doesn't seem like the quote unquote good ones are really going to take care of it once we get it. And Ronnie, I'll let you go. Well, Izzy, I'll let you respond, Ronnie, and then I know H&M has been really patient, so H&M, you can come on in too.
It depends on what we call success, right? Earl Nightingale says success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. So the truth of the matter is everybody's vision of success is different, number one. But then number two, the people that we see with the riches or with the lifestyle, a lot of times that don't be real, that be faking a facade. But even when it's not faking a facade, a lot of those people do not feel successful because they've only attained one thing. This is a life that we make. We make this life, and we make the bed that we lie in. So we can either make it a plush bed that feels wonderful with them 1,000 thread count sheets, or either we can make it, you know what I'm saying, a paper mache cardboard box on the floor. Either way, it's up to you. Like at the end of the day, it's up to you. If it's to be, it's up to me. So I just think that we gotta stop looking at everything else and everybody else and talking about everybody else. We gotta start doing the inner work, and I can't really relay that enough. We gotta do the inner work. The inner work is what matters, and then things start to.
I ain't gonna lie, is what you saying is beautiful. I ain't gonna lie, real easy to consume. But the thing is, we are people, and we're influenced by one another, whether we like it or not. Prime example, look at John Morant. I was going to use it as an example. John Morant, who is an NBA star, went to the hood. Well, he didn't go to the hood, but he was trying to mimic the hood because he thought, quote unquote, this is good and this is what is acceptable into society. So I think it's the whole image of the hood. That's why I always
shout out to you.
And this is why I say it's very dangerous, because of what television, TV show, rappers, and entertainers putting out there, and it's consuming the black youth. And it keeps going on and on and on. Now, Commander Anthony, I know it's a sad situation, but if you die and we go probably history, I guarantee you probably have friends that's probably in the hood, probably have some form of influence on him, whether we like it or
not. Listen, what Izzy said.
It's true. What Izzy said.
No, Izzy said it's right. Perception is, what you believe. When I had these conversations up here, I always like to say to the same thing. I don't want to change it or manipulate it. Whenever has a black man ever been in a leadership position? from transatlantic slave trade. We never had that position. We was victims right along with the sisters. But here was the difference. Back in that time, we all looked at each other as one. So we were trying to uplift the women were trying to uplift us. But somewhere around there in the 60s and 70s, when you got that feminism up in there, the women somehow thought we was different. We never been a patriarchy. We always been a matriarchy.
Yes, women have been bamboozled by white feminism. I will agree with that. That's why I say if anything, I will be a womanist. Because I am a black woman and the intersectionality, I am black, I am woman. I cannot separate the two. Now, with that being said, we had Malcolm, we had Martin, we had Stokely. I mean, I don't have to list all of them because at the same timeline you said that the feminism happened, we had the biggest bunch of black leaders that we could probably ever think about.
What destroyed the Black Panthers?
Themselves.
Drugs.
No, feminism.
It was feminism.
The women said that all of the men was taking the roles as if they, Angela Davis and all the women. It's a city. It's a house in West Oakland right now, a blue house. Nothing but women on in front of Black Panthers because they said that the men.
So what about the leaders of the Black Panthers that were actually graping the women and essaying the women?
I never heard that before.
Wait. No. But let's say right where she at. Checkmate. Black men can't never do nothing right.
I ain't never heard about that one.
No, I'm just asking a question because I can understand why the women said, I'm going to take over. And you want to know what's crazy? It's actually shout out to Taz, the GOAT. Taz is the one that actually broke that whole situation down with his history lessons.
And that's why he was calling me out my name like a week ago. And I mess with Taz. But Taz, come on, brother. Calm down. Rest in your masculinity, black man.
I ain't never heard. I mean, I know a lot of.
He was cussing. Listen. He was cussing me out just a week ago because no. I want to respond to what you're saying. Black men have never had no power. So how are they leaders when they never? And since transatlantic slave trade, when did the black man?
That's not true. Not this way. In the 19. Hold on. Let me answer you. In the 1900s to the 1940s. Black men had a tremendous, and even to the 1800s, there have been black men in America who have had and yielded a tremendous amount of power, influence, and everything. So we cannot tell that lie because of a small subset of the so-called United States that was enslaved. We can't tell that lie because there were black people who owned slaves. There are black people who were in Congress. There are black people who was in legislation. There are black people who owned this land who actually are part of a shadow. But anyway, that's a whole other story. So the whole thing is
people brought their family back.
But the thing is, this Nightish. It's not accurate to say that black men in so-called America have never had any power. That's not true, right? Now, do they want you to believe that? Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt.
No, but wait. Hold on. Hello. 1 second, real quick. Respectfully, again, I love all the men in this space who have a voice. I appreciate y'all for everything you do. But you also want to know what's discouraging? Instead of black men being on panels discussing how they can get more power, you know what black men are on panels discussing? A woman's body count.
Body.
No, we're not talking about body counts right now. Don't do that. See, that's what I love about
I'm not
you.
talking about right here, right now. Hold on, Nightish, because I wasn't even talking about this panel. The whole point I'm making is shout out to Trey. It was a great conversation. I'm happy I was there. I'm happy to have the conversation. But it is discouraging to see that a bunch of black men are up on the internet all day. And the thing that they are discussing is how much literal mileage they could calculate to see how much D a woman has had.
And I want to be respectful, and this is your panel. Let me ask Izzy Vance, Ronnie Ron, Hustle and Muscle, Willing to Win. Are we sitting on panels every day caring about a woman's body count?
No.
I don't.
That's why when I heard the title, I was like, damn, I'm on the wrong show because I'll never talk about that ever. No.
Again,
I don't care.
I wasn't talking about y'all. That's why I said the issue was more so what I see in this space. So it doesn't have to be you all. I know, Nightish, you don't discuss this kind of stuff. I know,
but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I hear what you're saying, but most of the conversation we have, including me, is about a minority of people. It's a minority of people that make over 6 figures. It's a minority of people that's over 6 feet tall. It's a minority of women that's fine.
We're not gonna blame them jonesing, because again, the original panel that I was reviewing before everything popped off, shout out, this was a great show. I'm very proud of the show. I'm very happy that you all came to rock with me in the show. But the original panel was on the discussion that I came up to because I was a little discouraged to see men talking about body count. This is not something that I think Black men should be discussing. I'm happy that you all did discuss it with me because it was a fun show. But it is also a matter of, if we're going to get to the serious part and the nitty gritty part about Black male leadership, when I see all these Black men, this whole manosphere situation, all the stuff that we know this YouTube stuff has been, I think it's crazy that is the stuff they want to constantly always discuss, and not y'all, but it's always a discussion about women and our downfall, but it's never about how to uplift them.
But Rogue C, it's a minority of women that's into the OnlyFans thing. And the guy you had up here that you was, putting emphasis on is an OnlyFans corn star.
But this is the thing
shout out to Tommy B that he had to degenerate down to that instead of being some kind of like voice of the Black people. Where he really has his power is being a corn star on OnlyFans. That's what he is today.
I don't know,
he can't even be on YouTube or Kick or Twitch or most things because he decided to put that thing on a Black woman on camera.
Listen, so shout out to Nice, but I would say this, Rogue. From what I understand, the manosphere started out definitely uplifting Black men and definitely a voice for Black men, right? That's what I understand. Now, the truth of the matter is, unfortunately, people don't want to hear what they need to hear. They want to be, like Ronnie said, they want to be entertained. This is the problem. The people want to be entertained. If you do a show, I've done it intentionally multiple times. Told them it's going to be an education show. 2 people show up. You know what I'm saying? It's got somebody in the thumbnail. It's going to be drama. 1 million people show up and they bear money. So at the end of the day, it's about the appetite of the people. And we got to really be honest with ourselves. Do we really want change, or do we really want to be entertained? And I would say that majority of people want to be entertained. They don't want to be changed because change is too difficult for a lot of people. Most people don't want to do the work. They want the results, but they don't want the work. And if they can't get the results by not doing the work, why not have a good time on the way down?
But Izzy,
wait. Hold
on.
No. The people have spoken.
But Izzy, you did a great live.
No. The people have said what they want. To the point where somebody is calling themselves the new Fight Club.
That's on Trey's channel.
That was actually the video that I was reviewing.
Shout out to Trey.
The people have spoken. They want Fight Club back.
Yeah,
and let Will in the Win get in there, y'all. Will in the Win. What are you saying, Will in the Win?
No, I was just saying, like, you did a members live only show the other day. Mm-hmm. I mean, you were talking about some good stuff over there, but I think I have to agree with you. I think the people, especially in this space, I think it's just entertainment. I don't think it's here to learn or grow the community or just anything. It's just entertainment, and that's a problem because I never been around Fight Club. I never been around that, but I agree with you, Izzy. I think it's just entertainment. I don't think it's just to learn to grow the community or anything like
that. Hold on real quick. I want to read this from shout out to Rudemp. The Black Manosphere was supposed to become a political organization, but it was just a front voice. It was a front to voice their disdain and hurt for Black women.
No, what they were trying to do, because
I don't know about all that, but
I'm gonna be honest with you. Tommy find the formula, so a lot of the guys mimic Tommy's formula.
Tommy ancient though, Ronnie.
Tommy was one of the original gold. Tommy and Angry Man, you could look it up. They both was the original goat of this space. It can tell you
Too
that.
old though. Too old
So,
though. They would.
shout out to Robert, because Robert, this is my issue, and as I'm getting older, it frustrates me. We seem to be comfortable with mediocrity.
Of course.
Let me wait. So mediocrity would be Bush Jr. George Bush Jr. He was mediocre and became the
getting older, Rosie.
No,
He
one
definitely
second.
was not
George
mediocre.
Bush
You are
Rosie, I'm
crazy.
getting
to
older
think
too.
so.
Stop.
If you know what he put this country through, that wasn't mediocrity at all.
Can I give you guys my poem real quick, and then we can get back to the serious conversation? Because I just want to get my poem so I can get my clip.
We would love to hear it. Drop
until you make me feel special.
Waterhead boy,
and
shut up.
stop
Let that woman tell
and
her
give me
poem.
my time to express my feelings.
No.
Not to read her poem on her own show.
I will let
Rest
you.
in
I
your-
will let
Sorry,
you do
Mom.
it, E. I
Yeah.
just want to go ahead and get my clip for my poem because I
Rest
know
in
y'all
your
want to have a
masculine
serious conversation.
femininity.
All right, let me give you your intro. You ready?
Yes.
No, you don't do nothing.
He
Just
He
shut
made
up.
me do the intro.
He's such a hater. Golly.
I'm your conscious, nigga.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
He'll watch one comedy show and he think he a comedian. Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, take your time, take off your shoes and your socks because this is time for an exclusive poem from Lover Girl Rose.
Thank you. So today's poem is called The Number. They ask for a number. They ask for a score. They swear it's not something they're judging you for. Some count the bodies. Some count the pain. Some count the lessons that came with the rain. Some fear the history. Some fear the shame. Some fear becoming another forgotten name. Some call it standards. Some call it pride. Some hide their truth while demanding you provide. But numbers don't tell us who stayed or who lied, who healed from the hurt or who never even tried. So before we judge someone's chapter or past, ask what they learned and if the growth will last. Because love isn't measured by who came before, but who walks through and still chooses the door. And maybe the question we've argued about all night through isn't what they did, it's what it means to you.
Yeah, I'm making a diss.
You know you gotta do that whole thing over, right?
Great poem.
I got a
Great
diss
poem.
song.
All right,
You gotta be on the big stream.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
you
gentlemen.
can't have.
Hold on, gentlemen.
Wait, I'm telling her to redo
No,
it.
no. She about to get ready to wrap it up after that poem. All right, y'all got to come back Saturday. All right, go ahead, get ready to wrap it up, Ro.
Oh, that's rude. What's going on, rude?
What up?
Hey,
What up?
redo it, Rose,
What's
but
up,
put you
Rue?
on the big stream.
What's up with y'all?
I did
What's up, Rue?
How y'all doing? How you doing? What's up with the women?
Oh, you was on the big stream?
What's
Mhm.
good?
That's not what it
Yeah.
looked like to me. Oh, okay. Wait, because I'm on the phone.
Roxy, great poem. Great poem,
Thank
Ro.
you. But
I made it.
know
Wonderful
you
poem.
did,
I'm
Izzy.
here.
Thank you so
I
much.
made it. I'm here. Shout out to you.
So Izzy, I'll let you go ahead and start because I know you're usually busy. You haven't been live. I know you said you did the members only, but you haven't done.
Yeah, I'm on a summertime schedule, so really just Fridays and Saturdays consistently, and some Sundays. But I'll be missing the people, so I'll be in and out. But just spending time with my son on the summertime schedule. I'll be back once school come back in. But
Bro,
just
don't
work
you
on
dare pick that light skin over me. Let me get on camera. God damn it. What is
Ooh, me?
what
I'm
the
light
hell is
skinned.
going on?
When did that happen? When did I become light skinned? I know when that happened. But anyway, shout out to you. Shout out to what you're doing. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Salute. Much love to y'all. Much love to your chat. Salute to everybody. Yo, if I missed y'all in the chat, I wasn't trying to dish y'all. Much love to y'all. I just on the computer, so I couldn't do that. I couldn't type. So shout out to y'all. Salute.
Thank you for coming through, bro. All right, because Nightish, I'm gonna let you and Eda Man have the last word. H&M, you did not get to talk much, so let's hear from you real quick.
Yeah, let's listen to H&M.
Sure. There's a lot to talk about. I was just in the back making dinner and listening to y'all jibber jabber, but shout out to all of you.
It was a good jibber jabber session.
H&M, was it seafood?
Now I ain't had seafood in over 4 months, but I'm gonna get back into it. I'm trying to put on weight. I need more vegetables and regular meat. You know what I mean?
So you eat red meat?
Yeah, every now and then.
H&M, what would you like to talk about the actual topic?
Well, as far as the body count is concerned, you say men are busy talking. Well, first of all, I don't dive deep into body counts. And second of all, does that mean that as men we should ignore a woman's body count entirely? Like, who cares if you fuck 20 men? I'll take you as you are. Is that what you're saying? Ignore the whole aspect of the body count, or do you think we should consider some aspects? Because to me, a too high body count is 5 or more men. If 5 or more penises have been inside of you, that's too much in my humble opinion. Or better yet, 3 or more is too much. So where do we draw the line? That's my question. Where do we draw the line with the body count shit? Anybody can answer.
What if
So
it's
let
120?
me answer this, because that was actually one of my segments. So the $1 million question, right? What exactly do people think body count says about someone? Because the real debate comes from people aren't arguing about a number. The arguing is about what the number actually represents, right? So to some people, it means freedom, experience, and exploration. To others, it means poor decisions, lack of discipline, and incompatible values. Same number, different interpretation. That's why these conversations never end, because people are debating symbols, not really just statistics. So at the end of the day, it's not about the number, because you're not supposed to.
You're right.
Lady.
And it's always based around the gender. If a man got a body count, it's seen as a good thing, but if a woman got a body count, it's seen as a bad thing. So
Nidish, you didn't get to say your final thoughts before you left, but thank you, Nidish. Shout out to Nidish. I appreciate you as always. So yes, H&M, the number matters. You are allowed to have a preference at the end of the day, right? You are most definitely allowed to have a preference. It's just a matter of what are you going to do about it? If you're going to stay with the woman, if not, you can bypass her. It doesn't need to be a discussion. But I do appreciate you, H&M. Scam, you were up here a little earlier and you didn't really get much time to say, so I'll go ahead and let you have it real quick. And Eda Man also left and didn't get to say nothing. But bye, guys. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Body count is one of the biggest lying talking points in the sky, along with they're divorcing because of finances. I find this interesting. 15, 20 years worth of panels and content creators
Thank you,
that
Ray.
fly all the way out to other countries in the sky. And one question, where are these virgins? Where are the 22-year-olds, the 28-year-old pure women sitting in there doing an interview with them? Where? Anybody seen the virgins? Because they say they got $8 million in a briefcase and they super high value. And this is what these men want. Where are they? But they got butt naked bimbos, no walls.
And go to sleep.
Wow.
No, I'm saying they got 500 bimbos, boobies jumping and flapping, clapping, with no walls. OnlyFans, pay for play, bones on eBay and Amazon, all up in the studios and going back and forth with the body count, the high value, but the man, but the women all day. Where are these virgins that you said you wanted? You're telling me you can't take $5,000, say, excuse me, can you find me one 28-year-old virgin? One person with a body count of 2. In 10 years, then they're getting them pregnant. Then they're fighting with them. Well, let's talk about the NBA and them celebrities they use as examples. Fighting over Kardashians and bimbos, and they're telling you, hey, the renters and who all, I don't know these names, City Girls, Miami Girls, whatever their name is, they're telling you. Their lyrics said, I sold the vagina on eBay, Amazon, and there's 58 dudes scrambling to get to them. Now, have y'all ever seen two dudes fighting in a club over a virgin? Ever? You ever see people flying out, crashing out over virgins?
Hell no.
The answer is, it is a lie. But the other thing is, you don't know that woman body count. But y'all talking about the dudes ain't getting none anyway, so why would you worry about what the count is? You ain't in the count.
Well, for those of us who want serious relationships, we may have to consider that. Just saying.
They're lying. They want serious relationships with the bimbos they complain about all day. They're scrambling all up on the interstate to get to the bimbos. and fighting over, and they're mad because the very hoes they complain about.
Hold on. We're
Well, that could be one of.
Hold on.
My bad. I came
y'all
late.
about to try to start cooking again. Listen, your girl is.
I gotta respond to that. Let me respond to that. Men who do stuff like that, either one, they don't know any better, or two, they're just desperate for some cooch. I've seen both. Salute to Sexy Red.
You salute to Sexy Red. Salute to everybody who's in the building. Thank you so much, Rosie, for having me on the show. Mate, you was cooking tonight. I'm sorry I came late. You know, I had other things, prior engagement, but you know, I'll be watching your live stream, and you doing what you do best, man. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I think you on the right future, but if you really want to master this YouTube game, I'm being honest, entertainment. I'm sorry, people don't want the truth. Like, let's get this in. It's all made up. It's all. If you really want to master YouTube, you want to get that YouTube plaque.
No, because you were going against me and agreeing with Tommy when she don't know what she's talking about. She don't.
Oh no, no. Some of the stuff I don't know what you're talking about, but I've been saying. But on the same time, because you say you didn't know what you were talking about, I was saying, you sure? Because this is something that I've been talking about for so many women. Talks about this all the time. I don't know, because I probably got.
No, those are the type of women that Rosie hangs out with.
Well, then, you know, there's a small number of you. Now, I'll say there's a small number of you. Some guys get like myself, got to get out of the hood and make sure I'm in a good environment. But it's to show you that you got something good here. I think you should just keep doing what you're doing. But I'm telling you, that's the number one game in the YouTube streets. Entertainment. They don't want the truth. The truth ain't gonna get you far. I promise you on that. It's not.
No, and I feel you. But I definitely do appreciate you for coming through and always supporting. I hope you continue to check out what we do over here.
What days you go live? Because I don't know. I don't be getting notifications.
So far, Wednesdays have been a good day for me. Sundays and Saturdays.
Man, Ron, I ain't seen you in years.
What do you mean? I'm around. You know what? I don't cam up like I used to anymore. I
ain't been on a lot of dust panels. I'm just.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm either. I stay away from it because it's an ongoing conversation.
It's Scam Likely's Lever Gang now. We don't do dust at Lever Gang.
Oh, there's some dust over here. There's some dust.
I try to get the dust buster out, Scam. Y'all gonna keep me going. Yo, it's my bedtime. Willing to win. What's your final thoughts?
I just got here. I'm innocent.
You don't act, but you could.
Roxy, great show. I appreciate you so much. We have to learn to love each other, support each other, especially in our community, if we're gonna grow. And we just have to just try to find a way to do that. And if we can't do that, then that's a problem. So we just have to just find a way, man. Find a way.
I agree. And I appreciate you as well. Always willing to win. We are going to go ahead and wrap it up, gentlemen. Y'all know we'll be back later this week for Lover Gang. Shout out to Lover Gang. Shout out to everybody who has supported the show today with likes, comments. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to my new subscribers. I really appreciate y'all as we reach this goal to 500 and as we get these watch hours to get monetized. I so much appreciate y'all. Shout out to those who were able to also financially donate to the channel. Shout out to Sexy Red. Shout out to Big Brother Izzy Bands. Shout out to Tommy. He was most definitely the sponsor of today's show. So thank you so much, Tommy. It was such a pleasure. And it was a good back and forth. It was really fun. Hoping to do that again. And also shout out to Mo Love. If you guys are looking for where to go next, Mo Love is going live, if not live right now. So feel free to check her out. And please also make sure if you have not subscribed to Sexy Red TV to go ahead and do such. Gentlemen, I bid you a good night. Thank you again, Lover Gang. I hope you all have an amazing evening. Bye, guys.
Shout out to you. Shout out. Rogue on the go. Come together, we can grow.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Yeah.